The story begins as Suho Kim, accompanied by Javier and 4 small dragons, arrives at some fields. They place their flag there, and the dragons become thrilled upon witnessing this. Suho Kim believes his name to be Suho Kim, but in this realm, his name is Lloyd Frontra. This is the tale of how this average civil engineering student places his shovel on the ground, employs his powers, upgrades the fields, and constructs city structures. He believes that he has turned an entire world upside down and calls Javier, who obediently responds with "Yes, master." Filled with excitement, he exclaims this is all money. Javier inquires if he has finally lost it. A few years ago, the scene shifts and the system notifies him that he has been chosen to have a random wish granted by the Absolute. It congratulates him, claps, and informs him that he is now a character in Knight of Blood and Iron. As he lies on the ground receiving these notifications, he contemplates the meaning of the Knight of Blood and Iron and recalls the book he read the previous night. The system wishes him good luck, stating that he has obtained this opportunity. Pondering what wish he made and why he received this stroke of good luck, he realizes he hasn't even had anything to drink. He questions if this is one of those web novels where he has possessed someone from a different world and wonders if he is now in a different world. Considering this, he wonders why he is waking up face down on a dirt road. Attempting to get up while shivering, he remarks it's freezing. He also questions what's wrong with his lips. Meanwhile, a warning health alert is given by the system, notifying him that his jaw has gone out of place due to sleeping on the ground. Expressing irritation, he acknowledges that these alerts are bothering him. He understands that he has taken over some character in this story as he grabs his face to fix his jaw. Curious about whom he has taken over in Knight of Blood and Iron, he wonders why he is the only person who lives in the middle of nowhere and falls asleep on the ground. Javier approaches from behind, calling out to him and stating that he has been searching everywhere for him. Turning to face Javier, he is urged by Javier to return to the manor. Simultaneously, the system notifies him that he is Javier Ashran, the protagonist of Knight of Blood and Iron. Lloyd Frontra contemplates that Javier looks just like in the book and questions if Javier just called him Lloyd Frontra. Realizing that in this book, he is Javier, the renowned swordsman who starts as an unknown knight working for the country Lord Arcos Frontra, and the eldest son of Baron Frontra is the hooligan Lloyd Frontra. Javier mentions that he called his name, but he has never referred to him as a hooligan. He acknowledges that it's good that he is self-aware at least. The system notifies him that Javier seems to be in a good mood, and he thinks he can see that, telling him to quiet down already. They arrive at the palace, where Javier lights the fire pot and inquires if he has no idea how he ended up in that state. He explains that he started drinking in the afternoon, got drunk, destroyed the pub furniture, and then passed out on his way back to the manor. Reflecting on this, he muses that it truly is a day in the life of a hooligan. Javier adds that his lordship was worried and sent him because, despite being a hooligan, he is still his son. He emphasizes that if he were to die on the road with his jaw out of place, his father would be sad. He reflects on how Javier manages to sneak those attacks in. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra shivers and reflects that it's cold. He wishes the floor could be heated like an ondol, but quickly dismisses the idea, realizing that this is a medieval fantasy novel. He covers himself with a blanket. Javier informs him that he will leave him to rest and will report what happened to his lordship the next day. Lloyd Frontra questions if he has to, and Javier confirms it, prompting him to think that Javier is uptight. As Javier walks towards the door to leave, Lloyd Frontra calls out to him, mentioning that their family has a lot of debt. Javier closes his eyes, finding the statement strange, opens the door, and goes out. He reflects that he knows everything that happens in this story. Just the previous night, in his cramped boarding house room with a microscope, he read the last chapter. He thinks of course he knows what happened to Lloyd Frontra. He contemplates the first part of the story where the Baron and Baroness fall victim to an evil conman, lose all their land and fortune, and eventually commit suicide. Following this, Lloyd Frontra becomes a beggar, indulging in day-long drinking, and then meets his demise. Expressing a need for more beer, he utters bring him more beer while resting his head on the table. He coughs up blood and succumbs to death. Reflecting on his circumstances, he questions the point of being an aristocrat if life ends up being just as miserable as it was in Korea. Pondering the nature of the Absolute and the system, he receives notification that he has been chosen to have a random wish granted by the Absolute. He wonders what wish he could have made to end up in the body of someone with such a tragic ending. After a while, Marbella Frontra, Lloyd's mother, arrives and inquires if he broke things at the pub the previous night. He refuses and says last night he was reading a book. She urges him, begging him to go to the pub and apologize. He thinks it's likely a mess caused by this body, so he agrees to clean it up and confirms that he will do it. The system notifies him that these two people are highly confused by his response, and he wonders if they could not give him at least a little credit. Outside the palace, a person gathers some cow food in his cart, spots Lloyd Frontra and Javier, and hides behind his cart, scrambling away. As they approach, other people also get scared upon seeing them. A kid stands in his window, looking at them, while his father quickly reaches there, grabs him, and advises him not to make eye contact, instructing him to close the window. The system notifies that the villagers absolutely detest him, and he acknowledges that he understands. He then asks Javier why he is following him. Javier responds that his lordship ordered him to escort him to prevent a recurrence of what happened yesterday. Lloyd Frontra inquires about the meaning of escort for him, to which Javier replies that it's hardly for him. It's for the villagers, as he is protecting them on his behalf. Lloyd Frontra comments that Javier is like a gangster and considers that the first thing he needs to do is get rid of the scumbag image he has. This way, he can at least secure some food when he becomes a beggar. He contemplates whether he can sort out his family's debt before that happens and imagines living peacefully as the heir to a country baron, enjoying a sweet and comfortable life to a ripe old age. He contemplates whether there is no cheat code or skill he can use while examining the status screen. He observes that indeed there is a skill. The system then notifies him about his skills. One is Human Scum, a passive skill causing others to furrow their brows, and another is Rowdy Drunkard, which turns him into an absolute nuisance when activated. Waving his hand in anger, Javier asks where he is going. Lloyd Frontra realizes and questions why Javier is asking. Javier points out that the pub is over there and reminds him of his promise to apologize. He denies lying and explains that he was just thinking about something. Javier asks what's wrong, Lloyd Frontra reassures him, and they proceed to enter the pub. Lloyd Frontra opens the door and politely says excuse him. He notices that something has seemed off since last night, feeling as if he is a completely different person. As he looks inside, he observes that everything is broken. He then takes a seat at a table and apologizes, acknowledging that everything that happened the previous night was his fault. The system notifies that the pub owner has assumed an extremely high alert position. Shivering, the pub owner implores Master Lloyd, begging him not to do this. Lloyd Frontra, confused by the sudden politeness of this scumbag, becomes even more terrified. Trying to maintain a level of rudeness, he says well, he guesses he's sorry. The system notes that his apology doesn't seem very genuine and wonders what he is supposed to do. The pub owner reassures him that it's fine, and they both leave. As they walk, Lloyd Frontra observes that even with his apology, the pub owner doesn't seem all that happy. Javier explains that it's to be expected, as everything was destroyed the previous day. Furniture and decorations were purchased with the pub owner's hard-earned money, and he likely won't be satisfied until he is compensated. He contemplates the challenge of compensating the pub owners when they are burdened with so much debt. He wonders if it's difficult to earn favor with the villagers and realizes that unless they repay the debt, nothing is going to change. Javier adds that not only that, but the pub owner's mother is unwell after the late winter cold, and when combined with his misconduct, he can imagine how tough things must be for him. Considering the chilly atmosphere inside the pub, Lloyd Frontra notes that a single fireplace isn't enough to heat the entire building. He reflects that the elderly can't endure such cold for long unless they have an ondal floor. Looking at a flickering bulb, he suddenly grasps an idea. It's as if a light bulb went off in his head. He visualizes and constructs a building structure, realizing that there are no ondal floors in this world. If he builds them here, they would undoubtedly sell. He contemplates that the hooligan Lloyd Frontra could never dream of these capabilities, but the real him, Suho Kim, envisioned such things during his time in school, particularly when majoring in civil engineering. Recollecting his experience as a military engineer in the army, he recalls constructing a house independently and working day and night at construction sites. Feeling confident about his skills, he believes that with this knowledge, he can settle all of the Baron's debts, clenching his hand in determination. He suggests returning to the pub, asking why, and answering that it's to get his first order. The system notifies that his true journey has begun, and the RP system has been activated, with RP meaning relationship points. Another notification indicates that he can earn RP by improving relationships with key characters, and currently, he has 0 RP. Lloyd Frontra contemplates the concept of RP, wondering if it's similar to experience points. He realizes there's nothing indicating how he can use them to improve relationships with key characters. The system notifies him that he can earn RP by enhancing relationships with these characters. Observing something on the system, he realizes that his approval rating is -30, considering it low and even super low. He calls Javier, complimenting him on his good looks. The system notifies that Lloyd is attempting to buy Javier's favor, resulting in Javier's approval rating decreasing by 1 point to -31. Lloyd questions why it went down, deciding to leave it for later, understanding that rushing it may only worsen the situation. After a while, they once again reach the pub, and Lloyd Frontra declares that he has purchased it. Asserting that he will be the builder, he proceeds to write a contract and hands it over to the pub owner. He informs the pub owner that they will write off all construction fees against the property he damaged, instructing him to sign the contract. The system notifies him that the pub owner is looking at him suspiciously, recognizing the lack of trust in him. The system further notifies that the pub owner uses the skill stone wall heart. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that his big plan can't fail from the start and reluctantly decides to use his hooligan image. He urges the pub owner, saying come on, they're going to see each other a lot from now on. Let's trust each other. He believes it worked as he observes the pub owner signing the contract. The system, however, notifies him that he is considered absolute garbage, leaving him contemplating what he could have done. Despite this, he feels satisfied, thinking he got his first order. He folds the document and places it in his coat pocket, catching Javier's gaze. He expresses confidence that he has made the right choice and assures that he won't let him down, smiling as they both exit the pub. Considering the upcoming construction, he feels it's going to be pretty cozy, allowing him not to be too precious with his measurements, all while holding a shovel. Javier calls out to him, and he asks what he wants to say. Javier reveals that he threatened the pub owner to sign the contract and questions if he is coming up with new ways to cause trouble. Looking at Javier, he asserts that he's not as reasonable as he seems and inquires if Javier has ever heard of cognitive distortion. Javier asks about cognitive distortion, and he explains that it's when one believes someone will act a certain way because of their past actions, a distortion caused by prejudice and negative thinking clinging to the brain. Javier argues that it's not prejudice, but is based on experience and statistics. He responds, questioning if experience and statistics are not all derived from the past, and wonders if he was always this smooth of a talker. Determined, he states that he will make them smile, referring to the pub owner and his mother, and tries to dig the ground with his shovel. He believes that their smiles will be the foundation of his money-making. As he envisions the process of scooping out the dirt, moving it, and packing it, he plans to use timber from the warehouse at the Baron's residence for a traditional timber frame. He intends to complete the walls using the clay he dug up from the river, constructing a small house. Exhausted, he lies down on the ground, feeling the fatigue in his weakened body. Javier remarks that it didn't take long, only 3 cuts. Lloyd Frontra becomes shocked and corrects him, stating that it took a week. He contemplates the fact that he is indeed building something and questions if he is genuinely planning to honor his contract with the pub owner. Doubtful about the hooligan Lloyd Frontra keeping his word, he attempts to get up while trembling and acknowledges that he is sore, but there's no time to rest. Holding an axe, he endeavors to cut a log into 2 pieces. Javier steps forward, grabbing his hand to assist him in cutting the log. Taking the axe from his hand, Javier inquires about what he needs him to do. Lloyd Frontra replies that he needs thin, little pieces of wood, each about 2 hands length tall, 1 hand's length wide, and 1 finger thick, demonstrating the size of his hands. Javier takes the log, throws it in the air, cuts it into pieces, and slices it to meet his specifications. Surprised and appreciative of Javier's skill, Lloyd Frontra thinks that this is truly someone about to become a master swordsman who needs modern equipment. He approaches Javier, placing his hand on Javier's shoulder, and suggests that when he's done, he should help him with the digging. Meanwhile, Javier reflects that instead of receiving thanks, he is given more work to do. He believes that this man truly is hopeless, and the system notifies him that Javier regrets his decision. Lloyd Frontra asks if Javier is helping out of curiosity and questions how he will manage to con people, stating that he genuinely wants to see what happens. Lloyd Frontra asserts that they need to finish the work faster, and the way to do that is by actually doing it. Observing Lloyd Frontra, Javier acknowledges that he has changed significantly in just a few days. However, his past makes him utterly impossible to trust. Javier thinks that the only option is to hurry up the process, and they both start digging on the grounds, sweating a lot. After some time, they emerge and Lloyd Frontra becomes excited, declaring that the construction is complete. He carves some symbols onto a piece of wood, and Javier examines them, asking if those are letters. Lloyd Frontra confirms that they are, explaining that it's his brand's logo. Javier then questions what a logo is, and Lloyd Frontra responds that it's a thing, suggesting they go find out. He ponders what kind of con he has devised for the pub owner. After lighting a fire in the fire pot, the pub owner's mother lies down on the floor, expressing delight and relaxation, claiming it's lovely. The pub owner is surprised and asks how it can be so good. Lloyd Frontra believes that this must be astounding to the people of this world and attributes it to the powers of the Ondal floor, describing it as magical. The pub owner's mother creates a magical circle under her on the ground, and the pub owner expresses gratitude, mentioning that it has been a long time since he has seen his mother smile like this. Javier observes that the pub owner and his mother smiled just as Lloyd Frontra said they would. He contemplates the change in his speech and manners, realizing that now he works hard and keeps his promises to the people of the land. He questions if he really did this to make those people smile, considering that Lloyd Frontra would never do such a thing. Despite his disbelief, those two people are currently happy. The system notifies him that his approval rating by Javier has increased by 2 points, bringing it to -29, and he earned 36 RP for slightly improving his relationship with a key character. Smiling, he looks at the status screen and acknowledges that he knows what he's thinking. He comments, "Wow, this guy isn't total garbage after all," and says he thinks he is. He firmly denies it, stating that he is not total garbage. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra thinks that regardless, they have broken ground now, and even though the cost of the timber resulted in a total loss, that's not important. He considers that this house is merely his model house, intended for show. A few days later, people arrive to inspect the house and offer him a contract to build a similar one for them. One person expresses amazement, thinking they were going to melt, and another inquires about the cost. Lloyd Frontra responds that it's amazing and warm, suggesting they probably want a room like this at home too, tapping his hand on the table. He explains that Style A is an annex in the yard, and Style B involves remodeling their current home. Lloyd offers a 10% discount on the construction cost if they order both styles. The system notifies that the villagers don't trust him, and one person refuses his offer. Lloyd insists, urging them to trust each other since they'll see each other often. However, the person remains distrustful, questioning if he is really doing this and stating that at this price, he's practically giving it away. Lloyd's father, Arcos Frontra, arrives and calls him, asking what he thinks he is doing. The system notifies that his approval rating has reached -20. Lloyd Frontra sits with his father and has dinner, contemplating how he has managed to avoid him until now. But what if his father stops him from the building? Arcos Frontra says, so let's hear it. What is it that he's up to this time? Lloyd thinks to keep this short, using his best rude Lloyd voice, and says the pub owner ordered an Ondal room, so he built him one, while he eats. His father asks if other people from this land are making orders as well, and Lloyd replies that he seems to know it all already, chewing his food. Arcos Frontra emphasizes that they must look after the people, and he won't tolerate him lying to or tricking them. Lloyd reassures him that he isn't planning to, so his father shouldn't worry. Lloyd thinks that he figured, no matter what he does, everyone will think the worst. He decides that if they're finished with dinner, he will take his leave and get up from his seat. Meanwhile, he contemplates run, get out of here. His father asks if this is all because of their family situation and points out that he has eyes and ears, so he must know what is going on. He reassures him not to worry, stating that he can get them out of this trouble soon, so he shouldn't get too involved. Reflecting on those words, Lloyd Frontra recalls that a bearded person once told him it'll all be fine, so don't worry. The person suggested that it's nothing, just keep his head down and study hard. Lloyd thought everything would be okay at that time, and now declares the person a liar. He expresses that he knows it's not okay, and he won't be miserable again because of money. He implores his father not to give up because he won't either, walking out. Reflecting on that time a few years ago, he wishes he had said those words to his father then. In the present, he assesses their current situation, noting they have 32 Style A orders and 57 Style B orders. He mentions that he has received half of the money for construction. Meanwhile, moneylender Meatloaf and moneylender Shiloh arrive, and he observes them, pondering their arrival. He, being the son of the Lord, is surprised that they don't stop to greet him. He wonders if those two are the moneylenders as they go inside. Shiloh addresses Baron Arcos Frontra, asking how much longer he is going to put this off while sitting at the table. Meatloaf adds that 5 days have passed since the agreed-upon date, and if he continues to procrastinate, they will have no choice but to take action. Shiloh questions if the cat has got his tongue, suggesting that he could sell some items in this place to get some money. Lloyd Frontra secretly listens to their conversation, thinking it's perfect timing, and they're here just in time. The system notifies that his current RP is 36. Reflecting on gaining some RP after raising Javier's approval rating, he ponders how to use it, that is the question. The system informs him that he can invest RP in gaining abilities, and he remarks, wow, so this pop-up punk actually knows how to explain things. The system advises him to forget it, and he apologizes, promising to stop and asking for forgiveness. The system displays a slow download while a magical circle appears under his feet, revealing the skills detected. Soil mechanics, hydraulics, structural mechanics, water supply and sewage theory, steel structure design, concrete design, and advanced design programming. The system notes that he knows more than he looks, and he asks if he really needs to say that, highlighting that he has a scholarship. The system notifies him that the skills available are based on existing knowledge, with 15 points needed for basic surveying RP and 20 points needed for basic design RP. He thinks he can't tell what those are based on just this information and decides to click and see. He clicks on Basic Design, activating the skill named Basic Surveying. Meanwhile, he opens his room window and exclaims what this is. His eyes shine as he observes a beautiful city structure outside the window. He wonders if this is for real. Realizing that he doesn't need a GPS surveyor, he can see it all with his own eyes. Utilizing the basic design skill, he creates a design in the air and modifies it with his hand. Reflecting on the past, he acknowledges that before this, he worked hard, scribbling down plans for the channels. He believes things will definitely be a lot easier going forward, but he questions whether Javier alone will be enough to cover all the construction. Considering the possibility of summoning heavy machinery with his knowledge, he notices an escalator. The system notifies him that if he wants a summon, there is something, leaving him surprised and prompting him to ask what this means. The system notifies him about a random summon game and prompts him to spend RP to choose a summon with unique personalities and a wide range of skills. He enters the game to acquire his loyal summon partner. Reflecting on this, he wonders if it's some kind of advertisement for a premium game. The system then notifies him that the random summon game has started, and one turn requires 50 RP. Contemplating the potential usefulness of a summon, he sees some summon monsters and believes it could be as practical as heavy machinery. He acknowledges the need to obtain more RP and understands that to achieve that, he must make key characters like him. On the other side, Meatloaf places his hand on the table in anger and suggests to Baron Frontura that if he has no money, he should consider allowing him to make a suggestion. He proposes that selling the Baroness and her ladies to a very nice place could fetch a hefty sum. Arcos Frontura becomes angry, stands up, and rebukes Meatloaf for such a suggestion, emphasizing that being a lender doesn't excuse him from lacking manners. Lloyd Frontura approaches from behind, placing a hand on Meatloaf's shoulder. Startled, Meatloaf jumps away and questions Lloyd's identity. Arcos Frontura, in turn, asks why his son is present. Meatloaf refers to Lloyd as the eldest son with peculiar manners and questions why he is rudely interrupting their discussion. Lloyd Frontura dismissively says whatever, now show him his warrant. Meatloaf asks what he means, and Lloyd Frontura cites the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6, stating that all nobles may exercise their right to protect their interests as vassals of the king. He explains that entry into the residence of a noble family without a warrant is considered trespassing, emphasizing that it's the key section. Meatloaf questions what he is talking about, and Shiloh claims he has never even heard of such a law. Lloyd Frontura challenges them, suggesting they go find out together. Lloyd Frontura calls for Javier, who arrives promptly. He then instructs Javier to cut off the trespasser's arm. Seeing Javier, both Meatloaf and Shiloh become scared. Meatloaf asks what is happening, and Shiloh questions if they are going to sue. Ignoring their protests, he insists on finding out whose side the judge will take. Javier draws his sword, intensifying their fear, and they both run away. Meatloaf expresses concern, asking if he thinks he'll get away with this, and Shiloh warns that he'll regret it. Lloyd Frontura dismisses their objections as absurd. His father addresses Lloyd and Javier, questioning what they just did and stating that they don't have enough to stave off consequences. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontura places a bag on the table and states that he plans to give it to him after collecting all the money from the orders, but this should be enough to cover a significant part of this month's interest. His father inquires about the money from the orders, expressing concern that he may be taking money from their people. Javier assures him that he will ensure that Master Lloyd fulfills the orders and notes while looking at his face, and that he completely trusts Javier. Lloyd Frontura then announces that they will take their leave, and they both exit. Javier asks how he came to know about such a law, as he always thought Lloyd was the ignorant type. He explains that he just picked it up somewhere and asks if Javier is happy. Javier reflects that it's true, Lloyd did pick it up from him in the book. He recalls the time right after the Baron and Baroness committed suicide, and the two lone sharks came to dig up the bodies and sell them. That's what Javier says. Javier mentions the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6, stating that all nobles have the right to protect their interests as vassals of the king. After he utters these words, he envisions the consequence off with their heads, and he swiftly beheads them. He believes that if Javier were brought before a judge, he would be found not guilty. Lloyd Frontura, aware of the story's content, considers it a significant advantage, thinking that he should be receiving a pop-up any second now. The system notifies him that Baron Frontura's approval rating has increased by 6 points, earning him 60 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, and his current RP is 61. He thinks that everything is proceeding according to plan, and he's on his way to summoning. Lloyd Frontura reaches his fields, looks around, and notices there's no one nearby. He asks if anyone is there, and instructs them to show him the summon game. He clicks on the start button, and a magical system appears, surprising him. He wonders if it's a magic circle, and finds it excessively extravagant, not to mention incredibly small. As he listens to some sounds emanating from the magical circle, he thinks it's overly noisy. Suddenly, a baby squirrel emerges from the circle and leaps towards him. Lloyd looks at the squirrel and remarks, so it's a dud. The squirrel responds with Peepadong, but Lloyd can't understand. He clarifies that the squirrel is not a dud and can help him. When asked how Lloyd suggests shooting acorns, the squirrel rejects the idea, saying he doesn't need it. Lloyd then demonstrates what he can do while the squirrel eats something, only to quickly spit it out. Lloyd considers it terrible and picks up 2 papers that the squirrel spat out, revealing them as user manuals. Meanwhile, Peepodong introduces himself, stating that he is an adorable hamster who deserves lots of love. He requests to be fed one of the enclosed sunflower seeds, ensuring it's a red sunflower seed. Peepodong grows to gigantic proportions, effective for a maximum of 12 hours. Lloyd obtains a blue sunflower seed and feeds it to Peepodong, causing him to shrink back to a smaller size before the 12-hour limit is up. Lloyd remarks that one set of the 2 colors of sunflower seeds is 1 RP and asks how big Peepodong can get, questioning if he can reach the size of a person. Peepodong responds by saying his name, encouraging Lloyd to see for himself and making him eat the seeds. Considering that hamsters are skilled at tunneling, Lloyd believes that if Peepodong can grow to the size of a human, it would be quite helpful. As Peepodong consumes the seed, a flash appears so loud that it throws Lloyd away. Confused, he wonders what it is, only to realize that Peepodong has transformed to 15 feet. He corrects himself, realizing it's over 30 feet high as he looks at the enormous Peepodong. He observes Peepodong, noting the hamster's smug and cocky appearance. The system notifies him that Peepodong's skill is digging level 1. Peepodong swiftly runs and makes a dig in the ground. The system also provides another notification, indicating that Peepodong has packing dirt level 2 and another skill, cheek pocket level 1. Peepodong once again spits out a huge ball, prompting Lloyd Frontura to consider it a jackpot. He has acquired his heavy equipment and returns, contemplating the potential suspicion if someone sees him suddenly carrying such a large item. To address this, he decides to carry a book on summoning with him. If anyone asks, he plans to confidently state that he is a summoning master, resolving any potential issues. Pleased with his clever solution, he marvels at his intelligence. He then shifts his focus to figuring out the labor aspect of their construction project. After a while, in the morning, he instructs his 30 soldiers from Lord Frontera's barony to repeat after him, emphasizing safety first, and they comply. He finds it frustrating that they seem like soldiers who are paid to do nothing, especially considering the Baron's substantial debt. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes that, thanks to him, he now has free labor that he can put to good use. Addressing the soldiers, he asserts that they are all soldiers, and that this assembly is their army. He questions the purpose of an army, emphasizing that it's meant to carry out work. Recalling his own time in the army, he mentions spending more time digging holes and pulling weeds than actual training. Pointing to a pile of clay, he identifies it as the clay he spent the entire previous night digging up, acknowledging that Peepodong managed to do it in just 30 minutes. Nevertheless, he states that they are on the verge of breaking ground for their estate's renaissance. He explains that he is referring to the Undal construction business, and for the people to participate, he needs all of them to move the clay to the construction site. He believes it's okay, as he expected this situation. Newman, a senior knight in Lord Frontera's barony, calls Lloyd Frontera and questions why he is instructing his men to do this task. Lloyd anticipates such a confrontation. In this land, there are 3 knights: Newman, the current man under him Baron, and the protagonist of the novel, Javier Asrehan. Reflecting on the characters, Lloyd thinks that at the start of the book, when the estate falls into ruin, Javier and Baron remain loyal until the very end. However, their friend Newman is the first to betray the Baron and run. This is because Newman sells information on the Baron to con men, leaving him with a huge debt. He contemplates that it won't do for this man to be the land's foremost knight and questions what it looks like he's doing. Newman responds that he has ordered these honorable men to cover themselves in the dirt, asserting that as their commander, he won't tolerate this. Dismissing it as nonsense, Lloyd Frontera believes Newman is unhappy because he's close to making money that could pay off the debts. He adds that he has his father's permission for the task. Newman counters, stating that he doesn't know how Lloyd fooled his lordship. He reminds Lloyd of his prior conduct, suggesting that he can think of no other reason for him to use his men other than for personal gains, and asks if he is wrong. Lloyd responds with a challenge, stating that it sounds right if Newman wants a beatdown. Observing Lloyd, Newman thinks about how this fragile man would break down if he ever played an online game, imagining his fingers flying across the keyboard. Lloyd digs with a shovel, deciding to press Newman's buttons. He throws dust on Newman and tosses some towards him. In response, Newman questions if Lloyd just insulted a knight's honor, asserting that he is nothing but the son of a poor, soon-to-be-ruined baron. Lloyd, provocatively, puts his hand to his ear, asking what was that. Let's forget about ranks and fight this out. He points his shovel towards Newman and proposes a duel, challenging him to face it. Newman accepts, declaring that Lloyd will regret it. Javier states that he will duel with Sir Newman in 1 month and asks if Lloyd Frontera is confident that he can win. Lloyd responds, expressing disbelief at Javier's question, questioning if he is dumb. He clarifies that of course he is not confident. He describes himself as a low-level sword expert knight who can use them on a heart skill, considering himself a nobody. Lloyd asks what Javier thinks and if he is even thinking. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd considers how close he was to cutting Javier down, only for Javier to suddenly throw dirt in Sir Newman's face and challenge him to a duel. Lloyd finds it all too calculated and believes that Javier asked the Baron to separate them to provoke a fight. He further reflects on how Javier designated Sir Baron as a substitute overseer to supervise the work of the soldiers. Now Javier claims he's not confident about the duel, and Lloyd doesn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, he contemplates how filthy Javier appears, wishing he could cut him down. He addresses Javier, stating that there's something he needs him to do, teach him how to use a sword. Javier refuses, emphasizing that his job is solely to observe, and furthermore, if someone like Lloyd, whom he refers to as scum, were to learn how to use a sword, it would pose an even greater danger to those around him. He asks if Lloyd isn't supposed to tone it down when corrected. Lloyd responds, dismissing Javier's concerns and expressing his desire to learn sword fighting, even if it means curing his insomnia. Reflecting on this, he wonders how Javier knows about his insomnia, realizing it's in the book. He also notes that Javier knows the cause of his insomnia and laughs. He reflects on the book The Knight of Blood and Iron, where knights are typically divided into 4 ranks, from low-level sword expert to mid-level sword expert, then high-level sword expert, and finally reaching sword master level. He contemplates that Javier is on the verge of transitioning from a high-level sword expert to a sword master, considering it a side effect of achieving that rank. Despite being in a backwoods location, he dismisses any notion that Javier would know such details. He straightforwardly asks if they have a deal, emphasizing that it's no use pretending, as his insomnia is evident. Javier agrees, stating that they can try, and Lloyd seeks confirmation that there are no takebacks. Javier assures him that he knows for a fact Lloyd will fail. He mentions that Lloyd has tried various remedies, including sleep cognition therapy, herbs, aromatherapy, exercise, and even Eastern medicine, without finding a cure for his insomnia. Meanwhile, Javier sits in a chair, hugging a pillow as he sleeps, while Lloyd Frontera laughs, claiming he has him all figured out. Lloyd also knew how he was going to cure his insomnia. Reflecting on the process, he recalls falling into a deep sleep while listening to a magic spell. Considering this, he decided to read Javier his reinforced concrete textbook, which proved to be at least 18 times more sleep-inducing than any magic spell. Now he believes his improved swordsmanship is a result of this unconventional approach. The next morning, they head to the ground, and Javier instructs Lloyd to do 50 laps around the perimeter. While Lloyd starts running without complaint, Javier observes him. Lloyd explains that he should teach him some skills while he is tired due to exhaustion. Javier expresses surprise, stating he thought Lloyd wouldn't do it. Lloyd asks if he thought he would just refuse and resumes running again. He laughs and declares that now he's going to finish running. The system notifies him that the passive skill Annoying Brat has risen to level 4, causing the lump he calls ahead to call out to the people around, tempting them to deliver a slap. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledges that he just made that up and admits that it's hard. Honestly, he would be lying if he said it wasn't, but compared to when he was in Korea, this is so much better. He reflects on the absence of even a family to welcome him, waking up each day in a tiny room at a boarding house. Recalling the days spent carrying bricks up to the roof of a 4-story building and loading and unloading delivery trucks all night, he realizes it was all to prevent starvation. Despite the hardships, he held on to the hope that one day, things would get better as he continued his work, carrying many bricks up to the 4th floor. He thinks hold on a little longer, and it'll get better someday. He believes he's working so hard and deserves it. Just a little more effort, and he tries to move forward. Unfortunately, he falls down, and his bricks also tumble. Reflecting on the pain and despair he experienced before, he considers this a minor setback. It's nighttime, and he continues running at the park. Meanwhile, Javier observes his determination and decides to teach him sword fighting techniques. The system notifies him that his approval rating with Javier has increased by 1 point, although his overall approval rating is still at -28. He earns 18 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, bringing his current RP to 29. After a while, Arcos Frontra informs Newman that he can't believe Newman's disrespect, especially considering Newman has protected their family for 5 generations. He expresses disappointment, mentioning that he thought Newman had come to his senses recently, but now realizes he was wrong. Arcos states that he sees no just cause to stop the duel. However, as Newman's heir, he advises not to be too harsh and to avoid causing serious harm. The goal is to pull the cocky hooligan, Lloyd Frontra, back to his senses. Newman complies, saying as he wishes while bowing down. In his thoughts, Newman acknowledges that duels don't always go as planned. He contemplates the possibility of cutting off Lloyd's head, killing him, and if the Baron takes issue with that, he plans to kill the Baron and Baroness too. Newman intends to disguise it as a suicide. He envisions leaving the tiny village and relocating to a larger place. Newman appreciates that thanks to Lloyd's actions, things are speeding up for him. He laughs and confidently walks out. The scene shifts 1 month later, and both Lloyd Frontra and Newman arrive for the duel. Their parents and numerous other people gather to witness the event. Newman addresses Lloyd, asking if he is ready, as he takes out his sword. In response, Lloyd kicks his shovel and confidently states that he is ready to knock Newman's lights out. Lloyd Frontra stands there, holding his shovel. Someone asks, what is that? Another person inquires if he is going to fight Sir Newman with it. Newman becomes angry upon seeing this. Javier looks at them and envisions a solid iron shovel. That's what he had requested from the blacksmith. Arcos Frontra hides his face and remarks, that boy, so it was all a joke in the end. Javier contemplates the joke, but finds it hard to believe. Reflecting on the past month, he recalls basic training performed in the early hours without a peep, running around construction sites to instruct village engineers about Ondal, and engaging in sword work practice until bedtime. He concludes that such actions do not align with someone preparing a joke, and Master Lloyd appears more serious than ever. Arcos Frontra declares now, let the duel between Lloyd Frontra and Sir Newman begin. Newman is moving to attack him with a sword, and Lloyd Frontra is prepared with his shovel to fight back. Javier wonders, what is with that lackluster pose? Newman attacks and asks if he is playing with him. Lloyd Frontra points out his shovel. Everyone is shocked to see this. Newman thinks luck does not strike twice. Lloyd Frontra counterattacks. Javier observes that his movement is so efficient. It's a skill adapted specifically for real-life fighting, and it's as if their swordsmanship has evolved through the ages. Newman looks at him strangely. Lloyd Frontra wonders why he is so surprised, mentioning that any Korean man would know how to do this. He believes this is the essence of modern hand-to-hand combat, bayonet training. He attacks Newman with a shovel, thinking that, besides, the shovel is a much more formidable weapon than one may think. He halts Newman's sword attacks with his shovel and contemplates that the wide blade can be used as a shield. It can cut through thick tree roots, and if he does this, he can ride it like a pogo stick. He pushes his shovel into the ground and confidently says, bring it on, come at me. Javier observes all of this happening and wonders if this is all a joke or not. Newman is moving to attack him, and he steps back, considering the first weapon he has prepared to use against Newman, a shovel. The second weapon is the basic sword fighting steps he has learned from Javier. He swiftly moves to attack Newman. Newman is shocked and wonders where this strength comes from, thinking of him as a bottle-loving lowlife. His third weapon is revealed. The system window notifies that the skill expansion for shoveling is at level 1, and now the shovel is his. All of his physical stats increase when he holds a shovel. He moves to attack and considers the +1 in the approval rating he gained while training with Javier, along with the +2 and 3 from the Baron and Baroness, who saw their son working hard for the first time in his life. This brought his RP up. The system window notifies that the current RP is 97 and asks if he would like to learn the skill extension shoveling, requiring an RP equal to 40. He thinks it gave him the sweetest skill ever, and he is ready to fight. Newman heavily exhales and thinks he has no other choice against the civilian. He does not believe he would need to do this. He starts using his magical power. Javier looks at him strangely. A ghostly light appears near Newman's heart. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and thinks he is summoning a mana heart. Newman is ready to attack and declares they are only getting started, hooligan. He proceeds to initiate the attack. Javier observes this and contemplates that it takes over 10 years for someone lacking the necessary skills. For an average person, it takes at least 5 years to summon a mana's heart. It would be impossible for Master Lloyd to block an attack normally with so much mana. Newman attacks with a sword, and Lloyd Frontra attempts to stop him with a shovel. He believes he will crush that black head of Newman's in one fell swoop. Lloyd Frontra's father and mother are shocked to witness this. Lloyd Frontra tries to halt the attack with a shovel, realizing it feels like all the strength in his body is leaving him. Now for the fourth weapon he has prepared, the mana conjuring skill that made Javier the strongest man in the world in this story. He recalls the Asrahan core technique and begins absorbing Newman's power. Newman gets shocked and inquires if Lloyd Frontra absorbed his mana. Lloyd Frontra seizes the opportunity and forcefully strikes Newman's face with the shovel, causing him to break his teeth. He gazes at it and wonders, what's that, and if that is his tooth? Lloyd Frontra retaliates by once again striking him with the shovel. As Newman is on the verge of falling, Lloyd Frontra delivers another blow to his head with the shovel. Everyone is astonished by this turn of events. One person inquires if Master Lloyd emerged victorious, while another questions what is happening. Yet another person remarks that this is bizarre. Arcos Frontra declares Lloyd Frontra the winner of the duel. Newman falls to the ground and ponders, what did he say? The sword expert lost to that lowlife? Lloyd Fronterer asks if he heard correctly and asserts that he won the duel. With that settled, he intends to administer further punishment. Arcos Fronterer intervenes as he prepares to strike with a shovel, asking him what he's doing and reminding him that the duel is over. Despite Arcos Fronterer's attempts to stop him, Lloyd Fronterer persistently continues his assault. Two guards step forward, apprehend him, and assert enough, the duel is over. A brown-haired man approaches Javier and inquires if he has lost his senses. Javier responds that he doesn't know. Lloyd Fronterer concedes, saying fine, let go. The guards release him, providing him with another opportunity to resume hitting him. They once again seized him, instructing him to stop. Observing this, Javier thinks that, from his perspective, Lloyd Fronterer seems to be targeting precise areas to inflict maximum pain on Newman. With a calm expression, it appears as if he has already foreseen the unfolding events, knowing everything in advance. The scene shifts to 15 days before the duel. Lloyd Fronterer stands, resting his arm on the sword handle, and instructs to teach him the Asrahan core technique. Javier looks at him in surprise. He questions why he appears as if he's on the run, or if he's asking him to teach him how to steal something. He explains that the core method draws mana from the surroundings, not just the mana conjured by the individual. He asks how he knows about that, realizing it is a technique he has yet to share and is still unfinished. Lloyd Fronterer reveals that Javier talks about it in his sleep every time he puts him to bed with his lullaby. He questions if he is picturing him with a strangely confident expression and states that, aside from talking in his sleep, there's no way for him to be aware of it. He apologizes, explaining that he cannot teach him the technique as it is not yet finished. Lloyd Fronterer suggests that he will lead it to him if he helps perfect it. Javier asks if that is possible, to which Lloyd Fronterer responds affirmatively. Javier wonders about the source of that confidence. He thrusts his sword into the ground and proceeds to explain. He mentions that he is guessing he is attempting to extract the external mana and then combine it with the mana heart within him. He points to his fist as the mana heart and his palm as the external mana. He explains that, as a result, it goes boing and bounces off. He believes it seems obvious, from his mana heart's perspective, that it's a foreign object. He says it's a matter of changing the way he's looking at it and not thinking of it as mixing the absorbed mana into his mana heart, but condensing it separately nearby and using it around him on the outside. He likens it to having an auxiliary engine next to the main engine, as if they are one but also separate. He asks for opinions and says it sounds good. Javier agrees, saying he definitely seems plausible, and asks how he knew. Lloyd Fronterer explains that he was spitballing and asks if it makes sense. He thinks it's that face again. He clearly knows something. At that moment, he believed he was able to perfect the Asrahan core technique, which he had been agonizing over for a long time. On the first try, he successfully achieved up to 3 circles. He believes that with more training, he can reach 4, 5, or more. The system window notifies him that his approval rating from Javier increased by +5. He questions if Javier thinks he has nothing better to do than learn how to use the mana heart and expresses that he doesn't need all that. He wants to be taught the absorbing part. He also mentions that he doesn't need the mana from the air, only the mana that comes into contact with his body. The story shifts back to the present, and he states that Master Lloyd determined that with this knowledge, he would be able to defeat Sir Newman, and indeed, he won easily. Lloyd Fronterer moves to strike Newman. Arcos Fronterer asks if he doesn't hear him telling him to stop and states that he won't tolerate him sullying this knight's honor any longer. Lloyd Fronterer questions this knight's honor and tells him to take a look under that tablecloth and then decide if those words are befitting of Sir Newman. Arcos Fronterer removes the tablecloth and notices many letters with stamps underneath. He opens and reads the letters. Lloyd Fronterer explains that they are letters between Sir Newman and Tords, the man who defrauded him in a real estate deal. He mentions the financial status of their land, their lordship preferences, and plans to forge real estate documents. Everything they discussed is in those letters. Newman questions how he found them, as he had hidden them in a wall. Lloyd Fronterer thinks that Javier will find them later in the book, and he has spent the night scampering around for them. Arcos Fronterer sits on the chair and is shocked to see the letters. Lloyd Fronterer thinks that he really is a kind person, as described in the book, and anyone else would be demanding his head right now. He believes he is sorry, but a kind leader and a good leader are two completely different things. He suggests that if Arcos Fronterer is thinking about how to deal with this man, he would like to offer a suggestion. Arcos Fronterer acknowledges that he sees it and asks what it is. He suggests letting them drop a vicious mouse on Sir Newman's head. If he is hurt by the mouse, they should exile him from the land. Otherwise, demote him to a foot soldier and give him the opportunity to repent. He asks for opinions on this proposal. A person questions why a mouse of all things. The other person responds that Sir Newman would never be hurt by a mouse. Arcos Fronterer considers that the suggestion is to offer him the opportunity to repent, with the awareness that he may face a greater punishment at any time by giving him a test to pass. Bayern expresses that this is wise. It is generous while also serving as a warning to others. Arcos Fronterer agrees, stating that they should proceed as suggested. Lloyd Fronterer then asks Newman if he has any objections. Newman responds with a grateful no. He appreciates the mercy shown to him. He contemplates mercy, questioning whether offering a guilty party a merciful outcome would lead to a change of heart and repentance. He dismisses the idea, believing it unlikely. He thinks such leniency would only make them more stubborn and cunning, plotting ways to rise above him. He anticipates regretting this decision, vowing revenge on Baron Fronterer and his associates. Despite acknowledging the Baron's smile, he declares it will be the last time. Newman inquires about the meaning behind Lloyd Fronterer's statement. Lloyd Fronterer responds by feeding Peapodong an almond, causing the creature to jump after taking it. He remarks that the best way to ask for forgiveness is to remember that there is none. Peapodong eats almonds and undergoes a transformation into a giant mouse, shocking everyone present. The transformed Peapodong falls towards Newman, who becomes scared. Peapodong lands on him, and Lloyd Fronterer expresses disappointment. He orders Newman's exile, believing that with this action, the rotten apple of the land is removed. After a while, Peapodong runs on the road with happiness. Javier inquires about what Sir Peapodong is doing. Lloyd Fronterer explains that he is carving out a road. He mentions that now that the once feeble soldiers look like proper construction workers, the real work can begin. He reminisces about an ancient city called Rome, expressing admiration for roads. He talks about the method used to create the Great Appian Way and announces his intention to use that method, starting from his lordship's manor to the base of the eastern mountain. Javier questions the need for a road, to which Lloyd Fronterer responds by saying to wait and see, as it's going to put their land on the map. Javier asks where he suddenly acquired this knowledge. Lloyd Fronterer points out that he built a heating system that no one had ever heard of and summoned a high-level creature out of nowhere. He questions if Javier really doubts that he is Lloyd. The system window notifies him that Javier has suspicions about his identity. He contemplates that, based on what he read in the book about this character, if he were to discover that someone else had taken over the body of his lord's son, he might use his sword against him. He believes he would go to such lengths and more, but there is no need to worry because he possesses a special skill for times like these. Lloyd Fronterer mentions that he studied when no one was looking and questions if that's not allowed. The system notifies that special skills are activated insistently. Javier remarks that when no one is looking, all he does is drink. He counters by stating that he was being observed 24 hours a day. He adds that he says no before going to sleep while taking a dump, and asks if he knows what he is doing, inquires his awareness. Javier questions how Lloyd Fronterer explains the summoning magic, stating that even a skilled mage with 20 years of training would find it challenging. Lloyd Fronterer inquires how Javier is so adept at conjuring mana in his early 20s, and if he has ever had a teacher. He asserts that they must have a genius here. Javier denies considering himself a genius. Lloyd Fronterer retorts that Javier can be a genius, but he can't. He explains that he was born with the gift of summoning, so what does it matter? He declares that if Javier has nothing else to say, he is leaving because he has things to do. The system window notifies the end game of the special skill's stubborn insistence and a speedy topic change. Lloyd Fronterer moves, thinking if it sticks, and he believes it did, deeming it okay. He instructs Bayern to oversee this road while he is away. Bayern agrees, assures him that he will take care of it, and wishes him a good trip. Javier requests to come along, stating it is his job to watch him. Lloyd Fronterer agrees, calling it a silly thing to say, and when asked about the destination, he reveals he is going somewhere far away to reclaim money that was stolen from them. After a while, in the small border town of Ludinia, real estate conman Tord sits in his bedroom, holding his head, and exclaims, unbelievable to lose that much money. They must have used some trick. Tord's bodyguard questions if that is not how gambling works, adding that until now, he has also earned his fortune that way. He mentions that if Tords cannot pay for him to protect him, he will be taking his leave. Tords assures him that he has enough for that and will come up with the rest, so he can't go. He instructs him to keep in mind that he will be gone until the moment he defaults. Tords expresses his belief that he can always find another easy mark to get money from. He emphasizes that first things first, there are people out to get him, so they should stay hidden for a while. Lloyd Fronterer enters the room by kicking the door and inquires if they are talking about him. Tords asks who he is. Lloyd Fronterer confirms that Tords does not know what he looks like and introduces himself as Lloyd Fronterer. He asks if that rings any bells. Tords is shocked to hear the name. Tords' bodyguard asks if he shall kill him. Lloyd Fronterer declines, suggesting they run instead. He picks him up, jumps out of the window, and starts running from there. Javier stands outside, holding a sword, and instructs him to leave Tords there and walk away quietly. He warns that if he refuses, he will see him as a co-conspirator. He reflects that it is just as Master Lloyd said, they will try to escape out the back window and wait for them there. Tords' bodyguard remarks on Javier's youth and questions if he even knows how to hold a sword before initiating his dark magic. Lloyd Fronterer looks at them from a broken window and contemplates that Javier vows revenge after losing his master, Baron Fronterer. He manages to find the conman, Tords, and engages in a fight with his bodyguard. He thinks it is Javier's first time coming face to face with a dark enchanter, and he struggles to hold his own against gravitational magic, as mentioned in the novel. Tords' bodyguard throws dark magic at Javier, but he manages to stop it with his sword. The magic spreads all around, and Tords' bodyguard remarks on Javier's naivety before attempting to punch him. Lloyd Fronterer thinks that in the book when Javier fought that guy, he was just an average high-level sword expert. Javier utilizes his mana heart power to attack, but now he is equipped with a triple circle mana heart. Javier attacks with a sword and questions what the previous move was, mentioning that it felt like magic that increased one's weight. Tord's bodyguard starts moving up and states that their contract is no longer valid. Tord becomes scared, and Javier asks if he understands the seriousness of committing fraud against a noble family. He throws him away and declares that he will cut off his legs and have him crawl to the courthouse. Lloyd Fronterer intervenes in their fight and asserts that it's enough, stating that Javier is out of control and that if he goes to court, they will have his head. Javier looks at him and thinks this man is showing pity for another person. After a while, they tie Tords to the chair with rope, and Lloyd Fronterer sits in front of him, saying, "Come on, there's no need to be so scared." He remarks that everyone gets a little greedy sometimes, understanding why Tords seized most of his opportunities. Lloyd Fronterer questions the severity of beheading people for it, considering the law a bit harsh. Tords asks if he is going to forgive him, and Lloyd Fronterer responds affirmatively, stating that he won't take him to court. He assumes Tords is grateful and instructs him to hand over all of the Baron's remaining assets. Tords agrees willingly, expressing his readiness to do so if it means being forgiven. Lloyd Fronterer clarifies that it's just the beginning and insists that Tords needs to do something else to be forgiven. Tords pledges to follow his command, prompting Lloyd Fronterer to present a contract paper. Tords questions the kind of contract, and Lloyd Fronterer explains that it's a normal employment contract with a paid salary. He adds that 80% of the salary will be withheld as repayment for the money he defrauded them, estimating that it will take 520 years to pay it all back. Tords reacts with shock. Javier thinks that he knows it, and he is not about to forgive the man. Lloyd Fronterer says that he believes he would be stupid enough to kill the guy who owes him a debt, and he'd never let that go to waste. He contemplates that he is going to suck him dry for the rest of his life. Tords expresses his disdain for such a shamefully unjust contract and questions if that is so. Lloyd Fronterer responds that he can't force him to sign it and suggests going to court. Tords quickly signs the contract. After a while, they sit on the cart, and Javier suggests that they have got some money from this man, so they should not have to worry about the interest for a few months. Lloyd Fronterer asks what he means and says that he is going to invest this money in hiring more men. He adds that with what they have already started, more than 30 soldiers are needed. He thinks about putting up a help wanted sign and wonders if any of the villagers would apply, expressing annoyance at the hooligan reputation they have. The scene shifts to a few days later at Fronterer Barony. A board is placed in writing, stating that they wanted a salary of 20 gold per week, and for more information, one should inquire at the tourney square of the Baron's estate. People stand in line to get their salary, and Lloyd Fronter sits on the chair in front of the line. He asks Javier if these people did not all hate him. Javier responds affirmatively, stating that they absolutely did. However, he mentions that Lloyd Fronter delivered an affordable Ondal system on time, took care of the traitor, and even summoned the creature. He explains that he is now considered a trustworthy and talented man, wondering how that can be. A worker calls Lloyd Fronter and inquires about the work contract. Lloyd Fronter responds with a yes and instructs them to sign. He expresses gratitude, mentioning that their child used to suffer from a severe cold during every cold spell. However, this year, thanks to Lloyd Fronter's Ondal system, they no longer have to worry. The worker bows down and expresses their heartfelt thanks. Lloyd Fronter asks if that is so and expresses that he is very happy for him. He reflects on trying to satisfy his greed and now feels embarrassed. The worker mentions having a relative in the neighboring Lacona land and inquires if Lloyd Fronter would accept an order from him as well. Lloyd Fronter thinks that the first stage of his big plan is finally here, and he didn't build all those Ondals at a loss for nothing. He plans to use the travel expenses as an excuse to increase the cost and profit from it. He laughs and agrees, stating that, of course, the worker would need to pay extra for the travel expenses. Javier looks at him and thinks that there's that shifty look on his face again. This was the reason he built those Ondals at a loss. So then, he wonders why he is constructing that road to the mountain. After a while, Lloyd Fronter stands with Javier, holds his shovel, and mentions that pretty soon, these mountains will be stripped bare. Javier asks what he means. Lloyd Fronter explains that an Ondal requires an astronomical amount of fuel, and these trees here won't be enough. Javier expresses concern, stating that he knew this would happen. Lloyd Fronter responds by mentioning the construction of the Appian Way. He elaborates that at the end of the road, they are going to mine for black coal and sell it at a huge markup. He adds that once people get used to an Ondal, there's no getting out of it, and of course, he will give the people of their land a small discount. Javier thinks about how sneaky and devious this plan is. Lloyd Fronter comments that he probably thinks he is sneaky and devious, and if he does not do this, does he think he will be able to repay their debts? Javier admits that this is the best solution for now, but it's not as if the Baron leaves the black coal undisturbed because he is unaware. He mentions that previous barons have tried several times. Lloyd Fronter responds that he knows the mine collapsed due to the weak bedrock, but he can do it. He asserts that he has the benefit of modern excavation technology, the shield tunneling method. He urges them to go, stating that there is so much for them to do. Javier thinks about the shield tunneling method, acknowledging that he has never heard of it, but decides to trust him for now. He reflects that their lord is a new man, and he has a plan. As they approach the tunnel, they find it blocked by broken stones. Meanwhile, inside the tunnel, many giant ants are present. Lloyd Fronter uses his magic and announces that he summons them to a luxury Gangnam apartment building. The magic light starts to explode, and he emerges outside the building. He reflects that it would be nice if he had a cool skill like that. After a while, he sits in an office and uses magic on the paper to draw a sketch. He thinks that this is taking forever. The system notifies that the intermediate design level 1 optional skill is printing architectural drawings. He relaxes in the chair and expresses his wish to summon 100 undead workers that he does not have to pay. The system window notifies that if he does not like it, he can always draw it by hand again. He declines, thanking the system, as this skill is the best. He thinks that with the Newman incident, he raised his approval rating with the Baron and Baroness, Javier and Bayern, earning him 639 RP. He reflects that with those points, he went on a leveling up spree, gaining all sorts of skills. After a while, he stands outside the tunnel and declares, now then, he needs to dig away in there. Optional skills include intermediate surveying and GPR scanning. He employs his skills to inspect the tunnel's entry points and explains that this skill allows him to see up to 5 meters in depth, enabling him to find a safe path for them. Recognizing the problem, he notes that they need to excavate as quickly as possible, as relying on human power alone will take too long and lead to quick fatigue. He contemplates that Pipodong is currently bedridden sick from road construction and long-distance jobs. Even if Pipodong recovers, he believes Pipodong would be too large, posing a significant risk. He concludes that's it. That's what he has to do. Pondering random summon games, he notes he has plenty of RP, so he decides to proceed. A magic circle appears in front of him, and Bangle emerges from the circle. Lloyd Frontiers examines Bangle and wonders about its purpose, contemplating if it's designed for assassinations and if it possesses poison. He initially finds it seemingly useless from the outside. However, he recalls that Pipodong also appeared hopeless at first, and he speculates that Bangle might have its own uses. Curious, he inquires if Bangle can grow bigger with sunflower seeds, to which Bangle nods. Lloyd Frontiers once again asks if Bangle has a special skill, and Bangle nods once more. Lloyd Frontiers then requests Bangle to demonstrate his special skills. The scene shifts to a few weeks later. He states, Step 1. At the front of the shield tunneling machine, an enlarged Bangle is excavating and consuming dirt. The system window notifies that Bangle's current skill is chomping dirt level 1. He instructs Javier to get ready, and the system window declares to him that Bangle's current skill, accelerated dirt digestion, is at level 1. Lloyd Frontiers considers Step 2 as Bangle launching steel dung. The system window notifies that Bangle's current skill is Steel Dung Launcher Level 1, identifying Step 3 as Javier slicing them into uniform lengths, and Step 4 as creating still segments to support the earth. Lloyd Frontiers notes Javier's confusion as he, a knight, questions why he is underground slashing at a giant snake's droppings. Lloyd Frontiers deems Step 5 a reality check and exclaims, Great, move forward. They both propel the steel dung. Feeling dizzy due to the lack of oxygen, Lloyd Frontiers acknowledges that if he hadn't installed that pipe, they would already be unconscious. Javier suggests it's best for him to head out now and take a break, similar to the other men. Lloyd Frontiers rebukes him, stating that as the one in charge, he should be on site if he is in charge. He reflects that in Korea, many bosses show off their titles, and they never even bother to show up at the site. He swore that he would never be like that. He would remain on site. Using his eye magic to inspect the tunnel's path, he believes he sees it. Black coal. He announces they are almost there and instructs the men to keep going just a little longer. Bangle affectionately rubs his face on Lloyd Frontiers' face. Expressing gratitude, Lloyd Fronter says thanks to him, and they got it done 10 times faster, thanks to him. He then addressed the group, stating that once they reached the coal layer, they would dismantle the shield and enlarge the mining space. Emphasizing the ongoing danger, he warns them not to get complacent. Suddenly, he hears some noise behind the wall, looks at it, and thinks the rock here is solid, so there's no reason for it to cave. He uses GPR scanning to check the other side of the wall. He observes a hole and wonders what that hole is, as it was not there before. Suddenly, a giant ant emerges from the hole to attack, but Lloyd Frontiers quickly moves back and falls to the ground due to fear. Javier takes out his sword to attack the ants. Lloyd Frontiers uses his shovel to attack the ant and kill it. He reflects that it scared the crap out of him. This is not even in the book, and he asks what this is. He then realizes, wait a minute, why are they just sitting here? Many ants come to attack them. Lloyd Frontiers instructs the workers to go out now. Javier and Lloyd Frontiers start attacking the ants. Lloyd Frontiers wonders how many of them are there, 200 or 1,000. He realizes that if those ants make it outside, their barony is finished. He looks at Javier and wonders if Javier can keep holding them back. Then he thinks, no, impossible. There is not enough oxygen, and without dynamite, the shaft won't collapse. Even if it does collapse, they will dig themselves out in no time. He contemplates what to do next. Javier slaps him and advises him to get a hold of himself, not to be consumed by panic. Lloyd Frontiers insists he is not panicking. He is thinking up a plan. Javier urges him to think quickly, as he cannot hold out for much longer. Lloyd Frontiers contemplates that an ant nest in black coal is underground. He lights up a fire stick and thinks that's it. He declares they will face the ants head-on and suggests going into the ant nest. Javier thinks it sounds like a ridiculous idea, but assumes Lloyd Frontiers must have his reasons for killing the ants. He agrees, saying, let's go. A soldier reports a significant issue, and Arcos Frontera inquires about the wild ants and Lloyd's condition. Opening his cupboard to retrieve his armor, Arcos Frontera is informed by his soldier that he has evacuated the workers, remaining inside with Javier. Sir Baron is currently preparing to close off the mines. Wearing the armor, Arcos Frontera instructs to release the workers immediately. While Javier combats the wild ants, killing them one by one, Arcos Frontera inquires about the arrival of reinforcements and their remaining distance. Lloyd Frontera responds, urging them to cease communication as he is occupied. He acknowledges that it's advantageous the ants are not leaving the caves, but expresses concern about their encirclement. Simultaneously combating the ants, he believes Javier's endurance is waning in the hot, airless cave, emphasizing the urgency of finding a solution without any delay. Meanwhile, he contemplates the presence of a methane gas layer, speculating that methane-producing bacteria residing in coal might be responsible. He directs Javier to advance. Anticipating pockets of methane gas, he believes that locating it would enable him to detonate the entire colony. As he starts digging, his attention is drawn to what he believes is the methane layer. While digging and observing the methane layer, he instructs Javier to continue slicing up the ants. A massive ant approaches, prompting him to attempt to strike it with his shovel. However, Javier intervenes, swiftly cutting the ant into 2 pieces. Undeterred, he resumes digging at an accelerated pace, accompanied by an unusually loud sound that forces them to cover their ears. Spotting a gigantic ant, Lloyd Frontera questions if it's the queen, noting its enormous size, and readies himself for combat. Turning to Javier, he asks if he can fend off the queen, but Javier declines. Once again, he queries why Javier hasn't informed him despite his attempts. Javier responds that certain things are known without the need for experimentation. Persistently, he questions whether they still possess a choice in the current situation. Lifting his sword, Javier runs forward to attack. The queen retaliates, and he successfully blocks the counterattack. Lloyd Frontera joins the assault, convinced that Javier is managing to hold the line for the moment. Sensing an opportune moment, they both launch an attack on the queen. Simultaneously, he resumes digging the ground and rushes to retrieve the fire stick, instructing Javier to run towards the exit. They flee with the queen in pursuit. Identifying a small tunnel they had traversed earlier, they leap into it. Glancing back, he hurls the fire stick, declaring it a feast for the pursuing queen. As they descend, he observes the queen approaching, and a detonation ensues, engulfing the queen and some other ants in flames. Javier ascends to rescue him from the fire. After some time, Arcos Frontera arrives at the scene with his soldiers positioned outside the cave. Witnessing the explosion, his father becomes concerned and rushes to rescue his son. However, one of his soldiers restrains him, advising against putting himself in danger. Meanwhile, inside the cave, both individuals lie on the floor, experiencing ear pain due to the blast. Lloyd Frontera comments that his plan appears to have succeeded, acknowledging Javier's role in shielding him from the blast. Holding Bengal, he expresses regret over what happened to him because of Javier. Lloyd Frontera notes the potential collapse on their side, attempting to rise but feeling dizzy. The system notifies him of depleting oxygen levels. He acknowledges the situation, emphasizing the need to expedite their exit. However, he realizes that they must traverse a path requiring him to dig for more than 15 feet, causing a rapid decline in his oxygen supply. He inquires about other options and declares that he must dig for Javier and Bengal, resuming his excavation. Javier attempts to open his eyes, struggling to see, while Lloyd Frontera insists that they will escape together regardless of the challenges. He asserts his responsibility for both of them. The system notifies that Javier is moved by Lloyd's determination not to give up, resulting in a 6-point increase in approval rating, earning 108 RP. His current RP total stands at 157, with his remaining oxygen decreasing. Recognizing it as a now or never situation, he decides to try, acknowledging the potential risks. The oxygen level issues a warning, prompting him to instruct the messenger to search for a skill he can upgrade. The system notifies him about scanning pre-existing skills, while a magical circle appears around him. The system notifies him about his skill identified as absorbing mana from the surroundings, another skill processing absorbing mana, another skill amplification of absorbed mana, and the system notifies that he can combine these skills into the skill Asrahan core technique. Lloyd Frontera thinks that even after the duel against Newman, he practiced any chance he got, whatever he learned how to do, he can now improve that skill. He clicks on the yes button and sees it takes 10 RP points and thinks absolutely yes. The system notifies him that the advanced skill Asrahan core technique single circle level 5, while a small shining circle appears and covers his heart. He thinks he feels it, and it's too bad he doesn't have a mana heart, but he can definitely feel the mana circle. Meanwhile, the system notifies him that mana has amplified to 120%. He usually thinks that the skills they possess can improve only a little bit even with lots of hard work. However, he has RP. The system notifies him that the Asrahan core technique level up skill and 10 RP are needed, and his current RP is 142. He thinks he can blow it up to huge levels in no time, and selects the level up skill option. He thinks let's go, he's going all in on this, and the system notifies that Asrahan core technique single circle is now at level 6, with his mana amplified to 125%. He thinks that it costs 5 RP every time he levels up, and the system notifies him that the Asrahan core technique single circle is now at level 8, then at level 9, and finally at level 10. He wonders if the required RP increases exponentially. He thinks no, he has no other choice right now. He needs to level this up all the way. The system notifies that his skill has upgraded, and the Asrahan core technique double circle is now at level 1. His mana amplification has reached 200%, and the required RP to level up is 100 points, with his current RP being 7. He says he has something else to tell him, the thing he had when he leveled up his surveying and design skills. The system notifies that optional skill 1 Energizer allows him to move for 10 minutes without experiencing fatigue, and its limit is that he can only use this once per day. The system also notifies him about another optional skill, Latent Power Surge, which allows him to triple his mana amplification for 20 seconds, and its limit is that he can only use this once per day. He declares here they go while squeezing his shovel and utters Energizer before digging with full force. His oxygen depletes rapidly, and he desperately hopes to find even a tiny hole as he digs swiftly. His oxygen falls, and he continues digging, aiming to see just one small opening. He believes he sees the end and keeps digging while glancing at the unconscious Javier and Bengal. As his oxygen approaches its end, he becomes exhausted, and his shovel falls. The system notifies him that the Energizer has reached its 10-minute time limit. In response, he activates a latent power surge and resumes digging. Frustrated, he thinks damn it needs 20 seconds, as his oxygen reaches its limit, causing him to collapse. Feeling the brevity of the moment, he reflects on his desire to live the nice, sweet life of the son of a country aristocrat. Attempting to rise, Lloyd Frontra is approached by Piporong. He looks at the hamster and realizes it's about oxygen. Encouraging himself, he exclaims come on, the sweet life of a nobleman's son awaits him and resumes digging. At night, Arcos Frontra and his soldiers enter the cave in search of them. Bayern warns that it is dangerous to proceed, leading him and others to turn back. Arcos decides to press on to the end. Lloyd places Javier on his back and attempts to leave the cave. The system notifies that Lloyd was able to overcome his physical limitations in an extreme environment through impressive improvisation. The experience has a strong effect on his Asrahan core technique. The system also notifies him of an optional skill, Power Saving Mode, allowing him to use the Asrahan core technique, albeit weakly, even in extreme exhaustion. Witnessing them, his father rushes towards them. Lloyd Frontra loses consciousness and falls into his father's arms. They are taken to the palace. After a while, a person in the village speaks to his friend, mentioning Lloyd Frontra. He admits that he initially thought Lloyd was just a troublesome drunk, but he had misunderstood. When wild ants appeared in the mine where his nephew worked, Lloyd didn't hesitate to evacuate the workers first. The speaker goes on to share that he heard Lloyd and Sir Javier confront the ant colony together, successfully eliminating all the ants. The other person agrees, adding that Lloyd carried Sir Javier out on his back, even though Lloyd himself was half dead. They remark that he has completely changed from the Lord Lloyd Frontra they knew. Meanwhile, Lloyd remains unconscious and Javier sits nearby. In the morning, Lloyd opens his eyes. The system notified that all of Baron Frontra's subjects were deeply moved by his heroic courage and sent their praises. As a reward for this great achievement, he has been awarded a large amount of bonus RP. His current RP is 7, and it has reached a total of 507. Lloyd thinks who cares about being a hero, but 500 RP, that's sweet. The following morning, the soldiers labor in the mines, where Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive. Upon seeing them, the soldiers greet them with a good day. Lloyd expresses his gratitude once again for their gracious service, to which they respond positively. One of the soldiers privately reflects that Lloyd, who fought and risked his life for them, is different from regular aristocrats. In their eyes, he embodies noblesse oblige. Lloyd, however, finds the situation uncomfortable. It has been 2 weeks since the wild ant incident, and during this time, mine operations have proceeded smoothly. Despite everything appearing to be in order, Lloyd emphasizes the importance of safety, especially at this moment. He feels the need to identify even the smallest hazards and address them. Javier observes the soldiers searching the ant tunnels again and asks if he may pose a question. Lloyd responds, urging him to be brief as there is very little air in the confined space. Javier questions why Lloyd is personally undertaking such dangerous work and suggests that he could have the workers handle it. He contemplates whether Lloyd is genuinely concerned about the workers' safety. Lloyd, asserting his position as the heir to the land, responds by calling Javier a fool. He emphasizes that the greater the risk, the more reason for the person in charge to be on the front line, ensuring that no one can criticize when he receives the most money. Javier reflects on Lloyd, unable to discern if he is good or bad. The system notified that Javier's approval rating of Lloyd was about to rise but didn't. Despite being told that they have reached the end of the tunnel, Javier disagrees, suggesting there might be a space behind it. Meanwhile, Javier inquires if it's necessary to keep digging to find out more. He initiates the digging and expresses concern about the possibility of the place being filled with ant eggs, emphasizing that it would be detrimental if they were to hatch. As he enters a hole, he discovers someone tied up inside. Within the hole, Javier observes pigs and a person bound in a spider web. Javier, deciding the situation looks dangerous, takes out his sword. Lloyd places a hand on Javier's shoulder, reassuring him and remarking that despite appearances, Javier is quite reckless. Lloyd asks about the creature, and Javier responds, questioning what Lloyd means. Lloyd clarifies that it is an orc. When asked if it's dead, Javier doubts it, mentioning that wild ants often paralyze their prey and store them for later consumption. Lloyd smiles, considering it a jackpot and an amazing new item. After a while, they escort him to the palace and provide him with food. When he awakens, he introduces himself as Arash Oink. He expresses gratitude for saving his life, stating that he won't forget the deed. Curious, he questions if Arash intentionally says Oink to make his character stand out. Arash denies any knowledge of what he's talking about, saying Oink. Reflecting, he acknowledges that Arash, the son of the Orc tribe chief, recovered swiftly thanks to the Baron's physician. Arash emphasizes that being the son of the Sand and Steel tribe chief, he does not forget acts of kindness. Arash then offers to grant him anything he desires. Excitedly, he asks if he can really get what he wants. Thinking about saving Arash, he requests 120 orcs to work in the mine. Arash, considering it impossible, is questioned about why he can't fulfill the request. Arash mentions that it's because he just clicked his tongue like a bad man. Firmly refusing, he states that it's a habit of his, just like Arash's oink. Arash asserts that orcs are all warriors, oink, and warriors only follow a warrior's orders, oink. He adds that Lloyd is not a warrior, so even if they provide him with orcs, he can't give them orders, oink. Lloyd Fronterer reflects on this revelation, realizing that orcs in the wild must bring the head of a wild ant for their coming-of-age ceremony. Speculating that Arash may have accidentally ventured too far into the ant cave and got paralyzed, he thinks of something and flicks his tongue. Lloyd acknowledges the situation, expressing that there seems to be nothing they can do. In a light-hearted tone, he congratulates Arash on completing his coming-of-age ceremony and applauds. Arash refuses the congratulations, stating that he didn't catch a wild ant and got paralyzed, making it a failure, onik. Confused, Lloyd questions what Arash is talking about. Arash points towards Queen Ant and mentions that they caught that creature together, Arash and Lloyd. Arash responds that he doesn't recall catching an ant that big. Lloyd counters, saying his memory must have been affected when he was paralyzed. He goes on to describe the unbelievable sight he witnessed in the ant nest, where the queen ant resembled a pile of rags, quivering, and then exclaimed, he can't believe he was attacked by a young orc, placing his hand on his shoulder. Arash inquires if wild ants can talk, asking no, wait, can wild ants talk, onik? Lloyd confirms, stating that they can indeed talk very well. Lloyd expresses gratitude to Arash, acknowledging that with his help, they were able to easily strike down the weakened wild ant. He emphasizes that the wild ants were caught by both Arash, the great warrior, and himself. Arash modestly replies that Lloyd is also a great warrior. Lloyd then brings up the matter of the 120 worker orcs. Arash assures him, stating he will have them, oink. 1 week later, in the village of the Sand and Steel tribe of wild orcs, he reflects on how they completed the long journey to bring back the worker orcs. The tribe head, Akush, apologizes, stating that Lloyd, the human, cannot have his request granted, onik. Lloyd Fronterer looks at them surprisingly, wondering why they changed their minds again. Lloyd inquires about the reason for Akush's refusal, addressing him as His Highness Akush, the great chief of the Sand and Steel tribe. Akush explains that their tribe consumes a significant amount of meat to build up their muscles, onik. He adds that they hunt every day in 3 shifts to prevent muscle loss, as any reduction in muscle mass would jeopardize the survival of their tribe. Akush mentions that they cannot decrease the number of warriors on the hunt. Lloyd, taken aback, responds, hang on, he goes out hunting every single day. Akush agrees, stating that meat spoils after 1 day, leading to muscle loss if not consumed promptly. He contemplates the focus on muscle loss with Akush, and Javier interjects, stating that protein and muscles are essential for the life of these men, suggesting that they should give up. Lloyd Fronterer, however, proposes an alternative, asking what if his meat could last multiple days without spoiling. He adds that this way, he wouldn't have to go hunting 3 times a day and could lend them his worker orcs. Confirming his understanding, he asks if that is what Lloyd is suggesting. Akush agrees, acknowledging that their orcs would like to repay Lloyd's kindness, but they cannot risk muscle loss. Lloyd responds optimistically, expressing his belief that it is possible. He reiterates, saying that he can make the meat last for days without spoiling. Lloyd Fronterer thinks let's win back to when they first arrived at the village. Arash becomes emotional and runs to his father, while his father also becomes emotional. They both quickly ran to hug each other. Lloyd Fronterer thinks that all they did was hug each other, but the power was enormous. If he were caught between them, he would be turned to smithereens. He thinks that if he could get 120 workers like that, their productivity would increase by hundreds of times. Another thing that caught his eye was Arash telling his father that he had brought back the head of the queen ant while showing him the head. Akush and his other tribe members become so excited, and his father says he is so proud of him, calling his son fantastic. In celebration, today will be a grueling leg day, while the other tribe members hold heavy things and perform leg exercises. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer looks at them and wonders what they are doing with those priceless objects. He thinks they probably pillaged some village or just picked them up somewhere, but they don't see them as anything more than fitness tools. He mentions that's why he made a contract with the tribe chief to get the worker orcs and their treasure. Javier explains that the contractor will build a sick bingo for the client, and the contractor will receive the fitness tools as payment. However, fitness equipment made of stone will be provided in their place, as he reads the contract. Lloyd asks what this is sick bingo and thinks of yet another thing he has neither seen nor heard of. He replies that he knows how, at the royal palace, some mages use ice magic to preserve food. He mentions that this is like a building that can achieve the same effect, but without the aid of magic. Javier inquires about where he learned such techniques, and Lloyd responds that he acquired the knowledge at a student society. Javier seeks clarification on what a student society is, and Lloyd declines to explain, expressing surprise at how much Javier doesn't know. Lloyd continues, emphasizing the need for granite to build the sick bingo, describing it as an extremely strong rock. Javier comments that it doesn't seem easily detachable. Lloyd agrees, acknowledging its hardness, but suggests they have an alternative to dynamite. He turns toward Javier with a plan in mind. Javier, realizing he might be used as a substitute for dynamite, recalls a significant episode from the book Night of Blood and Iron involving Namaran's Wall, a city trapped within a powerful evil magic force field. Inside the city are thousands of refugees that Javier needs to save. As Javier gazes at the evil magical wall, he prepares himself for the upcoming challenge. By then, Javier had already attained sword master status and could form up to 4 mana circles. However, even he could do nothing but helplessly watch as the refugees had their mana sucked out of them. He felt the urgent need to save them, even if it cost him his life. Without realizing it, he created his lethal skill, forming 1 circle to protect the main mana heart, and a flash appeared. The remaining 3 circles were smashed together as Javier ran to attack the evil magical wall, unleashing his mana blasts and breaking through that formidable barrier. Lloyd Fronterer reflects that from that moment onward, the mana blast would become one of the Night of Blood and Iron's signature moves, along with the Asrehan core technique. Meanwhile, he inquires whether Javier thinks he can do something like that. Javier responds by asking him how he knows about things like this. He insists that it was just a thought that occurred to him and urges Javier to look into his eyes, questioning if they appear like the eyes of a liar. Javier agrees, stating that they do look like the eyes of an extremely annoying liar. He adds that his little Javier's heart is rather dark and suggests giving it a try, expressing excitement at the prospect of his swordsmanship evolving. Javier acknowledges that he is doing this to get something out of him. He responds casually, stating that he just wants what he wants, framing it as a win-win situation. Javier concedes that if it is indeed possible, it would be beneficial for him as well, so he agrees to give it a try. He smiles, contemplating the potential increase in productivity if this works out. Javier grips his sword and attempts to create a hole in the rock. He concentrates, forming one circle to protect the mana heart, and then mobilizes the remaining 2 circles. He commands the power to materialize and thrusts the sword into the rock, resulting in a bright flash emanating from the hole. He believes he succeeded on the first attempt. Javier emerges from the smoke, walking toward him with torn clothes and injuries. Javier inquires if he anticipated this outcome as well. He stops Javier, denying any anticipation, and apologizes sincerely. Javier remarks that regardless, his thinking proves to be correct this time as well and questions if it is now time for him to do some work for him. The system notifies him that Javier is grateful for his teaching, and his approval rating has increased by 3 points, reaching -11. Additionally, he earned 54 RP for improving his relationship with a key character, bringing his current RP to 561. Meanwhile, Javier mentions that, as he well knows, he is a knight, and he trains with his sword to protect his master, not to use it for construction. He grumbles, and Javier just looks at him and smiles. He tells Javier that he doesn't have to thank him. Javier turns, looks at him, and clarifies that he was not thanking him at all. Lloyd Frontera thinks that after that, construction went at a lightning pace. Javier sliced up blocks of granite while Pipodong transported them. Akush arrives and advises against picking it up like that, stating that they might throw their backs out. He instructs them to move and insists on showing them how it's done, waving his hand as a soldier attempts to hold a heavy block. He realizes that the orcs took up the job on their own, acting like some gym addicts, even though he didn't ask them. The tribe members quickly transport blocks to the mines, and one of them remarks that it's such a good workout, while another states that this is killer. Lloyd Frontera and his workers sit and observe them. Lloyd Frontera wipes his sweat with a hand fan, thinking that at this rate, they will finish 5 times faster than planned. Now all they need is some ice and insulation. He says to Javier those 5 men they sent out to fetch the insulation. How many days has it been? Javier replies 3 weeks to the day. Lloyd Frontera asks is not more than enough time for a trip there and back. Javier suggests one of 2 things may have happened. Either the men are being lazy and taking their time. Lloyd Frontera responds something must have happened to them and stands up. He says let's go look for them. Meanwhile, Javier blocks his way and requests permission to complete the mission on his own. He emphasizes that they don't know what misfortune has befallen the team, and the heir to the estate should not take that risk. Javier asks how many times he has to be told, asserting that he is the man in charge and is responsible for all his workers. Then he should let them go. As they move forward, he notices a glove and some straws. He picks them up, realizing that the glove is the special one he had made for their men, and the straws are for insulation. Javier calls him, and he inquires about what he found. Javier looks around and points out something unusual towards the Proja Gorge. He also stands up and asks how so. Javier mentions that the flow of mana seems unnatural, he supposes, and the feeling is very faint, so he is not entirely sure. He thinks about Proja Gorge, recalling an episode in the Night of Blood and Iron about it. He tells Javier to let go, stating that there's no time to lose. He asks if there is any suspicion, shouting that their men may already be dead, and he runs, leaving Javier in shock. As they move forward, they find more straws. Lloyd Frontera sits down, takes them, and stands up again, realizing that they have reached Lupulin's dungeon near the entrance of the mine. He recalls this place from an earlier encounter with Javier in the book, thinking it was the secret hideout of the dark sorcerer named Lupulin Dungeon. He reflects on how daring it is for someone to lay a hand on his property, considering it a violation of his property rights, and believes even the death penalty would be generous. They enter, and Javier requests him to follow behind. He tells Javier to wait and grabs him. Javier notices a magical circle under his feet, and a blast occurs. Javier asks if it's a magic booby trap, and he replies, asking if he's sure he's a knight. He questions how he cannot consider the possibility of traps like these, recalling from the book that Javier gets caught in the first trap, but in their situation Javier doesn't get caught again. Meanwhile, he observes that the flow of mana in this area seems a bit off. He suggests trying to focus on being more in tune with that sense, explaining that mana typically has a uniform concentration in the air. Thus, where a booby trap is planted, there will be an unnatural cluster of mana. Javier picks up on the mana signal and walks forward, indicating the direction by saying this way. Lloyd Frontera smiles, acknowledges, and follows him, commenting on Javier's proficiency in this skill. Javier thinks to himself that Lloyd Frontera always evades a straight answer with lies, but there is no doubt that Lloyd Frontera knows exactly what is happening now and what will happen in the future. However, Javier also notes that he doesn't sense any significant mana or special energy from Lloyd Frontera. Despite this, he decides to focus on the task at hand, the immediate rescue of those soldiers. On the other side, Lupulin is engrossed in reading a book. Suddenly, he turns and looks at the door, suspecting that a trap has been triggered by intruders. Lupulin wonders if they are here to rescue the men he abducted a while ago. He closes his book, convinced that the intruders are likely dead, and thinks that the preparations are finally complete. Opening the door, Lupulin hopes that this time the experiment will succeed. He discovers all the soldiers of Lloyd Frontera and grabs one of them by the hair, dragging them into another room. The frightened person pleads with Lupulin not to kill him. Ignoring the pleas, Lupulin throws him into a magical circle and brandishes a large sickle, poised to kill. He describes it as a pentacle connected to the underworld, a sickle soaked in blood for 100 days, and a young human deeming it perfect while the soldier cries out for help. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera sternly warns that if Lupulin touches his belongings, he will kill him. Lupulin, angered by the threat, contemplates how they managed to reach this point despite the hundreds of traps he set. He proceeds to construct his magical circle and prepares to attack, releasing a gas into the air. They all sense the smoke, prompting Lloyd Frontera to quickly exhale a breath and seal his mouth shut, ceasing his breathing. Lupulin identifies the gas as sleeping gas potent enough to knock out an elephant. He anticipates having 2 more individuals for sacrifice and smirks secretly. Lloyd Frontra employs his Energizer Flash to shield himself. The system notifies that the Asrahan Core Technique option, the Energizer, is activated, ensuring he will not experience fatigue for 10 minutes. He begins digging with his shovel, thinking that he doesn't even need 10 minutes, and that he has the energy to spare now, unlike when he was in the ant cave. Javier, holding his nose tightly, wonders if it's allergies. He believes he is immune to all forms of sleeping medication. As he shovels, he considers how he is digging in like a mole. He quickly digs, thinking about mocking Javier about this the next chance he gets. Returning, he calls out to Javier, telling him to get inside the hole. Javier swiftly enters the hole and stabs his sword into a rock beneath the ground, unleashing a mana blast. A fire blast occurs and flames shoot out of the hole. Lupulin becomes scared and trembles at the sight. After a while, Lloyd Frontra attempts to emerge from the hole, remarking that he bet Lupulin has never seen an entrance like this before. Lupulin once again constructs his magical circle, pondering what kind of monster this is. He sits in a large magical circle and performs a magic spell, summoning a giant two-faced monster that roars loudly. Lupulin reflects on how his reincarnation spell keeps failing, but he has inadvertently created this extremely powerful ghoul as a byproduct. He believes there is no way anyone will even scratch its steely skin. The monster roars at both of them as they prepare to fight. Lloyd Frontra warns Javier that this opponent is going to be quite tough and mentions its weakness is its legs. Javier runs to attack the monster, delivering a mana blast slash that cuts it into 2 pieces. Lupulin watches in fear as all of this unfolds. Lloyd Frontra thinks to himself that Javier used the mana blast to cut the creature in half, realizing that it's not even in the book. Lupulin believes they are going to kill him, realizing there is no way he can beat these two. Lloyd Frontra sits near him, holding his shovel, and remarks that Lupulin set his construction back by weeks by abducting his men. He asks how Lupulin is going to make up for this. Lupulin bows down, thinking he will get on his hands and knees to get out of this alive, and pleads for forgiveness, asking to be spared. Lloyd Frontra tells him to shut it, expressing no interest in Lupulin's apologies and demands to know how he is going to compensate him. Lupulin mentions that the cave is full of valuable tools for sorcery and promises to give Lloyd Frontra everything. Lloyd Frontra questions if Lupulin is claiming that everything in the cave belongs to him, to which Lupulin replies affirmatively, urging him to take it all. Javier arrives, holding a worker in a bad state, and reports that the men are all worn out but seem otherwise fine. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges this and remarks that a few days more, they would have starved to death. He questions Lupulin about his plans for the abducted men. Lupulin admits he was researching how to bring back the dead. Lloyd Frontra inquires if that is even possible and asks what he would do if he could. He reveals he was attempting to bring back his deceased wife and child. He explains that he worked as a sorcerer in his lord's castle and lived an ordinary life with his family, emphasizing that it was not just normal but a very happy life. However, his lord, who turned out to be a friend, tried to steal his wife away from him. In an attempt to escape, he planned to run away with his family, but his lord tracked them down. Lloyd Frontra interrupts, telling him to stop and expressing his disinterest in the sob story. Lloyd Frontra questions Lupulin, asking if he believes bringing his wife and child back to life would make them grateful for the hundreds of innocent people he killed in the process. Lupulin tries to say something, but Lloyd Frontra points out the ghoul he created and the lives sacrificed to make it, including the happiness, families, and lives of innocent people. Lloyd Frontra questions if none of that matters just because Lupulin has a tragic story. He asserts that, no matter how Lupulin spins it, it won't change who he really is, a person who crushed the happiness of others and became a serial murderer. Overwhelmed, Lupulin starts crying. Lloyd Frontra stands up and declares that he will return with his men to collect the tools. As he leaves, he warns Lupulin that if he tries to hurt anyone again, there will be no mercy. Lupulin bows down, expressing immense gratitude. Lloyd Frontra contemplates the events in the novel where Javier forgives Lupulin, forces him out of his laboratory, and Lupulin goes on to kill hundreds more, altering his own body and becoming an annoying villain that Javier must face once again. Despite knowing all of this, Lloyd Frontra finds himself walking away from Lupulin. Suddenly, Lupulin attacks them from behind with magic. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and reminds Lupulin that he explicitly told him there would be no mercy. He believes it's because he foresaw this outcome from the beginning. Javier attacks Lupulin, cuts his neck, and ultimately kills him. The story shifts to a worker's head, who insults another worker and questions where his manners have gone. The worker insists that his bow needs to be at 90 degrees. Reflecting on a past experience with an old guy who would curse him for no reason, the worker mentions that every time he acted out, he would apologize, promising to be more careful. The worker's head advises him to learn some manners, referring to him as a little shit. The worker believes that kindness brings more kindness, and he avoids confrontation, understanding that conflict begets conflict. As the worker's head prepares to leave, he comments on how kids these days do not learn any manners. He bows down, thinking that if he treats others with respect one day, it will be returned. Despite the provocations, he holds back each time, maintaining a positive mindset. The scene shifts to the next morning as the worker greets his head with a cheerful good morning. However, the head worker responds by again abusing him, questioning why he is shouting and claiming he almost broke his eardrum, referring to him as a little prick. The worker believes the head underestimated him, taking him for a weak pushover. Dismissing the insults, the head worker calls him pathetic and moves to leave. Frustrated, the worker tries to ignore the provocations, thinking that letting it go will bring an end to the situation. He realizes that exploding in anger will only make things worse now and contemplates the idea of inner peace. Despite his efforts, the head worker laughs and suggests that his parents must be ashamed to have a kid like him. Unable to contain his anger, the worker places his hand on the head worker's shoulder, calls him, and delivers a hard punch to his face. Other workers are shocked and inquire about the situation. The worker continues to punch the head worker repeatedly and then kicks him. In the midst of the brawl, he reflects on the consequences, thinking that he is now in trouble. Other workers intervene, catching him and putting an end to the fight. The head worker instructs them to knock it off, stating that it's enough. The worker, reflecting on the aftermath, wonders what will happen next. As the day progresses, he resumes working on the construction site. The head worker passes by without saying anything, and he feels a sense of peace, finally having some tranquility in his surroundings. The scene shifts back to the cave where Javier kills Lupulin. Lloyd Frontra walks away from there, placing his shovel on his shoulder. He reflects that there are clearly times when violence must be stopped with violence and believes that they should not sink to their level. He contemplates the situation, noting that in Korea, murderers, attackers, and fraudsters are often given only a slap on the wrist because they also have rights. He dismisses this notion, thinking it's laughable, as he believes villains deserve a punishment befitting a villain. After a while, Lloyd Fronters walks with workers through the forest. One worker becomes very tired. Lloyd Fronters looks at him, expressing concern that he is about to pass out, and hands him his bags. He reassures the worker that he can handle them. Lloyd Fronters also instructs other workers to give their bags to the tired worker, making it an order. He ties all the bags together. Despite protests from a worker who suggests they will carry them, Lloyd Fronters puts the bags on his back and sternly states that if he hears another word, no one will receive a bonus. He emphasizes, "Now let's go," and the workers all become emotional. Javier contemplates whether Lloyd Frontera doesn't want more weight for them to carry, or if he genuinely worries about them. Uncertain of the reason, he acknowledges that, for these men, it doesn't matter right now. He believes that for them, Master Lloyd Frontiers is a leader they can trust and follow. The system window notifies that the rescued soldiers have been deeply moved by his actions, and through their words, this touching episode will soon spread far and wide. It asks if this was a challenging experience. He questions the notion of a rewarding experience, stating that if the reward is not money, he is not interested. After a while at Siak Bingo, Arash stands in a jail, addressing the fact that this is Siak Bingo. Lloyd Fronters and Javier also stand there observing him. Arash remarks that it is only a little cooler than outside, causing the meat to spoil and resulting in muscle loss. Lloyd Fronters acknowledges this, noting that the place is still ongoing and there is no ice yet. Arash questions the lack of ice in the hot wasteland, to which Lloyd Fronters suggests making some. Arash asks how, and Lloyd Fronters replies with a smile, saying they can find a way somehow. The system window raises doubts, questioning if they brought back a conman, oink, and suggesting that the story about the queen ant might also be a lie if Arash is more stupid than they thought. Lloyd Fronters internally dismisses these thoughts, telling the system to shut it, asserting that he never considered Arash a fool and emphasizing that Arash is a very important pushover customer. The system persists, stating that those thoughts are not his. Arash, on the other hand, believes that Lloyd saved him, and that he should not consider Lloyd a bad man. He moves up the stairs and says to let him know if he needs any help. Lloyd Fronters waves toward him and assures him that there's nothing to worry about, they will be done soon. Javier, curious, asks how Lloyd Fronters plans on making ice. Lloyd Fronters looks at him and acknowledges that it's a good question, asking for suggestions. Javier interprets the look as meaning Lloyd Fronters really needs a plan. He confronts Lloyd Fronters, pointing out that he made a contract with them without a plan and questioning if he was planning to defraud them. Lloyd Fronters responds by stating that unsuccessful people often find numerous reasons not to do something, using excuses like they can't do this or that because of various reasons. He emphasizes that successful people, on the other hand, start things and figure them out somehow, which he identifies as innovation. According to him, that is the mindset of an entrepreneur. Javier is skeptical and thinks there is no way, not a chance. Those people are 1,000 times more likely to fail than succeed. After a while, he sits on the mountain edge and contemplates something. He considers the idea of first making a giant ice cube mold. Once Peepodong and Bangle retrieve water from the lake to fill the mold, they will be ready to proceed. He reflects that in this world, there is ice magic. He ponders how ice magic works, thinking that through magic, individuals manipulate mana to change its arrangement at will. He recollects feeling this every day during his training in absorbing mana. Acknowledging that there are different types of mana in the natural world, each with other properties, he envisions taking that mana and changing it in a specific way to create magic. However, he admits that he does not know how to wield mana at will. After a while, Lloyd Fronters, along with Peepodong and Bangle, guides them, saying, "This way over here." He presents a water pot and contemplates that he can do something similar. Placing his hand in the water, he employs the Asrahan core technique and starts absorbing mana. He intends to drink only the warm mana and leave behind the cold mana, but realizes he did it the other way around and tries again, acknowledging that it's more challenging than he thought. Javier stands behind, observing everything, and reflects on the mindset of starting things and figuring them out somehow. He finds it irresponsible and reckless, at least, that's what he initially thought. However, he notices Lloyd Fronters figuring out a way as if he's showing off, and he realizes there may be no stopping him. Lloyd Fronters harnesses his power. The system window notifies that he has developed a new application for the Asrahan core technique, leveling up the skill to Asrahan core technique double circle level 2. The scene shifts to a few days later. People of the Sand and Steel tribe observe the ice block and remark that Lloyd Fronters made ice. Lloyd Fronters states that all they need to do now is put in the insulation, and they are done. Akush expresses amazement, noting that now they won't have to throw out any meat. Arash adds that they won't have to hunt every day, and in celebration, today will be a triceps day, and everyone will be called to the square. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd Fronters thinks about the mindset of an entrepreneur. Javier agrees, acknowledging that he is right. The leader of the tribe expresses deep gratitude to Lloyd Fronters, the human. Lloyd Fronters modestly responds that they are too kind, as he was merely fulfilling the terms of their contract. The system window notifies that Lloyd Fronters receives 120 orc workers. Akush, a member of the tribe, emphasizes that orcs are different from humans. They don't take things for granted just because of a contract. He states that when they are grateful, they show it. Therefore, Akush from the Sand and Steel tribe makes a vow to Lloyd Frontera. He declares that from this moment, they are considered family Lloyd Fronters and the Sand and Steel tribe. They perform some moves and proclaim themselves blood brothers. Lloyd Frontera is shocked by this gesture. Akush adds that the Fronteras are their friends and an enemy of the Fronteras, an enemy of their tribe. He assures Lloyd Frontera that if anyone causes them trouble, they will be at their side. The system window appears in front of Lloyd Fronters and notifies him that the tribe has opened up, accepting him as a true friend. The Orc tribe's approval rating of him has risen, increasing his RP, and he receives a special bonus RP for helping the tribe open up, bringing his current RP to 611. In response, Lloyd Fronters exclaims, "Long live the Sand and Steel tribe." Lloyd Fronters says that when they arrived back in town after the long and arduous journey a while later, the townspeople were understandably frightened. He reflects that it's no wonder, with 120 frighteningly muscly orcs entering the town, he should issue an announcement to try and quell their fears. He acknowledges that, for starters, people tend to think of orcs as scary. Lloyd Fronter's parents also get frightened. He feels even the Baron, who knew why he went to see the orc tribe, was frozen in fear when he saw them in person. Then there was the unexpected bonus. The system window notifies that the story of his defeating the Dark Sorcerer and rescuing the soldiers is spreading throughout the land. The people are praising him for valiance and courage. It notifies that there is a bonus RP for a special achievement, plus 300, bringing his current RP to 911. He thinks of forgetting the praise but comes to Papa, RP, and first things first, the Baron said he would find some wealthy merchants for the orcs' exercise equipment, and now all they have left to deal with is the Dark Sorcerer's tools. After a while, Lloyd Fronter sits, holds a fire magic ball, and checks some books. Javier stands behind him and asks if there is anything of monetary value. Lloyd Fronter responds that he is not sure and is looking first to see if there is anything they can use before selling it. He spots a book and thinks, what's this? He mentioned that he needed to head to his place and would leave Javier to tidy up the rest. After a while, he runs toward the cave and asks where Tords is. He mentions that he was looking for him. Lloyd Fronter points to him and shares some good news. He asks if Tords remembers the terms of their contract, specifically the part about working for 520 years. Tords confirms that he does. Lloyd Fronter remarks that, upon reflection, that clause was ridiculous and a joke. However, he assures Tords that he doesn't have to worry anymore. He shows him an article in the book and says, here, there's a spell that can turn a corpse into a ghoul he can control. He exclaims that it means he can work the whole 520 years and asks if that is not exciting or sounds fun. Tords does not say anything. He asks if he is the only one excited about this. He tells him to smile, but Tords starts crying. He encourages him by saying to keep up the great work, and he can do it, then leaves from there. The system window notifies that the rules of the underworld are impressed by him and would like to offer him a position. He thinks of shutting it. What did he do wrong? He happily runs from there. After a while, he walks into a castle and thinks now he needs to discuss some things with the Baron. He checks a room and notices he is not there. Emily comes behind him and says the Baron is in the reception room, and he has some guests. He asks which guests. She says Mr. Cinchillon and Mr. Meatloaf. He gets excited to hear their names and makes strange faces. She asks what is with that face. Meanwhile, Monolander Meatloaf informs Baron that, as he already knows, their policy is to receive the principal of the loan in a single repayment. However, just this once, a special arrangement will be made so he can repay 10% of the principal, provided he hands over the rights to Meatloaf. Meatloaf questions why Baron is not responding and asserts that answering would result in a reduction in his interest payment, which would be beneficial for him. Just then, Lloyd Fronter knocks on the door and announces himself as Lloyd. He politely asks for permission to enter. Baron responds affirmatively, saying, yes, please come in. He opens the door, enters and greets them, expressing his hope that they have both been well. Meatloaf presents some papers to Lloyd, cautioning him against making threats and stating that they have an official invitation. Lloyd Fronter laughs, acknowledging his intellectual nature, and mentions overhearing the enticing offer Meatloaf is presenting. He boldly proposes an offer of his own. In response, Meatloaf expresses his disinterest, stating that he does not care for any offer from Lloyd. He declares that moving forward, they will repay their debts in smaller tranches, and he will, of course, lower the interest accordingly. Meatloaf interrupts, stating he had made it clear he did not want to hear it, and questions how dare he. Despite the objection, he smiles and mentions that both parties can present less than ideal offers. Expressing anger, Arash enters the room and demands to know who dares to anger his Frontera brother. Meatloaf and Shillan become frightened. Arash warns that anyone causing trouble for the Fronteras will face the full force of the Sand and Steel tribe. Lloyd Frontera intervenes, questioning Arash about the misunderstanding, to which Arash clarifies that it sounded like they were shouting at Lloyd. Lloyd denies this, attributing it to his loud voice. Assuring them not to worry about him or his offer, Arash asks for their opinion. Lloyd Frontera inquires whether they should refuse it. Arash, concerned about hurting Frontera's feelings, threatens to tear anyone who hurts him to pieces. In response, Meatloaf and Shillan quickly run away from the scene. Lloyd Frontera observes the invitation letter and expresses that if he had things his way, he would cancel the debt entirely. However, recognizing that it would be a crime, they will have to make do with these changes. Baron acknowledges this, saying yes and expressing gratitude. Lloyd mentions that the Ondal construction business is gradually expanding, and the mining of soft coal is progressing smoothly. He assures Baron that they will be able to pay off the debts in no time. Lloyd emphasizes the importance of keeping the contract safe, handing the paper to Baron, who confirms with a sure. However, Lloyd notes a significant problem they are facing. If not resolved, it could lead to serious consequences. He points to Arash and mentions that these guys consume 10 times more than a normal human. The cost of feeding them is substantial, and if this continues, they may accumulate more debt. Baron reacts with shock upon hearing this revelation. He reflects, reaffirming his belief that the orcs are the best miners. Arash begins digging the tunnel, working tirelessly. Lloyd Frontera arrives at the site and inquires from a worker about Arash's location. The worker points to Arash, stating that it's that orc over there who has been working non-stop for 24 hours. The workers manage to catch Arash with difficulty. Lloyd Frontera instructs them to get Arash out of there, emphasizing that he wants to see him back the next day. Arash protests, expressing his reluctance to rest as he intends to work out his muscles. He believes that the orc's remarkable fitness and insatiable desire for a workout have resulted in a productivity increase of more than tenfold. Arash inquires about wages, specifically mentioning money, and stating that orcs have no need for it. He believes they even refuse to be paid. However, he notes that orcs only ask for their bellies to be full, acknowledging that it's easier said than done. After a while, Lloyd Frontera sits with his father, Baron, and asserts that they must increase tax revenues exponentially. They need the funds to purchase meat for the orcs, and by considering the productivity of the mines, they would never incur losses. Baron acknowledges the point but expresses concern for the people's current struggles, emphasizing that raising taxes is challenging for them. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges the difficulty, stating that raising taxes without a valid reason would be akin to robbery. He questions who would be willing to work hard if their earnings were to be taken away. Such a practice, he argues, would result in a decrease in tax revenues, leading to losses. Baron queries how he proposes to raise tax revenue. Lloyd Fronteras simplifies the solution, suggesting that they need to enable people to earn more money. He proposes focusing on the forgotten northern lands, specifically transforming the Merit's wetlands into farmland. By providing this land to the people, they can farm to their heart's content, make a profit, and consequently contribute significant tax payments. After a while, Lloyd Frontera walks into fields filled with water, carrying his shovel on his shoulder alongside Javier. Javier remarks that this land has been abandoned for hundreds of years and questions how people will farm here. Lloyd responds, expressing confidence in his plan, but he asks Javier to wait, acknowledging that he needs to emphasize the difficulty of the task. Sitting near the water, Lloyd notes the complexity of the terrain and the numerous variables involved. He realizes the necessity of building something to drain the water, especially during rain, and acknowledges that he has no choice but to resort to the old-fashioned way. He starts making pathways with mud in between the water, expressing doubt about the success of his attempts. After some time, Lloyd continues his efforts to create pathways with mud in the water. Baron arrives and asks Javier how many days it has been. Javier responds that it has been 21 days, during which he has not rested or eaten properly. He inquires if he should stop him. Baron responds negatively, stating that despite being his father, there was a time when he despised him. He questioned whether he would ever mature into a man, but miraculously, he has transformed into a different person, actively working to assist the land. Baron admits that he may not be able to provide direct help, but he does not want to be an obstacle in his path. Javier commends Baron's wise decision, highlighting that the current Master Lloyd is the type of person who never gives up on keeping his word. The system window notifies that Baron Frontera's approval rating has increased, and he has received 20 RP, with his current RP standing at 931. As time passes, he navigates through the mud between the water and realizes that it's draining away. He reflects on how the water draining away symbolizes the influx of tax money, and he envisions being showered with that sweet golden money. Feeling relaxed, he thinks that the work was demanding but not as bad, especially compared to staying up all night doing part-time construction work. Observing the status window, he is notified that his efforts have significantly impacted the special skill of architectural design, unlocking a new skill. He reveals that the design skill option 3 is simulation mode, allowing him to use data obtained from surveying the land to create a virtual simulation. He uses the skill to check the mountain structure and waterways. Attempting to stretch a mountain, he becomes frustrated, questioning why this information is only revealed now after working tirelessly for an entire month. The system window responds, pointing out that he had just mentioned it was not that bad. He remarks that he was merely saying that in reality, it was quite challenging. The system window notifies him that only knowledge he has acquired himself is enhanced with skills, all due to his wish. Reflecting on when he first arrived, he mentions his wish but expresses confusion, stating that he still does not understand if he knows what his wish had to do with coming to this world. He explains that his wish was simple: to get through college, obtain a license, secure a position in a good company, and not have to worry about money. The system window counters, stating that those were merely goals, while a wish is something much more intense, transcending all time and space. He dismisses the seemingly nonsensical conversation, saying that they should stop and get back to the numerous tasks he has at hand. He then calls Pipadong and Bangul, asking if they would like to meet a new friend. The scene shifts to the next morning as he stands in the fields, announcing the first stage of the Merit's Wetlands Reclamation Project. He states that he will need 2 individuals to eliminate all the water from the wetlands. Pipadong and Bangul both react with shock to the challenging task ahead. Acknowledging that the job is too big for just the 2 of them, he places Pipadong and Bangul on the floor, explaining that he is going to introduce them to some new friends. Determined, he decides to use all the RP he has to summon as many allies as possible, requesting the system window to show him the summons game screen. The system window appears, notifying him that in the random summons game, 1 turn is equal to 100 RP. Considering that the RP needed increases by 5 times each turn, he can summon 4 entities. Clicking the start button, he believes he doesn't need any special skills. He needs ones that can grow as big as Pipadong and Bangul. He contemplates the noisy process of carrying the water each time. A magical circle appears in front of them, and a small creature-like ball named Humming emerges, hitting Lloyd Frontera's nose and causing it to bleed. Regaining his composure, Lloyd Frontera sees Hamming and thinks of it as a hippo, or more precisely, a water-guzzling hippo. Pipadong and Bangul express joy at seeing Hamming, and he starts playing with them. Interrupting the play, Lloyd Frontera apologizes and asks if he could have Hamming's instruction manual. Hamming spits out a paper. Lloyd Frontera, accustomed to this behavior, takes the instruction manual, reads it, and inquires if Hamming doesn't grow bigger with sunflower seeds. He wonders if he has received a defective summon this time. He looks at Hamming and instructs him to show the summons game screen. The system window notifies that the summons game can only be played once a day. He expresses frustration, calling it a complete waste. Bangul becomes angry upon hearing this, while Hamming and Pipadong appear sad. He asks if he is being mean, understanding that they may need someone larger for their next project. He comments that Hamming, being so small, is deemed useless, further provoking Pipadong and Bangul. He relents, acknowledging that the 2 are scaring him. He then questions Hamming about his skill, suggesting it might be something related to dehumidifying, and if so, he could be placed in his closet. The system window notifies that Hamming's skill is a one-shot level 1. He queries about the term one-shot, and whether Hamming can drink a large amount of water in one go. Hamming nods in agreement, and when asked how much, he responds, as much as his stomach can hold. He reflects on how he thought this was going to be a perfect skill, realizing that his luck may have been too good to be true. They all move from the spot, and he encourages Hamming to demonstrate. Hamming starts drinking water, growing bigger and bigger in the process. He contemplates whether he is imagining it, or if Hamming does indeed look bigger than before. Hamming continues drinking water, growing until he becomes the biggest. Lloyd Frontera is shocked to witness this. Hamming drinks all the available water, leaving Lloyd Frontera astonished at how quickly it can consume such quantities. He realizes that if Hamming can drink this much so rapidly, they could potentially eliminate all the water in a few days. Pipadong and Bangul express joy at the sight. Perplexed, Lloyd Frontera asks why the 2 look so smug. He then calls a messenger and questions whether the summons are truly random, noting that he always seems to receive the exact skill he needs. The system window responds, explaining that when he enters another world, he typically possesses some special skill. However, being a human with no innate skill or luck, he might have been fortunate to receive a lucky random summon as his special skill, or perhaps not. Lloyd Fronterer critiques the vagueness and questions if the system is even trying. He invites Hamming to drink more, encouraging it to drink to its heart's content, as they will begin reclaiming the Merit's wetlands tomorrow, starting with the vertical drainage system. The workers are shocked to see the enlarged Hamming. Lloyd Fronterer outlines the plan, starting with Hamming removing all the water from the wetlands by spitting out the consumed water into the river. After getting smaller, Hamming repeats the process. Then, they proceed to clear any weeds or debris from the exposed ground. Javier drives his sword into the ground and employs mana black magic to create holes with mana blasts. Bamboo stalks are inserted into these holes, and the area is filled with sand to construct a sandbank. Simultaneously, Pipodong packs down the earth, and to extract water from the deepest parts of the soil, they use bamboo stalks like straws, with Hamming performing a one-shot to remove the water. Reflecting on the process, they build a level using Lloyd Fronterer's upgraded simulation skill. After 10 days of this routine, they complete a sector. Lloyd Fronterer acknowledges that there is still a lot of work to do but questions what will happen when they finish. They respond with enthusiasm, suggesting a bonus party. Lloyd Fronterer agrees, saying, "Alright, let's go," and they respond with determination, saying, "Let's do this." Javier looks around, realizing that the former wasteland is genuinely transforming into farmland. He contemplated when he started being involved in this project, finding it almost natural. Reflecting on his previous duties, he wonders what they were. Lloyd Fronterer arrives, calls Javier, and hands him a bag of seeds. He instructs Javier to plant the seeds over there and take care of them. Javier, questioning why a knight like him should do such a task, is told it's to eliminate pests and save the land. Agreeing, Javier starts planting the seeds, thinking about how he has been pulled into this once again and resolving to find a way out next time. Baron Fronterer arrives with his wife, observing the transformation of the wetlands into farmland. He remarks that not only he but also the people in the area must view this as a miracle. The workers appear happy with their work and notice Lloyd Fronterer with a smile. The system window notifies that everyone in the Fronterer barony feels deep awe and respect for the miracle he has performed. For this great achievement, he has been awarded a large amount of bonus RP. The notification indicates that the bonus RP for the special achievement is plus 450, bringing his current RP to 1281. He is pleased to see the updated RP. After a while, the seeds grow and transform into plants, with Javier watering them and smiling. Lloyd Fronterer remarks that now all they need to do is build a water wheel, and they will truly be done. He inquires about the water wheel, prompting Lloyd Fronterer to explain that it is needed to remove water when the rains come. Otherwise, all the reclaimed land will be underwater. He mentions that his engineers should be arriving soon. Suddenly, they spot a caravan approaching from the side, with people on horses. Lloyd Fronterer wonders who they are. Javier identifies them as Viscount Lacona's group from the north of the Merit's wetlands. A brown-haired man in the caravan asks who is in charge of the project. Javier advises him to show some manners, but Lloyd Fronterer stops him and identifies himself as the one in charge, asking if he can help them with something. The brown-haired man reveals that the land belongs to Viscount Lacona and orders them to leave immediately. Lloyd Fronterer expresses surprise at not being aware of this and asks if there's a way to resolve the situation. Lloyd Fronterer and Javier arrive at Marty's wetlands. Lloyd Fronterer reflects that for hundreds of years, people haven't set foot on this wasteland. However, for administrative purposes, the northern parts belong to Viscount Lacona and the southern parts belong to Baron Fronterer. He contemplates that Viscount Lacona waited until the land was reclaimed to assert his ownership, attempting to seize hold of this rich, fertile land without putting in any effort of his own. He acknowledges that the northern part of wetlands does belong to Viscount Lacona, at least for now. Addressing Viscount Lacona, Lloyd Fronterer questions whether he is suggesting that they are trespassing on his lordship's land. A brown-haired man affirms that, as a subject of His Royal Highness, Viscount Lacona was granted rights to this land. Lloyd Fronterer responds by dismissing him, stating that they are noblemen having a conversation and questioning why someone of lower status wouldn't keep his mouth shut. The brown-haired man becomes irritated, and the soldiers look at him surprisingly. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer steps forward, bowing down, and introduces himself as the eldest son of Baron Fronterer. Viscount Lacona acknowledges having heard of his crude behavior, expressing that he has nothing to say to him and instructs him to bring his father. Javier observes and thinks about how rude Viscount Lacona is. Annoyed, Lloyd Fronterer puts his finger in his ear, and Viscount Lacona asks if he doesn't hear him, instructing him to bring Baron Fronterer. Lloyd Fronterer refuses, stating that he can hear quite well, likening the request to the buzzing of some pesky fly. Viscount Lacona questions where the fly is and looks around quickly. The brown-haired man whispers to him that Lloyd Fronterer is insulting him. Viscount Lacona becomes angry and asks if he really did this. The man replies, citing the Land Act of the Kingdom Title 321, claiming special exemption regarding the development of barren land. Viscount Lacona shouts wait a minute and directs abusive remarks at him. In response, he calmly states Clause 1 is the aim, explaining that the aim of the law pertains to the development of long-standing barren land and the establishment of ownership of the reclaimed land. Viscount Lacona urges him to listen, and he proceeds with Clause 2's definition, clarifying that barren land refers to land that has been abandoned for over 100 years, with no residential or cultivation activities taking place. Continuing, he details Clause 3 is ownership. Any land meeting the specified requirements will be recognized as belonging to the developer of the barren land. He outlines the criteria. First, the land must be developed with a clear purpose through the investment of capital and labor. Second, it must be capable of supporting a residential building. Third, it should support long-term agricultural activity. He adds the fourth condition, stating that the land must have produced at least one harvest of a crop variety specified by law. As he walks, he takes a vegetable from the ground as an example. He instructs them to take these seeds, plant them all the way over there, and look after them. It's to get rid of the pests while handing over a bag of seeds. Congratulating everyone, he witnesses the historic first ever harvest of the Marty's wetlands, stating there is no charge. He is not that harsh and laughs. Viscount Lacona wonders where this brat came from and ponders if he planned all of this ahead of them. The vegetable is given to Viscount Lacona with the words here, take this as a gift, and a request for him to please leave the land. Viscount Lacona becomes irritated, and they all walk away. Javier asks if he heard a prophecy somewhere about their arrival. He questions what this prophecy is and states it isn't his first time dealing with those types of leeches trying to steal someone else's hard work. After a while, the soldiers become so excited and exclaim Master Lloyd has saved their land, 3 cheers for him. He looks at them and asks if he is paying them to cheer for him, then instructs them to get back to work. The heavy rain starts and waters his plants. He sits near the plants and reflects that with summer over, fall has arrived, bringing heavy rains. He has run hundreds of simulations, but there's no room for complacency. Javier comes and lifts an umbrella for him, while he thinks he needs to stay and ensure everything until the end. He needs to see if the Marty's wetlands can indeed be of use. After some time, the rain stops, and the system notifies him of a monumental achievement in construction. He has left an indelible mark in the history of civil engineering on the Laurasia continent. As a reward, he has received a large amount of skill experience. The system notifies him that the surveying skill has been upgraded by 2 levels, reaching intermediate surveying level 3 and adding land costs appraisal and subterranean scanning. The system once again notifies him that the design skill has been upgraded by 2 levels, achieving intermediate design level 3 and introducing map printing, floor plan marking, and 2D 3D simulation mode. He receives other notifications indicating that his approval rating with the Baron has increased by +5, as well as with the Baroness, Javier, Byron, and the townspeople, all by +5, except with the townspeople, which is +3. His current RP reaches 13. He smiles and says all done. Now, on to the next stage. Meanwhile, in the Locona Viscounty, Viscount Locona exclaims what's that reclaimed land migration incentives. He angrily slams his hand on the table. The administrator confirms that they are providing the land for free with full protection for 3 years. However, in exchange, the residents must live there for 5 years, and migration is being restricted. Viscount Locona responds, saying which means the residents will spend the last 2 years furiously cultivating the land, and they'll be the owners. It's their land. He thinks about the Marty's wetlands becoming the golden goose laying her golden eggs and feels a pang of jealousy, realizing it was his land and half of it belonged to him. He places his hand on his belly, which shines. Determined not to give up this fertile land, he calls the administrator again and instructs them to bring in the supervisor of the dye workshop. A few days later, in the morning, Lloyd Frontra wakes up in his bed and wonders why his head hurts so much. He contemplates if all the long days have finally caught up with him. Despite the pain, he realizes he can't just roll around in bed and needs to organize the sections and distribution allotment. He calls Javier to get up, informing him that he's heading to work. He questions why Javier looks so out of it and asks if he's also that tired. Javier, holding his head, gets up and mentions that this has never happened before, and the headache is quite severe. He thinks for a moment, considering if it can't be that. Yes. Emily, the maid of the Baron's estate, enters the room and apologizes, mentioning that she has had a bad headache since early in the morning. Mr. Punny Allop, a village farmer, also holds his head and informs them that it's not just him. His wife and little ones all have headaches. As he carries cow food on his shoulder, Michael, the farm boy in charge of the cows, adds that the cows have stopped drinking water since yesterday, risking dehydration. Lloyd Frontra and Javier come out into the village. Lloyd Frontra observes that it's affecting everyone in the village, and animals are avoiding water. He thinks he knew it. The water must be causing this. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledges that one of the strongest weapons he has right now is his knowledge of this world, similar to the Book Knight of Blood and Fire. However, he also realizes that after the wild ant incident, there are things that don't appear in the novel. Considering Viscount Lacona's possible interest in reclaiming the Merritt's wetland, he did some research into those individuals and uncovered something noteworthy. He contemplates that the Lacona region's primary source of income lies in their mysterious dyeing technology and the Ladona berry used for their dye. Realizing the potential impact, he becomes angry and directs abuses toward Lacona. The scene then shifts to the palace, where Arcos Frontra inquires about what was just said. The brown-haired person explains that it shouldn't have been difficult for him to understand. They demand half of the reclaimed Marty's wetlands, and in return, they will cease dumping their dye wastewater. Arcos Frontra reacts, stating that what they are doing is blackmail. The brown-haired person acknowledges it as blackmail, and when confronted about not fearing the law, he confidently replies that they are prepared to face legal consequences. He suggests Arcos Frontra could take him to court before Viscount Locona. Arcos Frontra, expressing his anger, questions whether the brown-haired person is not afraid of the law. He vows to formally take him to court before Viscount Locona, slamming his hands on the table. Unperturbed, the brown-haired person insists Arcos Frontra should go ahead and take legal action, asserting that he may even win. However, he points out that it will take at least 2 years for a verdict, and with legal fees and the cost of obtaining new drinking water, will Arcos Frontra be able to hold out for so long? Meanwhile, they both stand up, and the brown-haired man says well then, he looks forward to his wise decision. Lloyd Frontra firmly states that his son and his people have invested blood and sweat into the land, and he will not give a lowlife like the brown-haired man a single inch of it. In response, the brown-haired man bows down in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Lloyd Frontra and Javier open the door and swiftly subdue him, causing him to fall. Lloyd Frontra then reveals that it seems their parasitic neighbors have been tampering with their river water. He bows and suggests discussing countermeasures. The brown-haired person, angered, questions if he just insulted his master. He replies that he scared him, expressing surprise that parasite scum could understand humans. In response, the brown-haired person draws his sword and declares in anger that he has insulted the honor of this knight twice. In the name of Kernot, he challenges Lloyd Frontra to a duel. They both go out and engage in a duel. Lloyd Frontra repeatedly strikes the brown-haired man's head with a shovel, causing him to cry out and plead for mercy, saying he yields and begging Lloyd Frontra to stop hitting him. Lloyd Frontra agrees, stating that he's satisfied, but then mentions that it's for treating the Baron with disrespect and continues hitting him again and again. Arcos Frontra excitedly questions him about why he's still attacking when the duel is over. Javier observes the Baron, noting that he has never seen him like this. After some time, the brown-haired man returns and meets Viscount Locona. The Viscount comments that he told the man to go blackmail them, and instead, he received a beating. The brown-haired man pleads for forgiveness, but Viscount Locona, turning his mustaches, thinks for a moment and then says to wait a minute. He states that it's good work and that the only thing the Baron can do now is take them to court. Viscount Locona suggests that they can frame it as an assault by a reckless aristocrat, adding 4 years to the whole process, and he laughs. After a while, Lloyd Frontra laughs and expresses that he probably understands what Viscount Locona is thinking. However, he asserts that the Frontra barony will never engage in something so wasteful. He declares that they will overcome the situation through their own means, emphasizing that they've worked this land with their blood, sweat, and tears. He states their commitment to protecting it from the evil of greed. Lloyd Frontra outlines their plan. First, they will address the drinking water problem by constructing a reservoir. They dig a hole to store water, and Hameng fills the pond. Lloyd Frontra envisions humans bringing water from an upstream location before it becomes polluted. The system notifies him that Hameng's skill is at level 3. Javier observes the pond and acknowledges it as a good solution. However, he notes that neither he nor Hameng will be able to rest for even a day. Lloyd Frontra agrees, acknowledging that this is only a temporary solution. He reveals their intention to construct a water supply system and build infrastructure to bring in water from Lake Capua in the eastern mountains. Javier asserts that the distance is considerable and only the labor involved would be beneficial. He responds, acknowledging it as a significant loss, but assures that he will ensure a substantial fee for the construction. He claims to be aiming for a 10, perhaps even 100 times, profit as he walks away. Several months later, the scene shifts. Viscount Locona examines some documents and becomes irritated, biting his nails. He questions how such a situation could occur, and the administrator informs him that Baron Frontra's eldest son is requesting an audience. Viscount Locona, in frustration, shouts that he is busy and instructs them to leave. The administrator insists that they are here to assist with any problems he may be facing. Lloyd arrives to meet him and expresses surprise at how well Viscount Locona looks. Viscount Locona asks what he wants, and Lloyd replies, asking if he still needs to hear that they've come to help him with his problems. Viscount inquires about the nonsense he is talking about and states that he doesn't have any problems. Lloyd insists, suggesting that perhaps he could help save his crumbling dye workshop. Viscount Locona accuses him of being the one who ruined his dye workshop. Calmly seated on the sofa, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that it was quite an undertaking, truth be told. He expresses gratitude for the wastewater he deliberately discharged into their water supply, necessitating the importation of water all the way from Lake Capua. Initially, they had no idea that he had intentionally dumped wastewater, and it was his lovely knight who was kind enough to inform them of this. Lloyd continues, recounting how they dug out a path from the lake to their land, laid down the pipes, buried them, and encountered various challenges along the way. Viscount Locona, expressing frustration, dismisses the idle chatter, demanding to know what he did to his dye workshop while tapping his hand on the table in anger. Lloyd replies, stating that he is impatient and urges him to hold on as he is getting to that part. Continuing, he describes the situation where they encountered an enormous valley in the middle of their route. Lloyd then poses a rhetorical question, asking what Viscount Locona thinks they did, emphasizing that they had no other choice. According to him, they had to erect a Roman-style aqueduct, and significant effort was put into blasting out limestone for use as building material. Meanwhile, he mentions that some of the limestone accidentally covered the bottom of the valley floor, exposing the entire limestone bedrock. Viscount Locona interrupts, shouting, demanding to know the relevance of all this to his dye workshop. He responds, explaining that the water from that valley flows down to his workshop, and it's the lime in the water that has ruined all of his clothes. Viscount Locona, in anger, shouts about fearing the law and threatens to sue him at the royal court. The response indicates that it would take at least 2 years for a verdict, questioning whether anyone would remember his goods by then. Viscount Locona verbally abuses him, calling him a good-for-nothing brat. In conclusion, he states that if he has addressed his queries about his problems, he will be taking his leave. Viscount Locona warns him that he has messed with the wrong man, boasting about his connections at the royal court. He threatens to make him pay for damages many times over. Lloyd Frontra expresses confusion, stating that there is something he does not understand and asks Javier to clarify. Javier explains that all he did was provoke and infuriate Viscount Locona, predicting that the Viscount will likely continue the legal battle until the bitter end. He notes that Viscount Locona has numerous connections in the capital, and if a legal battle ensues, it will be costly. Lloyd acknowledges and tells Javier to wait, saying they'll see who has more to lose. 1 month later, Viscount Locona bows down and admits wrongdoing, pleading for help to save his dye workshop. Lloyd questions if his affluent connections advise him that he couldn't win the case, considering he had already lost when his man admitted to intentional misbehavior. Viscount Locona admits imprudence and expresses deep regret. Lloyd, uninterested in his words, considers the situation. Viscount Locona persists, emphasizing how he is laying down his pride and begging for help. Meanwhile, he responds, questioning the value of what Viscount Locona calls pride. He asks if it is worth even 1/10 of a gold piece, stating that he would sell it 1,000, no, even 10,000 times over. He clarifies that he does not seek an apology. All he wants is a simple signature. If Viscount Locona signs the document, they can begin supplying water to his workshop within a week, and he will receive a contract. Viscount Locona screams, arguing that the price is excessively high and questions how one can put a price on water. He points out the irony, noting that the person who taught him that water is not free was Viscount Locona himself. After a while, he approaches his father, Arcos Frontra, who inquires if they are indeed receiving such a large sum every month while examining the contract. He affirms this, mentioning that the Viscount even signed it himself. He remarks that with this money, they can repay all the interest and still have some left over. He applauds and acknowledges the Viscount's generosity, laughing and reflecting that although the Viscount initiated the conflict, it ultimately brought positive results for their people and their lord. However, now the Viscount seems almost like the devil. He continues to laugh, contemplating that the contract lacks a specified end date. This implies that they will be extracting resources from the Viscount until the day he dies, metaphorically capturing him with chains. He asserts that even long after the Viscount's demise, they will continue to exploit that bloodline for generations, emphasizing that he cannot let the Viscount escape with just a slap on the wrist. He contemplates that if he could exchange his blood vessels for money, he would rip it all right out of him. Arcos Frontra interrupts, saying that he has some good news to share, and asks why his face appears unsettling, stating that he's scaring him. The person replies with an apology, explaining that he is just so happy about the contract. Arcos Frontra proceeds to discuss the old, beat-up treasure received from the Orc tribe, mentioning that Count Cremo has expressed interest in purchasing it for a handsome price. The person responds, expressing confusion, as someone as influential as Count Cremo could easily acquire similar items brand new. Arcos Frontra agrees, stating he doesn't know all the details but shares that Count Cremo intends to use them to construct a statue. The scene shifts to Cremo, City of Commerce, where Count Cremo stands near a window and observes the bulge in the river. A giant monster, Gigatitan, emerges from the water and lets out a roar. Javier states that they will be leaving in 1 week and the waterworks in Lacona will be finished around then to minimize expenses. He mentions that he only wants about 10 men to accompany them. Arcos Frontra, understanding Lloyd's preference, continues to cut the branches of a tree. Javier reassures him not to worry, as he will closely monitor Master Lloyd. He then reflects on a past incident when a knight from Viscount Lacona attempted to blackmail him into giving away half of the reclaimed Merit's wetlands. In the past, he would have been terrified and simply handed it over. However, after observing Lloyd's efforts and the people involved, he has found some courage of his own. He admits to having an indecisive and incompetent lord. Javier contradicts this, asserting that it's not true. He emphasizes that Arcos Frontra has always been the kindest and warmest person, more so than anyone else. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontra looks at him and smiles, expressing appreciation for his words. However, he adds that he can't claim to be a good lord solely based on those compliments. He believes a leader should possess firm principles and be willing to take action, just like Lloyd is doing at present. Javier reflects on Lloyd's apparent principle being money, but refrains from vocalizing it, contemplating whether pursuing wealth is truly a bad thing. Javier stands up and announces that his mission is no longer to monitor Lloyd. From now on, he requests to be entrusted with protecting Lloyd, the heir of the land. Javier agrees, stating that he will do as requested. He privately thinks that Lloyd Frontra has miraculously managed to revive his lord's fortunes, yet he could never end up liking him. Arcos Frontra inquires about Javier's aspirations for the future, offering assistance with anything he can. Javier reveals his desire to become a knight and protect his lord. He laughs and expresses gratitude, thanking him very much. He mentions that he managed to survive that harsh winter all alone, so he is confident he will become the world's strongest knight. The Baron then presented him with a wooden sword that he had carved himself, emphasizing the uniqueness of that wooden sword. He laughs again, stating that an orphan like him can become a knight, and he can keep dreaming and try again in his next life. He places the wooden sword on the stairs and breaks it. Afterward, Javier returns to his room, removes his coat, and looks at the broken wooden sword, which he hangs on the wall. He reflects that he could never end up liking him. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra becomes excited, welcoming his dear customer and expressing gratitude for seeking out Frontra lullaby services once again. He mentions that he can't live without him anymore, asserting that he has become addicted. He adds a threat, stating that if his instructions are not followed, he could suspend his services. Javier responds, noting that he says the same thing every time and suggests they just begin. Despite his expectations to dislike Lloyd, he observes that Lloyd seems like a completely different person. Lloyd Frontra utters the phrase Red Sun, intending to activate the sleep-inducing command. However, Javier is already asleep, and he contemplates hating himself for thinking Lloyd is a decent person. While he also falls asleep, a brown-haired man secretly sneaks into their room through the window. The intruder blames Lord Lloyd Frontra for something and attempts to stab him, commanding him to die. Javier quickly wakes up, throws his pillow away, and rushes to block the attack, drawing his sword. In the scuffle, Javier manages to cut the brown-haired person's sword and grabs and throws him onto the floor. Lloyd Frontra also wakes up during the commotion. The following morning, soldiers commence their work to install the pipes, with Lloyd Frontra standing nearby and emphasizing the importance of safety first. Javier approaches and informs him that they handed the man over to Viscount Lacona. Lloyd acknowledges it as good work, but Javier reveals that the man targeted him specifically. Lloyd explains that Viscount Lacona has been paying a lot for the water, suggesting that he probably fired the man first. He admits that he would have done the same, given his high payment, despite being regularly beaten up by the neighboring brat. The man sought revenge against him for this reason. Lloyd comments on the small-minded thinking of such individuals. Javier questions if this means that Lloyd was expecting such an incident, to which Lloyd clarifies that not exactly, but he thought something like this could happen. Javier then suggests it was complacent of him to not take any precautions, adding that he always plans for every eventuality. Javier thinks to himself that Lloyd seems to consider and plan for all possibilities in advance. Lloyd Frontra asks what he is talking about and mentions that he has him beside him, so what other precautions does he need to take? He attributes his ability to move around freely to Javier, expressing trust in him. He asks him to consider the fact that a 5-year-old boy who lost his village in a monster attack managed to survive the winter with Javier's help. He points out that the boy is now standing there as a knight, questioning if there is anything more dependable than that. Feeling awkward, he wonders why Javier doesn't say something and regrets being so cringe. Javier, in his thoughts, expresses self-disdain for thinking that way. Lloyd Frontra laughs and remarks that it was a very Javier-like reaction, laughing again. Javier considers Lloyd Frontra to be a decent man, and the system notifies him that Javier Esrahan is finally releasing his long-term resentment, resulting in a 15-point increase in his approval rating. His approval rating then increases by an additional 6 points. The system informs him that he has earned 320 RP for significantly improving his relationship, bringing his current RP to 1675. Lloyd Frontra mentions that they will finish building the waterworks by tomorrow and suggests going to Cremo to earn a substantial profit. Lloyd Frontra sits behind Javier on a horse and dozes off. After some time, he wakes up and asks if Javier hit him just now. Javier denies it. He questions if Javier is sure because it feels like it. Javier responds by asking if he saw him do it. Lloyd Frontra suggests that he thought to himself call himself noble, and he can't even ride a horse, and finds it annoying, leading him to hit Javier. Javier remarks that it's incredible, as it seems Lloyd can now read minds. Lloyd persists, asking if Javier admits to hitting him. Javier firmly denies it, stating he wouldn't dream of doing such a thing. Lloyd dismisses it, calling Javier petty, and instructs everyone to stop. He jumps down from the horse and asks Javier to teach him how to ride. Javier refuses, stating he's a knight, not a horse riding instructor. The system notifies that what Javier truly meant is that he admires Lloyd's attitude to strive to learn what he doesn't know. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra issues an order, and the system notifies that what Lloyd truly means is that he's determined to work hard. Working hard comes easily to him, and he believes he'll give his best effort. Javier also dismounts from the horse, questioning Lloyd about what he just said. The system attributes Lloyd's positive mindset to Javier's kindness, describing his heart and soul as that of an angel. Lloyd, annoyed, tells the status window to stop being noisy and calls it a nonsense translator, attracting the attention of everyone present. Javier asks what's wrong all of a sudden and questions if Lloyd has lost his mind. The status window repeats Javier's inquiry about what's wrong all of a sudden and if Lloyd has lost his mind. As Lloyd looks at the status window, another notification appears, stating that rumors about him building the first waterworks on this continent are spreading rapidly. His reputation as an engineer has increased, and his name will be remembered in the construction history of both the kingdom and the continent. His reputation as an engineer has increased, and his name will be remembered in the construction history of both the kingdom and the continent. The system notifies him about a bonus of plus 600 RP, bringing his current RP to 2275. Excitement fills him as he realizes that this is a jackpot, indicating the potential to secure even more significant construction projects in the future. He understands that reputation translates to money, and money means a sweet retirement with a golden future awaiting him. The system notifies him again, suggesting that he has truly lost his mind. Javier, observing Lloyd's shifting emotions, asks if he has lost his mind, going from anger to laughter in a short span. Irritated by the constant messages, Lloyd sits on the horse while Javier walks in front, holding its reins. Lloyd reflects that the journey to Cremo was definitely not a short one, and as they approached, winter drew near, causing them to reach Cremo only in midwinter. After a while, they arrive in Cremo, and Count Cremo warmly greets Lloyd, thanking him for making the long journey. Count Cremo introduces himself as the lord of the place. Lloyd Frontera bows respectfully, expressing humble greetings and identifying himself as a member of the Frontera family. Count Cremo chuckles, noting that Lloyd is quite different from what he had imagined. Count Cremo had heard rumors about Lloyd being a talented builder, expecting someone with a rough countenance. However, he finds Lloyd's appearance to be remarkably noble, even suggesting he could pass for royalty. Count Cremo playfully asks if Lloyd is engaged, and if not, he should consider his daughter. Lloyd politely excuses himself, prompting Count Cremo to shout about the perceived insolence, questioning how a mere servant dares to interrupt the conversation between nobles. The system laughs, mocking the reference to Lloyd as a servant and finding amusement in the situation. Count Cremo laughs, acknowledging that he may have caused offense, and sincerely apologizes, urging Lloyd not to be offended. They both take their seats. Lloyd responds, saying it's fine and okay. The system notifies that the fault lies with Lloyd's face, prompting laughter. Lloyd contemplates that if he could, he would beat the system right up. Count Cremo adds that it's partly Lloyd's fault for having a face resembling that of a servant, and Lloyd silently wishes for him to stop. Thinking about Count Cremo, the influential figure in the Night of Blood and Iron in the City of Commerce, Javier becomes a wanted criminal after dealing with moneylenders Shiloh and Meatloaf. Javier goes into hiding and is eventually arrested by Count Cremo. Despite this, the Count recognizes Javier's character and integrity from their brief interaction and provides considerable support in various ways. Count Cremo expresses a desire to purchase Lloyd's jewels for decorating the statue they plan to place in the sea. Lloyd responds with surprise, questioning the idea of putting a statue in the sea. Count Cremo elaborates, mentioning that trade in Cremo has been on the decline. He explains that a few years ago, a gigotician began appearing just off the coast from their port. Although they haven't suffered direct damages, the mere presence of the gigotician instills fear. Lloyd recalls reading about this situation where they had no effective means to attack it in the water, rendering even the navy powerless. Reflecting on the decline of Cremo, he faced a crisis. Lloyd had hoped that Javier would do something to help, but after a series of attempts, the matter concluded without a clear resolution, leaving uncertainty about a potential season 2. Lloyd initially believed he knew everything about the place from the book, but he now realizes that even the parts that weren't fully explained are unfolding in reality. Count Cremo reveals that he conducted extensive research to drive the gigotitan away. During this process, he made a significant discovery about mermaids, the formidable warriors who rule over the seas. He explains that mermaids are the objects of fear for the gigotitan because they have the ability to kill them. Realizing this, Count Cremo contemplated building a statue of a mermaid in the sea to deter the gigotitan. However, he has now abandoned that idea. Lloyd inquires about his change of plans. Count Cremo clarifies that if they raise the seabed to construct the statue, the water depth will not be sufficient for boats. Although Count Cremo assures Lloyd that he no longer has any use for the idea, he makes a promise and intends to buy the jewels. Lloyd Frontera refuses, insisting that he can't allow Count Cremo to take a loss and urges him not to buy the jewels. He responds that he won't sell the treasure. Lloyd Frontera assures him that he is willing to sell the treasure, and at a high price if possible. Additionally, he offers to build the statue without disturbing the water level in the sea channels. He contemplates using a combination of friction piles and box caissons to achieve this. Lloyd Frontera and Javier sit in a boat and navigate the river. Lloyd puts his face underwater to scan the surroundings. Assessing the flat seabed with a thick sedimentary layer, he notes the right amount of softness in the bedrock. Lloyd Frontera asks why Javier looks so happy when he takes his face out of the water. Javier apologizes, explaining that it's the first time someone suffering has made him so happy. He hands water glasses to Javier and mentions taking measurements. He casually asks if the contract is okay. He insists not to change the subject. Javier expresses his skepticism, stating that he can't imagine building up the ground vertically from the seabed unless magic is used. Lloyd Frontera responds that it is a kind of magic, referring to the magic of cement. He ponders how to create cement in this world, considering that with Roman-style cement, he should be able to do it. Upon reaching the other bank of the river, Javier offers a hand to help Lloyd Frontera out of the boat, advising him to be careful and not to watch his step. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges Javier's banter, remarking that it has reached a sword master's level, and playfully asks if Javier is a banter master. As they converse, a girl arrives and inquires if he is Master Lloyd Frontera. She mentions having something to give him and holds a letter in her hands. Lloyd Frontera questions who she is, pondering her identity. She introduces herself as Christine, Count Cremo's daughter, mentioning that she saw him walking through the mansion courtyard yesterday. Blushing, she hands Javier a love letter, requesting him to accept it. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges that he was somewhat expecting this and thinks it's fine. That's just how it is, he guesses. Javier takes the letter and places it inside his jacket. Christine leaves, expressing satisfaction that he has accepted it. As they prepare to continue, Lloyd Frontier stops Javier, accusing him of being abusive. Javier is puzzled, asking what he's talking about. Lloyd Frontier expresses annoyance at how Javier acted like nothing happened after receiving the love letter. Javier is confused and questions what's wrong with that. Lloyd Frontier becomes angry, pointing out that Javier took the love letter and put it away as if it were nothing. Javier, still not understanding, asks what's wrong with that. Lloyd Frontier, irritated, looks at Javier strangely, puts his hand on his face, and questions if he has never received a love letter before. In response, Javier apologizes and offers words of encouragement, telling Lloyd Frontier to take strength. The system window notifies him that Javier sincerely wishes him the best. Lloyd Frontier reflects that he is not jealous, not even a little bit, because he is going to be rich and make so much money. After a while, Lloyd Frontier sits on a chair angrily, and Count Cremo arrives, asking what's up with his face. Quickly adjusting his expression, Lloyd Frontier apologizes, stating that he is focused on his work. Count Cremo observes that he gave him a shock, noting the intensity in his eyes. He mentions that while he managed to gather most of the materials without difficulty, obtaining volcanic ash is proving challenging. Lloyd Frontier thinks about the significance of volcanic ash as one of the key ingredients for Roman cement. He acknowledges the advantages of Roman cement, citing the lasting structures from 2,000 years ago, showcasing its durability ahead of its time. He contemplates the difficulty of obtaining volcanic ash, realizing that the best option would be to go to a volcano. However, considering the time it would take, he deems it impractical, as he can't wait that long. Lloyd Frontier reassures Count Cremo, expressing confidence in finding another solution. He decides it's time for Plan B, opting to give up on Roman cement and instead make Portland cement. After a while, he sits down and writes a letter, contemplating that Portland cement gave rise to their modern cement. While he has a general idea of how to make it, the details elude him. Determined, he decides that he must rely on brawn and commit to experimenting with various combinations if he lacks the brains. Later, Lloyd Frontier placed some stones on the table, marked a cross on paper, and reflected that sample 129 failed. He believes he's close to figuring it out, but needs to fine-tune the mixing ratio. Contemplating further, he considers that the drying process might be a factor and decides to add 4 more combinations. He expresses confidence that applying 12 ratios will yield success. Unexpectedly, Pipodong comes behind Hamang and Bangul. Pipodong jumps on his shoulder, hugging him. Lloyd Frontier tells them he's busy and to go for a walk without him. Hamang and Bangul also jump on him despite his plea showing affection. An overwhelmed Lloyd Frontier protests that he can't because he's too busy. They persist, shaking their heads. Frustrated, he screams that he told them he is engaged. Just then, he recalls his pet dog. The story shifts into a flashback as he witnesses his dog's death and attends its funeral. Sitting near the lifeless body, he weeps, feeling remorseful for not brushing its fur one more time and not playing with it more. At that moment, he recognizes that he is the last member of his family. Returning to the present, he picks up Hamang, Pipodong, and Bangul, hugging them tightly. He declares that they are more important than his research. Walking with them, he reflects on his behavior, admitting to being an awful person. The 3 of them look at him. He confesses that despite everything going well, he has treated them like machines, realizing he is the biggest moron in the world and would have had many regrets. Halting and sitting down near them, he expresses gratitude, acknowledging that the positive change is all thanks to them. They respond happily. The system window notifies that the fantastical creature confesses his sincere feelings and considers him a part of their family, and the relationship level with the fantastical creatures is described as a master-servant relationship. He looks at the system window, surprised by the revelation. It further informs him about the relationship level with the fantastical creatures, his status as a gang member, a new upgrade for the fantastical creatures, and the opportunity to add new skills for them, with the required RP being 500. He remarks this is an unexpected bonus. Pipodong, Hamang, and Bangul also begin chirping. He inquires if they want Bangul to acquire the new skills. He then agrees, saying okay if that's what they want. He believes that regardless of the skill, he can surely find a use for it, and besides, it's what they desire anyway. The system window notifies that the fantastical creature upgrade is activated. Please choose one of the creatures. Bangul starts upgrading, and huge lights emerge. The system window informs that Bangul has successfully leveled up and upgraded to level +1. As a reward, Bangul has received a new skill, chomping dirt at level 3. It further notifies about other skills gained, including accelerated dirt digestion at level 3, steel dung launcher at level 3, and volcanic blast at level 1. He is shocked to see this. The system window notifies that the volcanic blast is at level 1. He exclaims that's awesome. After a while at Cremo, the city of commerce nestled between the mountains, an explosion occurs. Everyone turns to look at that side and is shocked. Count Cremo also witnesses the event from the window. Meanwhile, Bangul transforms into a larger size, leaving Lloyd and Javier astonished. He utilizes his skill to examine some particulars and concludes that it's ash, real volcanic ash right there. He asks if Javier sees that, stating it's an absolute gift now, but Javier does not respond. He asks if Javier has gone deaf, to which Javier asks what. He apologizes, realizing he forgot to instruct Javier to cover his ears. He repeats his question, and Javier, still unclear, asks what. He exclaims loudly that he is ugly. Javier retorts that he is not as ugly as he is. Frustrated, he asks if Javier can hear him or not. Javier, still perplexed, asks what. He acknowledges that thanks to Bangul, they have quickly resolved their cement problem and states that the key to construction is speed. Let's begin. He explains that the first stage involves building and installing a giant diaper to filter volcanic ash. There are 5 layers of mesh at the end of the diaper to catch the ash. He comes to the city with Bangul. He covers his ears and says it's going to blow. They all cover their ears and it blows. He then thinks that they should activate Bangul's volcanic blast. He announces again that one more time it's going to blow. Everyone stands there, covering their ears. Count Cremo thinks he can see that he's not an ordinary engineer. He has never heard of these techniques and summoning creatures either. Lloyd believes that in this project, he will keep a close eye on him, and then he will give a detailed report to His Majesty the King. He rubs his face with Bangul and thinks that if the rumors are true, then it's a waste to keep him in the backwoods. He believes that once the ingredients for cement have been gathered, it's time for stage 2. making a caisson to pour the cement into and placing it in the sea. He thinks that he will use Hamming's one shot to remove all the water from the caisson, and stage 3 involves covering the bottom of the caisson with friction posts. Javier places a hammer on his shoulder and inquires when the next posts will be received. He says to wait a moment, explaining that they are working hard to deliver them, and he wears a smiling face. Javier asks about the expression, to which he responds that he was contemplating how compliant he has been. He notes that he didn't even utter his usual statement, asserting that he is a knight and questioning why he should perform such tasks. Javier gazes at him, walks away, and remarks that he is a knight, questioning why he should be the one hammering. The other person states that he is the knight escorting him. He adds that if the posts are not hammered in, they won't earn any money, won't be able to clear their debts, and if he succumbs to stress, the Baron will be saddened. Moreover, if he becomes bedridden, the Baroness might also fall ill. Javier glances back at him and Lloyd, who is binding his hand and pleads to protect his family while expressing his willingness to help them. He then steps back and commences working, striking the hammer on the wood block. He contemplates that after completing his regular coaching session with Javier, he will utilize Bangol's steel dung launcher to construct the steel frame. He envisions that ultimately, the long-awaited cement will be poured, the caisson will be dismantled once the cement has hardened, and the artificial sea platform will be complete. Standing alongside Count Cremo, he observes the platform and remarks that it is 50 centimeters higher than the water level at high tide. He suggests that placing a mermaid statue there will create the illusion of it floating. He expresses some doubt, saying that honestly, he can't believe it and questions whether the foundation can truly withstand the weight of the statue. If he does succeed, he assures that he won't be disappointed with the construction fees. He then proceeds to descend. After a while, some boats gather around a golden statue, and people enjoy a party inside the ships. Lloyd Frontera wears a tie and remarks that it is so uncomfortable. He asks Javier how he puts up with these clothes. Javier responds, acting as if it is his first time wearing them, and recalls seeing him wearing similar attire at events from time to time. He notes that it's been a while and thinks Javier looks sharp. Count Cremo announces attention. Everyone, please look over here. This is the young man who made this statue a reality. People praise him and express their admiration for a job well done. The crowd surrounds Javier, ignoring Lloyd Frontera. Someone comments that Javier is so poised, while another person remarks that his face is perfect, as is his talent. Another individual asks if they can shake his hand. Lloyd Frontera believes he is smarter than most. He anticipated that they would all flock over there. He is definitely not jealous and prefers fast money transfers to compliments. Javier, however, finds that look not very pleasant. He becomes lost, avoids eye contact, and stops pitying him. Count Cremo laughs and attributes the attention to Lloyd Frontera's face. He wonders why this guy always follows up with a two-hit combo. Count Cremo places his hand on Lloyd Frontera's shoulder and announces to everyone that this is the man who made the sea platform. They are all shocked, and someone remarks that they thought he was a servant. The partygoers begin to enjoy the celebration. Just then, a lobster arrives, sees the boat, and moves toward it. He declares that there's only one, and they plan to kill it. On the boat, people surround Lloyd Frontera, while Javier enjoys snakes. The girls on the ship start to feel affection for Javier. Sitting on the edge of the ship, Javier holds a wine glass, feeling the chill. Lloyd Frontera approaches and inquires about what he is doing, commenting that he looks like a statue or something. Javier turns his face, clarifying that he doesn't mean he looks as good as a great statue, and asks if Javier is ignoring him. Javier mentions that he senses something approaching. When asked what it is, Javier admits he doesn't know exactly, but it is extraordinarily swift. Lloyd Frontera then questions the size of the approaching object, and Javier states it's about twice the size of the ship, slightly bigger than Hamming, which is the largest. Suddenly, a giant lobster comes into view. Javier quickly approaches Count Cremo and whispers that it seems the Gigatitan is approaching. He insists they must inform the passengers and evacuate everyone. Count Cremo calls Sir Genevan and asks if he detects anything strange far out in the sea. Sir Genevan looks around and states that he does not. Count Cremo informs Lloyd Frontera that Sir Genevan has pretty much reached the sword master status. His senses are extremely sharp and they can trust him. Count Cremo thinks that Javier is even stronger, being the main character, and wonders how to persuade him. Count Cremo reassures them not to worry. In the last few years, the Gigatitan has never come this close, and there's no reason why it would suddenly attack. However, he acknowledges that there may be a reason now and looks at the statues. Count Cremo stares at him, and Sir Genevan says he doesn't understand why they are saying these things, but his senses are telling him nothing is wrong. Count Cremo orders the anchors to be raised, and the boats move away from the statue as the Gigatitan approaches. Workers start moving the ships, urging others to hurry. Observing this, Javier comments that it is taking too long. Lloyd Frontera instructs him to take care of the anchor. Javier quickly moves and jumps into the water with his sword, and Lloyd Frontera frees Pipodong, telling him they need him. Pipodong eats almonds, grows bigger, and lands on the statues. Javier goes down and cuts the anchor with a sword using a mana blast chop. Pipodong also cuts the ropes with his sharp teeth, freeing the ships. Javier proceeds to cut the anchors of other boats one by one. Suddenly, the Gigatitan approaches from behind, and Javier thinks it has sped up. The ships begin to spread out, but the Gigatitan attacks a ship, causing passengers to float in the water. Pipodong sits, hugging the statue, but the Gigatitan breaks it. Javier emerges from the water with his fiery sword and catches Lloyd Frontera from falling. The statue explodes and starts falling into the town, causing destruction, and people become scared. Due to the ship's break, individuals start drowning and scream for help. Someone asks about Ellen's whereabouts. Lloyd Frontera says they can't save all these people. He summons Hamming and instructs him to use one-shot power. Hamming jumps into the sea and starts drinking water. The Gigatitan enters the town and destroys houses. Javier notices the Gigatitan moving towards the city and insists they must stop it. He sees Lloyd Frontera sitting on a broken table, which is upside down, resembling a boat. He asks where Lloyd Frontera is going, pointing out that the Gigatitan is the other way. Lloyd Frontera responds that's why they have to run this way, calling Javier a fool. He questions whether he wants to fight that monster, and if he has lost all his bananas. Count Cremo urges everyone to hurry up, emphasizing that the sea is dangerously cold, and instructs them to get the people out of the water as soon as possible. Hamming dispels people from the water, with individuals calling for help. People on the ships throw ladders to assist and say, grab onto this. Meanwhile, the Gigatitan attacks the town, and residents run for help. Lloyd Frontra questions why Javier is just standing there and tells him to come on already. He asks if Javier is ignoring all the people who are in danger. Lloyd Frontra states that they came to make money, not to fight sea monsters or keep the peace. He points out that the city has its own army and artillery, so they will be fine on their own. Lloyd Frontra thinks that in moments of crisis, Javier has shown great ingenuity and a resolve not to give up and not turn his back on those who are struggling. However, Lloyd Frontra argues that they are busy with their own matters and question why they have to protect someone else's city. He suggests that running away is the rational thing to do. Javier reflects that in the end, he realizes this is truly who he is. The system window notifies that Javier's approval rating has decreased by 5 points, but his approval rating is now plus 1 point. It also indicates that his relationship with an important character has worsened, but he assures that they won't lose RP for this, and the current RP is 19-1. Javier takes out his sword and declares that he could never do that. Lloyd Frontra advises him to stop trying to be righteous all the time, emphasizing that if he goes back there, he will die. He transforms his sword into a skateboard, utilizes mana blast power, and jumps into the sea. On the other side, people in the castle declare that the cannons are ready and fire. They attack the Gigatitan, and a soldier remarks that it did not even flinch. The Gigatitan's body breaks from the side, and it advances to attack them, destroying everything in its path. It resolves to kill the mermaid, prompting people to start running to save their lives. A man falls down while running, and the Gigatitan moves its leg to attack him. Javier employs his sword with a mana blast and attacks the Gigatitan, wondering if his mana blast slice will bounce off. He falls but quickly moves again, evading the Gigatitan's counterattack. The Gigatitan attempts to attack Javier, but he swiftly moves back to save himself. As it moves to attack again, Javier thinks he can't dodge this and falls back. The Gigatitan moves its horn to attack Javier, who thinks he has tied it up, and this is enough. He acknowledges that he knows he will never beat this kind of monster, and he may even die here, but he refuses to die before ensuring the safety of the people. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra attempts to row the table boat and remarks that it's not like he is some overpowered character. Even if he has RP, it's all construction related, and there's nothing he can do. He questions what he could do even if he went back there, stating that he is human too, and it breaks his heart when the city gets destroyed and people get hurt. He emphasizes that it's not like there's anything he can do. He contemplates that if he runs away like this, the city will be destroyed, and if he leaves it to be destroyed, their construction fee payments will be delayed. Lloyd Frontra instructs Bengal to head back, acknowledging that their construction fee payments will be delayed. Bengal uses the volcanic blast, becomes bigger, and moves toward the city with Lloyd Frontra on his back. Lloyd Frontra curses, saying he is dead meat, the damn oversized lobster. Meanwhile, Javier attempts to fight back against the Gigatitan. He jumps, uses mana blast, and thinks it's still an animal after all, so its weak spot must be its eyes. He pushes the sword into its eyes, and just then, Hamang arrives and attacks it. The Gigatitan throws Hamang back, and he falls on Lloyd Frontra's head. Lloyd Frontra asks how dare he mess with his cash flow. Javier moves to attack, thinking that now is his chance. He attacks with fire, but it has no effect, making him believe it's impossible. He can't get through here either. He struggles to find anywhere to attack it properly, realizing he thought he could win initially, but now he doesn't see a way yet. Wondering why he feels so calm, he attributes it to Master Lloyd's return, interpreting his return as a sign that there is a way to beat it. The scene shifts to 2.5 minutes earlier, with Lloyd Frontra riding on Pipodong's back, instructing not to get too close and to take them around so it can't detect them. They reach near the Gigatitan, and Lloyd Frontra thinks he needs to find its weak spot. Javier continues to attack it repeatedly, and Lloyd Frontra observes him, realizing that Javier's mana blast is having absolutely no effect. He wonders how it is so strong and what it is made of. He contemplates what it is made of and thinks that's it. He wonders if it is possible to survey it. He uses his skill, detects its weak spot, and thinks it's nice that even living things are made out of something. After all, they can be surveyed. He analyzes that it's a mixture of dentin and chitin, a whopping 1 meter thick. At the molecular level, it's a triple-layer honeycomb structure tightly woven together, forming a state-of-the-art armor. Javier moves to attack, and it blasts. He wonders what that is, realizing that the energy from Javier's attack migrates to a single spot. He figures out that the energy collects in its hollow horn and is then released. Determining that the first thing they need to do is cut off that horn, the system notifies simulation mode. Lloyd Frontra detects its body and identifies a spot where there's a water sac for its hydraulic claw. If they strike that area in this direction with a mana blast, they can destroy that thing. Javier asks what they should do. Lloyd Frontra makes gestures with his hands to indicate a slicing motion. Javier questions if he has lost all control of himself. Lloyd Frontra continues making gestures with his hands and instructs it to cut off its horn. Javier jumps from there and falls on it, thinking that even if he cuts off its horn, it won't be fatal, but Master Lloyd Frontra would never say anything he could not stand behind. He moves to attack, and Lloyd Frontra mentions that even though the horn is hollow, cutting it won't be easy. Mana circles are not all about hitting hard. Javier asks what he should do. Lloyd Frontra advises him to do it fast, even if it's weaker, emphasizing a lightning-quick approach. Javier attacks, remarking that it is easier said than done. He cuts the Gigatitan using his magic, and a huge light emanates from it. Lloyd Frontra thinks it's working, describing it as a high-frequency mana chainsaw. It was just a theory, but he knew Javier could pull it off. The Gigatitan screams, and Javier attempts to cut its horn. Lloyd Frontra orders Pipodong to attack, and Pipodong goes after the Gigatitan. Javier successfully cuts its horn. Lloyd Frontra stands on top of a house, observing this, and instructs it to aim for the area right between where its middle legs meet and from its tail toward its head at an angle. He mentions that their construction repayment won't be delayed if Javier gets in a mana blast from that direction. Javier approaches its leg to attack, but the Gigatitan counterattacks, throwing his sword away. Lloyd Frontra is shocked upon seeing this. Javier contemplates his impending doom and finds himself between Pipodong and the Gigatitan. Suddenly, Pipodong arrives, swiftly grabbing Javier and pulling him away. Lloyd Frontra excitedly praises Pipodong's intervention, and Javier apologizes to Master Pipodong, assuming he might be scolding him for his reckless behavior as he retrieves his sword from the ground. Javier gazes at the Gigatitan, expressing his determination to stay alive until they defeat it and trusting Master Lloyd's plans. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer reflects on the successful survey leading to the formulation of Plan D. Implementing the plan has been challenging due to the Gigatitan being faster than expected. Still, he believes they must persevere with Plan D until the end. He sees it as the only way to defeat the Gigatitan once and for all, combining elements of both Plan A and Plan D. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer calls Pipodong, who swiftly runs toward him. Lloyd jumps on Pipodong's back and instructs him to take him to the place he mentioned earlier. Addressing Javier, he emphasizes that the Gigatitan currently sees him as the biggest threat and he needs to lure it along the east coast and into the woods. Javier agrees and starts running. Lloyd believes he has bought them enough time and trusts Count Cremo should have finished whatever task they assigned him. He thinks Count Cremo can handle it. The scene shifts 15 minutes earlier, where Count Cremo stands in his place and observes the Gigatitan emerging from the river. He expresses disbelief, questioning how something like this could happen. His subordinate apologizes, suggesting that if only he had detected it sooner. Count Cremo refuses to blame him, stating it's not his fault. He acknowledges his complacency and blames himself for believing that he could drive out the beast with a statue, looking at the broken statue. His subordinate asserts that no, the statue will indeed repel it, and he inquires Lloyd Fronterer if he is safe while riding on Bengal. Fronterer responds that the monster has come ashore to finish off the statue without a doubt. They plan to capitalize on its obsession with the statue. He mentions that Javier and he will buy some time, and he states that meanwhile he needs to go. Javier rushes to attack Gigatitan repeatedly, gasping for breath, realizing he is reaching his limit. He acknowledges he can't do anymore and believes his current mission is to lure Gigatitan away, not just for the city but for the people. He makes another attempt to attack and urges everyone to give it up for the only bronze statue. Spotting a cart, Lloyd Fronterer arrives with the statue, securing it with numerous strips and smiling annoyingly. Javier questions what this is, and Fronterer replies to Gigatitan that he has brought its real enemy. Gigatitan roars upon seeing them. He thinks okay, let's appreciate that reaction, and acknowledges they did a great job putting this thing back together as he observes his soldier diligently fixing the statue. From the book, he knew he could trust Count Cremo to handle this. He shouts Javier's name and declares that he'll create an opening for him to attack. Javier replies, requesting that next time, he explains the entire plan. The response is a warning that there better not be a next time. Both of them run in opposite directions to launch their attacks. Gigatitan roars loudly behind the Pipodong, causing fear, and the individual flees. Simultaneously, Javier approaches from another side, leaps to attack, employs a monoblast, throws fire at Gigatitan, and strikes with full force, hurling the creature to the ground. He reflects that he has only cracked a small hole in its shell. He used his monoblast too many times, but he dismissed that as an excuse. He considers himself too weak and believes he is not strong enough to protect the people as he falls down. Lloyd Fronterer arrives, commending him for the achievement and instructing him to leave the rest to him, then rushes to attack Gigatitan. Javier reflects that he exerted all the remaining energy into that last monoblast. Now he is losing consciousness and believes he can rest easy. His sword slips from his hand. Lloyd Fronterer, running, shouts for Javier to leave it to him. Fronterer thinks confidently because Master Lloyd said so. Rolling on Pipodong, Fronterer reassures Javier that he will protect the city no matter what. He contemplates if it's possible, recalling that it's what he shouted to Javier as he dashed towards the beast. To be honest, he doesn't think it's feasible, and perhaps he can only lure the creature far away and leave it there. He considers that there's no guarantee the beast won't return, especially since the waters off Cremo are already Gigatitan's habitat, and the creature is quite intelligent. Observing Gigatitan attacking the city, he speculates that it might go berserk and seek revenge for them summoning the Marmon statue. He reconsiders, realizing that before that happens, Pipodong is already at his limit, and he can't ask him to do any more. Meanwhile, Pipodong is called by him to handle the task. Swiftly, he halts and tosses Pipodong into the river. Prepared to launch an attack, he contemplates what he can execute successfully at the moment. He reflects on his previous decision to save the city, ensuring a profitable return on his investment. He had formulated a couple of plans involving attacking while riding on Bengal. Considering his options, he acknowledges the necessity of performing a monoblast. However, to execute this attack, he requires a triple heart circle, yet presently, he possesses only a double heart circle. Shouting out, he summons a message alert or skill window to activate the Israhan core technique. He resolves to level up to a triple heart circle, while the skill window informs him that the Israhan core technique at double heart circle level 4 is activated. For the upgrade, he needs 190 RP points, and his current RP stands at 19 and 1. Contemplating the requirement of 190 RP points, he deems it a considerable amount. Deciding to proceed nonetheless, he clicks on the level up option. The system once again informs him that the Israhan core technique at double heart circle level 5 necessitates 220 RP points for advancement. He coughs, reflecting on the increment of 30 points each time, finding it steep. Nevertheless, he dismisses any concerns, deciding that there's nothing to lose anyway. He repeatedly clicks on the level up option, advancing to level 6, 7, 8, 9, and finally 10. Upon reaching level 10, the requirement surges to 370 RP points. Checking his current RP, he discovers it's only 311. Frustrated, he realizes there's nothing he can do now. His rational decision at the time was to stay out of the battle. He hangs on with a rock and ponders what he's doing here, dangling from this thing while witnessing Pipodong taking Javier away in an unconscious state. He contemplates whether he should summon some mana and jab it. If there's even a slight nick, he can dig his way into it. The system notifies him that his approval rating with Javier has increased by +4, and his approval ratings are +5. He observes that for a level up, he needs 370, and currently, he has 391 RP points. He thinks he can do it now with a triple heart circle. He tap on the level up options, and a triple circle appears at his heart. The system notifies him that he is at Israhan core technique triple heart circle level 1, and his mana is amplified to 500%. He exclaims he's dead meat and prepares to attack. He considers using one circle to protect the heart, while employing the other 2 heart circles for mana blast attacks. He launches an attack on Gigatitan while a stone hits his head, causing him to bleed. Meanwhile, he wonders if he has been struck by something. Realizing that it's not good, he acknowledges the need to land a solid blow. He believes one circle is necessary to protect the heart. Confused about the other 2 circles, he questions himself about what he is doing. The heart circles are colliding, and he decides to use the triple core mana blast to attack once again. A massive explosion occurs, burning Gigatitan and causing his demise. People in the city witness the blast. Pipodong, Hameng, and Bangle return to their real state and attempt to revive Javier. As he gets up, he sees that Master Pipodong and Master Hameng are safe and sound. He expresses that he indeed accomplished what he said he would, but he is puzzled about how he achieved it. Pipodong grabs his finger to gain his attention, and he inquires about it, asking if Pipodong wants him to follow. The three of them run towards Lloyd Frontra, with Javier following. They find Lloyd in a worse condition, lying on the ground. Javier approaches him, puts his head on Lloyd's chest to check his heartbeat, and sadly remarks that his heart has stopped. A pigeon arrives at Baron Palace with a message, catching the attention of Arcos Frontra. He sits at his study table, spots the pigeon, and identifies it as a messenger pigeon. He opens the window to retrieve the message, wondering if it's from Count Cremo and expressing curiosity about its contents. After reading the message, he swiftly mounts his horse and heads toward Cremo City. He reflects on how he had repeatedly warned Lloyd not to put himself in perilous situations. Recalling the message that informed him of his eldest son, Lloyd Frontra, successfully completing all the construction work needed in Cremo, he feels a sense of concern. Marbella decides to accompany him, expressing surprise at his sudden departure without any preparations. She questions how he could leave so unexpectedly, looking at her and Bayern. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontra informs her that it will be a long journey without any breaks, and he intends to go alone with Bayern. She questions what he is talking about, expressing that he seems to have forgotten that she rides much better than him. Arcos thinks, however, that immediately afterward, Cremo faced a grave peril during which Lloyd Frontra and his guard, Sir Javier Asrarin, saved many lives through acts of sacrifice and valor. Master Lloyd then fell into a bizarre unconscious state, prompting everyone to quickly move to Cremo. Reflecting on the past, Arcos recalls that Lloyd Frontra used to be a despicable boy, but now he has become the most diligent and trustworthy son. He believes he is sending this correspondence as a duty to inform him of the situation promptly, and looks forward to meeting the parents of such a great young man soon. He recalls that Lloyd Frontra said he had come seeking his lord's permission, reassuring them not to fear as it can be done. He would like to express his gratitude to his lord for his wise judgment. Arcos wonders if he is truly his son. Meanwhile, a giant monster blocks their way and growls. They all gaze at it, and Bayern dismounts from his horse, drawing his sword. He declares that since they have chosen the shortcut, they must confront the monster head-on. Bayern offers to buy them some time, instructing them to go around the creature and head toward Cremo. Arcos advises him to run as well, but Bayern insists that the beast is faster than their horses. He warns that the moment they turn around, the monster will have them by their throats. Bayern urges them to run away as he attempts to defeat the monster, attacking it with his skills. They both run away, and Arcos Frontra apologizes, assuring them that they will meet again in Cremo. Bayern runs and attacks the monster, stabbing its face and holding his sword still, attempting to slice it. The monster tries to escape and pushes him away with its face. Arcos Frontra comes from behind and stabs the monster in the back. Marbella also joins in, stabbing the monster. The creature stands up, roaring in pain, and then falls down and dies. Arcos Frontra approaches Bayern, asking if he can stand up and offer help. Bayern replies that he's ashamed, as he is his guard, yet he holds his injured arm. Arcos Frontra asserts that Bayern is also one of his subjects, and he has a duty to protect him. Marbella calls out to Arcos, who turns to look at her, asking if she is hurt. They notice a pack of monsters approaching, and they prepare to fight. Bayern gets up, holding his sword. Marbella goes to Arcos, and they hug each other, visibly scared. Meanwhile, Javier arrives there and attacks the monsters, swiftly cutting them into slices. He mentions that he came to escort them just in case, expressing hope that they are not injured, and puts his sword back. Bayern looks at him and reflects that he already knew Javier's swordsmanship and Mana's abilities were far beyond his own. However, they were not at this level prior to his departure for Cremo, leaving him puzzled about how Javier could have improved this much. Bayern greets Javier, and Marbella also inquires about Lloyd Frontra's well-being. Javier bows down in front of them and replies that he doesn't know. He can't tell if Lloyd is alive or not. He goes into a flashback where Lloyd Frontra kills Gigatitan and also becomes unconscious. Javier comes closer to him while Pipodong, Hameng, and Bangle try to wake Lloyd up. Javier thinks that if he leaves them now, their estate, his newly found home, would be lost. He grabs Lloyd's hand and tries to check his pulse. After a few minutes, he thinks there is a pulse, but his heart has definitely stopped. It's faint, but he's breathing, and Javier wonders how this can be happening. He puts his hand on Lloyd's chest, realizing that it's a triple heart circle. They are all spinning around at an unbelievable speed, and he can't judge the condition of Lloyd's heart due to the magnetic field. The strong mana rotations are keeping Lloyd alive in the place of his heart. Javier concludes that a triple core mana blast is responsible for how Gigatitan came to be that way and acknowledges that Master Lloyd is truly strong. The scene shifts to the city where people are once again repairing their houses. Bayern, Arcos Frontra, and Marbella arrive with Javier, and they look around. Javier informs them that the young master is at the Count's manor, and a doctor is tending to him, but his condition has not improved. Arcos Frontra expresses how terrible it is to think that it was just him and Lloyd fighting against the monster. Javier refuses to take credit, stating that he was merely the sword that Master Lloyd was wielding, and that it was Master Lloyd's strength that vanquished the monster. Marbella wonders where Lloyd is and how their son has that sort of power. A person asks if they are all heading to the Count's manor too. Another person responds affirmatively, saying that they can't do much, but it is the least they can do for him and Lloyd Frontra. If not for Lloyd, he would have frozen to death by now, even as he was rushing towards the Gigatitan. He mentions that he doesn't know how many people he saved. Another person adds that he thought he was doomed to die buried beneath all that rubble and had given up, awaiting death. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra instructs Bangle to eat up that debris and make sure not to hurt anyone while riding on Pipodong. He spots a soldier under a broken house. Marbella notes that the embers must have spread from fireplaces because of the statue fragments. A lady approaches her and mentions that if left alone, this whole area would have been engulfed in flames. She recalls seeing the giant hippopotamus that appeared during construction, spewing out water and extinguishing the fire. The lady adds that she saw it as well. That's the summons called forth by the man named Lloyd. She emphasizes that right now in the city, who knows how many people owe him their lives. After a while, the whole city gathers in front of the palace, and they all pray that their parents, kids, wives, and everyone's savior will open their eyes. The town potsterer shouts, questioning if all of them have lost their senses. He asserts that if only that man had not made a platform for that statue, none of this would have happened. Ultimately, it's all his fault. Everyone looks at him surprisingly. They think the town potsterer appears and gets upset when left out, and the public becomes agitated. People start gossiping and beating him. They think he is swiftly suppressed. On the other side, a flash appears in Lloyd's heart, and the system notifies him that his courage and sacrifice have deeply moved the people of Cremo. He will receive an enormous reward for this achievement and shows another option to click here for more details. Lloyd Frontra opens his eyes, gets up, and says his head really hurts. He remembers using the triple core mana blast like a fool and asks if he is alive right now. The system notifies him that probably if he were dead, he wouldn't even be able to have a dream. He asks if his heart shouldn't have exploded, and the system again notifies him that he will find that out soon enough. It emphasizes that there is something much more important to check on right now. He agrees, and Javier enters his room. He tells Javier that he's just the man he wanted to see and asks when they said they would pay them for the construction. Javier replies that it seems he is in good health now. Arcos Frontra and Marbella enter the room and rush towards him, hugging him tightly. They both become emotional, and his father asks if he is okay. His mother expresses her relief and asks if he has any idea how worried they are. She wonders if he is really their Lloyd, acknowledging that the unsettling question isn't what's important right now. She thinks she is just thankful that he is alive. The scene shifts to the royal capital Magenta. Her Royal Highness, the Empress Alicia Termina Magentano, states that Count Cremo's letter reports the complete destruction of Gigatitan. She finds it intriguing to learn that such a man exists in her kingdom. She orders a messenger to be sent to the Frontra barony and bring both this man and his guard back to the royal capital. Her subordinate bows and says, as his wish, His Majesty. She remarks that they should see if the contents of this letter are indeed true, expressing her intention to meet this man and judge for herself. The system notifies that the stories of his great courage, wisdom, and self-sacrifice are spreading all over the land. Lloyd looks at this message and says he's uninterested because he has received bonus RP for his elevated social status, and his bonus RP reaches plus 1500. He becomes excited to see this, and the system again notifies him that he has access to skill information, providing details about the skill mana heart that allows him to store high concentrations of mana in his heart. He thinks that's why he has so much energy despite being in a coma for a month, and he has become the owner of a mana heart, which means shoveling will be a lot easier. The system notifies if that's the only thing he can think of to use it on. Meanwhile, he asks if he is belittling all the construction workers of this land. The system replies, asking him to forgive it, stating that of course not. His mana heart was born, not as a result of regular training, but from the impact of the mana blast. As such, his mana heart has been given unique capabilities. The system notifies him again about a skill option, Shock Neutralizer, which can neutralize the impact from mana blasts without additional protection. He wonders what this is and asks if this means he can use the triple core blast as much as he wants. He thinks that means the work in the quarry can be done faster. The system responds, urging him to think of something more impressive. He asks if there is anything more noble and impressive than manual labor and questions if the system is belittling quarry work. He thinks that the mana heart needs to be protected from the impact of the mana blast because it acts like an ammunition dump. Using a mana blast is like setting off an explosion next to one of those powder kegs. It is literally a death trap if he doesn't protect it. But at that moment, he didn't have a mana heart. That's why he didn't die. He thinks the shock from the blast filled his heart, and as it was working to keep him alive, it condensed and turned into a mana heart. He thinks he neglected his mana heart training, thinking it was a better use of his time to do more manual labor. He guesses it pays to be lazy sometimes. Count Cremo arrives and says to forgive him for keeping him waiting. He suggests they depart right away, and he confirms. They both sit in a horse cart and move away. He remarks on the buildings and streets, wondering how much it would cost to repair them. Count Cremo replies that it's hard to tell, but he imagines it's well over a month's worth of a city's budget. He adds that if the Gigatitan hadn't been knocked down, he bets it would have been another half a year's worth. Count Cremo asks what he is trying to tell him, and he replies that compared to half a year's budget, what he's getting for this construction project must be like small change, that's all. He laughs and says, his goodness, who would have known? He goes on to say that to think that this tragedy was the result of some statue made to drive the Gigatitan away. Regardless of whose plan it was, he can't say it was anyone's fault. Really, it was Mother Nature. Either way, a few people did have to risk their lives, but everything worked out very well in the end, and he laughed. He mentions that he knows. He did happen to hear something from his attendants. He heard that his lordship offers financial compensation to anyone who works for the public interest of the city, regardless of who they are, without fail. He adds that he was rather curious, wondering how much of a benefit to public interest would lead to 1 5 times. Count Cremo asks if that will do, and he replies that he does apologize. It seems he has caused a misunderstanding, and he wasn't asking for more money, but anyway, he finally gets it. He says to him, his citizens' lives are worth 1 5 times his construction fees. Count Cremo sits quietly and listens to him, saying 2-fold then 3-fold. He reaches to him and smiles. He says he's in awe of his bold generosity, and he will consider this special compensation and put it to good use on himself. He shakes hands with Count Cremo. Count Cremo agrees and says of course. He thinks this is strange, so very strange, he has most definitely been extorted by him. Lloyd Frontra reflects, yet he doesn't harbor any hatred, pondering why such animosity doesn't exist. Observing the carriage, a person remarks that Count Cremo's carriage, and excitement sweeps over them, exclaiming Master Lloyd has arrived, 3 cheers for him, hooray. Glancing out of the window, he contemplates his past insignificance in Korea and feels the immense pressure of the present situation. Count Cremo informs him that they have arranged a podium with a magic crystal ball for amplification, and the people eagerly await to hear what he has to say. Lloyd acknowledges of course, while thinking that the true heroes are those who overcame the tragedy, and a speech emphasizing this would suffice. He adds it's not like he's making money off this. Lloyd Frontra arrives at the stage amid people shouting slogans with his name. Despite the crowd's enthusiasm, he remains uninterested, wondering about the magnitude of the gathering as he places his hand on the magical ball. Contemplating the potential financial gain from each person present, he addresses the citizens of Cremo, asking if they have ever heard of Ondal flooring. Tapping his head, he notes their unfamiliarity and points out an elderly man with stiff joints enduring freezing winter cold and a worried mother fearing her child catching a cold. He questions how much time they have wasted struggling with their inefficient fireplaces, exclaiming 1 hour and 2 hours. If they've lived 50 years, that would be 15 wasted in front of a fire. Asserting that if they consider this excessive, he urges them to remember Ondal flooring, all while Count Cremo laughs. He states that it will improve their lives by this much, gesturing with his hand and then widening it further, emphasizing the substantial impact. He adds, for more information, please visit the Baron's manor location in the Frontra barony. That is all before walking away. Count Cremo observes him and reflects on why he doesn't harbor any hatred towards him. He realizes it's because the man is meticulous in seeking every penny of profit, persistent yet reasonable, and accomplishes what needs to be done. Considering his qualities, Count Cremo thinks that instead of harboring resentment, he wants a man of such caliber by his side. A man of his skills being stuck in a remote village is seen as a loss to the kingdom. Lloyd contemplates his soon-to-be Golden Goose, the Frontra estate, and its most senior knight, Sir Bayern. While acknowledging Bayern's honesty, integrity, and sincerity, he notes that as a knight, Bayern's skills are only average, perhaps slightly below average. Lloyd finds this to be a pity as he looks at him. Bayern informs Lloyd that all the plans for the migration are in place, presenting him with the documents containing lists of names and details on land allocation. He further addresses the farm owner's complaints about the labor shortage, revealing his decision to send in the orcs to bolster the workforce at the mine. Bayern mentions that they have also signed a large-scale Ondal agreement with a neighboring estate, offering a 30% discount and leaving their net profit margin at only 10%. Despite this, when factoring in the sale of the coal afterward, their final profits are expected to exceed 50%. Meanwhile, he proceeds to discuss water pipe insulation and repairs. Lloyd Frontra interrupts, asking if he managed to complete all that in the time he was away. The response is that he was simply following orders. He was instructed to take care of the rest. A soldier arrives, seeking an update, informing them that the interior work in the last Ondal project is complete and awaiting inspection. Bayern acknowledges, stating that he'll be there in 30 minutes. As they go out to check the project, Bayern remarks that it is well made with no flaws, a commendable job. He reflects on the times he raised his voice, considering them as leading up to this moment, and acknowledges that the individual has become the most important person on their traveling build team. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and acknowledges his capability, thinking he is extremely capable and born in the wrong era. He contemplates that if the man were in Korea, he would have been at least a managing director at a big corporation. Acknowledging his skills, Lloyd decides that he needs to give this man a huge bonus. The system notifies him that the installation of Ondal flooring in the Frontra estate's homes is complete, marking a new page in the continent's history books. Ondal is now recognized as the Frontra heating system, and a substantial amount of RP will be awarded for this monumental achievement in construction. His bonus RP reaches plus 400. Reflecting on this, he realizes that the large-scale Ondal flooring contract was orchestrated by the Baron and Baroness. These two, it turns out, possess talents beyond being the lord and lady of an estate, and he gazes at his parents. Contemplating his own life, he acknowledges that from the moment he was born, his luck began. For many people, whether they laugh or cry depends on the era they are born into. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive at their construction site and observe the structure of a building. Javier remarks on the need for such a large storage building for all the coal. Lloyd responds, confirming that indeed, they do need it as the coal supply keeps increasing. He reflects on having paid off more than half the debt with the money from construction and mentions their substantial income from water supply fees charged to their neighbor. Thinking that he's almost there, approaching his retirement of fun and merriment, he smiles. Javier looks at him and contemplates that sometimes he can't stand it when he makes that face, finding himself suddenly wanting to punch him. Suddenly, they hear a horn whistle and turn towards the sound. Lloyd inquires about the noise, and Javier replies that he too has never heard it before but believes it to be the horn announcing the arrival of the royal messenger. He inquires about the presence of the royal messenger as he observes a caravan of royal messengers. The messenger dismounts from his horse and presents a message, with his subordinates applauding his presentation. Lloyd Frontra becomes angry, questioning the ridiculous performance and urging the messenger to get to the point. He and his parents bow in front of the messenger, and he senses that this encounter might lead to trouble. The royal messenger states that since time immemorial, he, along with the great sovereigns before him, has worked hard to achieve peace and comfort for nobles, citizens, and all others. Lloyd thinks about the events in Cremo, wondering if that is the reason for the messenger's visit. The royal messenger clarifies that not only is it about Cremo, but they are also relieved to hear of their people's safety. It is his responsibility to report to the royals. Additionally, for these reasons, he will personally greet the two valiant heroes who defeated the Gigatitan and praise them for their achievement. The system notifies that favor with the Baron has increased by 9, and he has received 90 RP points. Arcos Frontra becomes emotional, stating this is an honor, His Majesty, and commends his son for a good job. However, he becomes irritated, thinking that while he appreciates the RP points, this situation is not ideal. Reflecting on his past experiences in the army, he realizes the importance of doing just enough to avoid problems and never doing more than necessary. He recalls breaking that rule once. In another scenario, Major asks Corporal Kim, who is a civil engineering major, to construct a sauna in a particular spot. Corporal Kim responds by stating that civil engineering isn't about being a builder. The major then questions whether he is refusing to do the task. Corporal Kim declines to refuse and asserts that he will do it. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim sits at his study table, reading a book, and reflects on the fatal mistake he made. He thinks he researched too hard and ended up building something that was way too perfect. The scene shifts to the National Defense sauna, where a soldier approaches and asks if Corporal Kim, who looks pretty brainy, could build a nice little cottage for them. The soldier questions why the village levee broke and criticizes the flimsiness of the barrack. He mentions that the mountain is ruining the beautiful view and instructs someone to fetch Corporal Kim. Observing the situation, the royal messenger thinks that once Her Royal Highness is involved, the sweet life of the country noble will come to an end. The royal messenger declares that Lloyd Frontra and his guard are hereby ordered to travel immediately to the royal capital. Lloyd Frontra reflects that he should have just constructed the sea platform and ended it there. The The cursed lobster has put a curse on him. He contemplates the consequences, thinking that once he's on her radar, she'll call on him for the rest of his life. Considering whether he should pretend to be an idiot, he concludes that it's dangerous. If she takes offense, he might lose his head. Sitting in his carriage with Javier beside him, Javier observes Lloyd and remarks that he has the face of a man who is about to be executed. Lloyd acknowledges Javier's sharp eye. Javier adds that it's unexpected since the master Lloyd he knows would usually be excited to meet her royal highness. Javier wonders how much he can weasel out of her. Lloyd contemplates that he knows things about this world, her highness Magentano's personality, her future, and the state of the capital. If he can take advantage of all that, there has to be a way. He acknowledges that Javier is correct, and they decide to seize the opportunity to make the most of the royal palace. After some time, they arrive at the royal palace and kneel, greeting her highness. Alicia Termina Magentano addresses Lloyd Frentra and Javier Esrahan. He may lift his gaze, and they both raise their heads. He is impressed, thinking he almost had a heart attack. Her charisma is overwhelming. He declares all hail their majesty, the queen, he, Lloyd Frentra, has come to salute her majesty, the rightful ruler of these lands. She inquires if it is him, and from his auras, the man beside him seems noble. She addresses Sir Javier Esrahan and asks if he said so. She senses a mana flow from him that she has never seen before. She remarks that he seems like a worthy sparring partner for her. Javier replies, asking for forgiveness on behalf of his majesty, stating he is merely a nameless knight. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frentra thinks she can tell Javier is special just by looking at him and realizes that she is one of the only 2 sword masters in the kingdom. Clumsy flattery won't work on her. Alicia Termina Magentano mentions that she has heard of his deeds from Count C. As such, he has his appreciation for the courage and selflessness he displayed. However, she doesn't judge a man merely based on another's recommendation. She trusts based on another's recommendation and only trusts what she has seen for herself. Lloyd Frentra thinks, confirming his expectations, while she reiterates Lloyd Frentra's name and declares that she will put his skills to the test. He thinks this is the pinnacle, the highest opportunity, nothing less than a chance to win a contract with her majesty. In the current state of affairs, she then asks him what construction project he believes is the most urgently needed in Magenta, the royal capital. He thinks she's starting things off with a quiz, contemplating the most necessary construction project, confident that he knows this as he is familiar with the book's entire plot. She contemplates whether he truly is a capable man, expecting him to have noticed the condition of the royal palace the moment he saw it. If he fails to catch that, she decides she will not acknowledge him. Both of them agree that the most urgent construction project in Magenta is the repair of the crumbling palace. He suggests placing a new bridge over the Magna River, which runs through the capital, but he thinks she might not be completely satisfied with his response. He believes it wasn't the answer she expected, but given her personality, the test won't end there. He acknowledges that she holds the highest authority and absolute power, being tolerant, fair, and willing to listen to all regardless of class or rank. When she asks for his reason, he responds by stating that others may have a different opinion and may argue that repairing the royal palace is the most urgent matter at the moment. He explains that a very long time ago, a badly tempered dragon took off with the palace's tower on 2 separate occasions. To prevent it from happening a 3rd time, the entire structure was widened and flattened into its current shape. He continues, stating that the Magenta castle they see today was built in this weighty manner due to fears that the whole structure could be lifted up. Consequently, he believes that the weight of the structure pressing down on the ground and its pillars is causing it to slowly crumble. However, he adds that the repairs would only be necessary at a much later date. Therefore, he concludes that it can't be seen as urgent. She looks at him and thinks what an impudent man. He knows what she is thinking, yet he gives her a different answer. He reflects on the fact that she knows that he knows that he gave her a different answer, even though he knew the answer she was thinking of. She reflects that she sees he knows that she knows that he gave a different answer, even though he knew the answer she was thinking of. He laughs and thinks he knows that she knows that he knows that she knows that he gave her a different answer, even though he knew the answer he was thinking of. The system notifies him to stop with the nonsense. She wonders if he's toying with her and states that she would never beg for a contract for construction fees. He mentions that the current bridge across the Magna River Arcos has been rebuilt 12 times already. He explains that the bridge collapses regularly because it is unable to withstand the rising waters in the spring. He adds that each time it happens, people's lives are inconvenienced and large amounts of money are spent on it. He asserts that everyone sees the rebuilding of the bridge as an inevitable part of nature. He says, however, that if Her Majesty were to trust him with its construction, he would build a bridge that would not collapse even in the face of spring floods or drift ice. He believes he is referring to a modern suspension bridge. She thinks he even criticizes her decisions and wonders why this arrogant and insolent man, the more she speaks with him, the more she seems to like him. She asks him to tell her more about the bridge he will construct. He laughs, thanks her, and thinks he knew she would like it. He believes she absolutely despises yes men who drown her in flattery, and she puts unlimited trust in those with strong convictions. She says enough. He has suddenly lost interest. He thinks this is their queen, Magentano, but she is eventually betrayed by the one she cherished, loses one of her arms, and turns evil, transforming into the butchering tyrant. However, that story is 3 years into the future. Right now, she is an honorable queen who listens even to the lowly. She inquires if the bridge were to fail, while he contemplates that he would gather his things and flee the country. He then states that she can have his head in exchange, but as long as the bridge stands, he requests a guarantee for his family's station. She thinks that he has managed to make her smile in the end and agrees, saying he may carry out his plans. She promises him reasonable compensation and the upholding of his family's station. He steps forward and presents a contract, and she asks what it is. He responds with a contract. Please sign it. She questions whether he is implying that he doesn't trust his word and thinks he has prepared a contract. He clarifies that it's not the case, Her Majesty, and explains that the contract stipulates that if he doesn't construct the bridge in an honest manner, he is to be hung, drawn, and quartered. He mentions that he considers this a necessary shackle for such an untrustworthy and lowly man as himself. She signs the contract and thinks she's being sweet-talked into something, yet she doesn't mind it. He responds with 1,000 thanks while she inquires about his remark concerning his bottom. He explains that he couldn't lower his head any more than his signature, so he raised her behind to make it seem lower. She replies that she understands his intentions but instructs him to lower it, as she doesn't want to see it. Lloyd Frentra, Javier, and another royal servant walk towards them. Lloyd Frontra taps and swirls in excitement, thinking, did he see that? This guy right here just ripped off the queen with this contract. Javier looks at him and thinks he could have lost his head if she thought he was being disrespectful. He adds that he can't stop a sword master, so please exercise caution. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano remarks that Sir Kyle noticed it as well, realizing he is more shrewd than she had thought. He responds that he's a clever man, very calculating, and asks if she is not slightly displeased by the man. She replies that she was. He assumed from the beginning that he could beat him, but he seemed so pathetic that it was rather adorable, and she smiles. The scene shifts a few days later. Lloyd Frontra puts a bag at his back and says up he goes. Javier asks if he will really be alright going alone, and Lloyd replies why would he need an escort in the capital with all its security. He adds that it's a huge pain walking around with Javier while pointing at him. He mentions that earlier when they went out to survey, he couldn't concentrate at all because of Javier. Lloyd signs the contract while many girls look at them and fall in love with both of them. Javier requests please tell Master Julian that he's doing well. The reply comes yeah, sure thing. The speaker thinks Julian Frontra is Lloyd's little brother studying at the Royal Academy. Before they left for the capital, the Baroness prepared heaps of winter clothes and blankets. Reflecting on this, he thinks she asked him to take them to Julian, feeling emotional as it reminds him of what happens to him in the book. He recalls that around this time in the story, the Baron loses everything and is unable to pay the tuition, getting kicked out of the dorms, and eventually dying wandering around at night, killed by a thief. However, he reassures himself that such an unfortunate fate won't happen now, as he's pretty amazing at saving lives. He looks up at the palace and says well then, time to go see his little brother, realizing he doesn't even know what he looks like. Lloyd Frontra arrives at the Magentano Royal Academy and encounters his brother Julian, who asks what the hell. Lloyd's brother questions what he is doing there. As Lloyd looks at him, he thinks he remembers Julian and Javier being the same age, but Julian is just so small. Julian, in turn, thinks look at that face staring at his own brother like that. Lloyd must have been a piece of work. Lloyd thinks that as long as he's not too nice to Julian and acts like he has turned over a new leaf, maybe he won't be too suspicious. He hands over the bag and says here, it's from Mother. Julian tries to hold the bag and thinks that Lloyd didn't call him a derogatory term, and on top of that, he came all this way because their mother asked him to. The system notifies Lloyd with a warning message that he is considered suspicious due to his uncharacteristic kindness. Lloyd wonders what he did just now that was nice, finding dealing with this Lloyd guy to be so exhausting. Meanwhile, he turns and says all right. Later, he refers to his brother as a little troublemaker, while his brother thinks he has left without confronting him. What's wrong with him? The system notifies him that his suspicions are multiplying, considering his humane behavior. He even recalls calling his brother a little troublemaker. What does he need to do? Hit him in the head? He remembers that his mother asked if he thinks he could have lunch with Julian and considers how lonely Julian must be. He asks what he means and states that he's going to buy Julian lunch. His brother questions why he would do that, and he replies that it's because their mother asked him to. They both go to the cafeteria, and Julian Frontra looks at the menu while Lloyd Frontra thinks it's awkward. Julian says he'll have the basic set, and Lloyd cuts in, suggesting he get something expensive, as he probably doesn't get to indulge like this often. Julian peruses the menu and realizes he forgot to call him a little troublemaker. Later, he articulates it and mentions that he'll go for the special set D. He wonders why he's acting so normal. In the past, he used to curse so much, and he would retaliate even if Julian nearly looked at him. He signals the waiter and orders 2 special set DS. The waiter observes that they seem like visitors from out of town and inquires if they would like any wine. Julian declines, mentioning that he doesn't drink anymore. His brother thinks he stopped drinking, recalling that he used to be intoxicated 24 hours a day and caused all sorts of trouble. Reflecting on a recent event, he remembers someone from the palace coming to see him a few days ago. They informed him that the trading port of Cremo was attacked by a Gigatitan, and that Lloyd Frontra was the one who defeated it. He finds it hard to believe that the Lloyd Frontra he knows lacks the skills and mindset to accomplish something like that. He considers it to be either an unfounded rumor or someone falsely taking credit for Javier's accomplishments. At least that's what he thought, but something felt strange. He seemed like a completely different person while they ate. Diego Lacona arrives, slapping Julian's head and questioning why someone like him is present. Julian apologizes, explaining that something came up today. Diego Lacona presses further, asking what kind of situation arose and questioning if Julian learned anything in his law class. He slaps him again. Diego Lacona inquires about the malleability of the law, wondering if one can break the rules just because they feel like it. He insists that the Baron's scum should dine where they can't be seen and asks why, questioning if it's because they offend people's eyes. Another student remarks that Julian's family is nothing, just because he's in a nice place like this. Someone else questions if Julian thinks he has become something now, labeling him an impoverished piece of trash and questioning what he even possesses on his estate. Julian responds affirmatively, stating that he has his filthy, mangy peasants. Lloyd Frontra reflects that what they call an academy seems to prioritize family status over academic achievements. It annoys him further that the son of a poor country baron ranks near the top of his class. He contemplates the consequences of helping him, realizing that life for him here will only become more challenging. Observing Julian's disapproving glances, he considers sitting still instead. Diego Lacona boasts about his family's royally recognized Lacanada dyed cloth, stating that one must reach that level to dine there. Lloyd wonders if Diego is a viscount. The system notifies him that the computation for the calculation is complete. Curious, Lloyd Frontra asks about Diego's father's occupation. Diego Lacona declares himself to be the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, questioning Lloyd Frontra about his connection to the trash present. He commands Lloyd to stop polluting the place and leave, but Lloyd retaliates by slapping him, throwing him away, and making him swirl on the ground. Lloyd believes the attack, Mana Bitch Slap, has a cooldown of 0 seconds, but the system notifies him that it's not a real thing. Another student confronts Lloyd, expressing outrage at interfering with a member of the elite union. Unfazed, Lloyd slaps him as well. A third student rises, claiming to be the second year's top dog, boasting about the mithril fists, and threatening that today Lloyd is dead meat. Lloyd defeats him too. Another student questions the source of the disturbance and identifies the troublemakers as the Count's twin sons, known as the Black Dragon's double horns. The student concludes that the troublemaker doesn't stand a chance against their brilliant combined attack. Lloyd Fronterer simultaneously slaps both of them and questions if they were the ones talking about some double horns earlier. They deny it, and Lloyd slaps them too. Two more students sit there, trembling, and one admits they didn't say anything but were giggling. Lloyd Fronterer approaches their table and slaps both of them, causing their teeth to fly in the air. Diego Lacona stands up, berates Lloyd, tells him to die, and charges at him, asking how he liked being mana punched by a mana prodigy like himself. Lloyd Fronterer reflects that he's dealing with Diego Lacona, age 21, and senses regret in the young man's actions as he licks his blood. Lloyd thinks Diego shouldn't have thrown that punch. Lloyd Fronterer seizes Diego Lacona, shakes him, throws him to the ground, and attempts to pull him back. Julian observes, thinking that Lloyd has completely lost it. He never really had it together, and this situation is even worse. Julian acknowledges that he was foolish for believing that Lloyd could be a normal, sane individual even for a moment. He realizes that the vice superintendent was just here, but is now gone. Lloyd Fronterer pushes Diego against the wall, expressing his lack of understanding of the current situation and questioning why he's being assaulted. He rejects the notion of the wise and merciful Viscount Lacona, considering it nonsense, and remarking on the similarity between father and son. Diego Lacona verbally abuses Lloyd, particularly objecting to the mention of his father. Lloyd persists, questioning if Diego thinks bullying his classmates is acceptable, and he also verbally abuses him. Lloyd forcefully hits Diego's face against the wall repeatedly, asking if he wants him to explain why he behaves like an unpleasant person because there's no one around to instill some sense into him. Lloyd points towards his blood on the wall and asks, what do they have here? Look at this, what does this look like? He hits him against the wall again and declares it's gate number 666 to hell for a piece of utter garbage like him. Julian intervenes, grabbing Lloyd from behind and urging him to stop, telling him to knock it off, and questioning if he's trying to kill Diego. Julian reflects on what might happen next, anticipating that Diego will face even more bullying. He acknowledges that Lloyd can be thoughtless, but this is too much. Lloyd Fronterer asks if Julian is concerned about Diego being bullied worse after this and reassures him, saying don't worry. If he's dead, he can't bully him. Julian wonders how Lloyd can say that with such a bright smile. Lloyd Fronterer reflects that he has encountered many guys like Julian back in high school, thinking that doesn't make him laugh. None make him laugh, and none of it gets through to them. He believes the best thing for them is the fear of death, similar to what Diego Lacona is currently experiencing under the sickle of Death Warrior. Lloyd tells them to stop immediately. Corgidus arrives with a soldier, questioning the meaning of the ruckus in the Sacred Academy funded by Her Royal Highness, while Lloyd Fronterer still holds onto Diego Lacona's hair. Julian worries that Lloyd is not only going to confront the dean and the guards but also lose his head in the process, potentially facing beheading. Lloyd Fronterer introduces himself, bowing and states that he is the eldest son of Baron Arcos Fronterer and the brother of the student Julian Fronterer. He identifies himself as Lloyd Fronterer. Julian Fronterer wonders why Lloyd is suddenly so calm. It's as if he was anticipating this to happen. Lloyd Fronterer offers an apology for causing such a commotion, stating that he was merely attempting to restore Her Majesty's honor. Corgidus dismisses the notion, questioning who dares to tarnish Her Majesty's name, and identifies the person as the son of the Lacona family. Corgidus accuses Lloyd of abusing his brother Julian and humiliating him. Lloyd Fronterer stands in the back, insisting that Corgidus must have seen it happen. He claims that Julian looked like he had no intention of restraining him, so he assumes Corgidus didn't see it and laughs. Lloyd reflects that it's apparent why Corgidus didn't intervene. The staff of the academy were all recommended by the nobility, and they likely didn't want to lose the trust of high-ranking aristocrats' children. He considers that the students form regional cliques, which will eventually grow up and influence the academy once again. He contemplates that there's no way anyone on the academy staff, including the men present, was unaware of Julian being bullied, but they likely turned a blind eye. Recognizing himself as the son of a poor baron, he concludes that there's no benefit in helping him. Corgidus questions the relevance of his background to Her Majesty. Lloyd Fronterer argues that an insult to his brother is an insult to him. He takes out a mirror from his pocket and shows it to Corgidus. They all express surprise, and Corgidus realizes it's a royal guest specially invited by Her Majesty. They bow in front of him, exclaiming all hail Her Royal Highness. Lloyd states that he believes they understand the situation and takes his leave, walking out. Corgidus thinks Lloyd is an imbecile and considers that the status of a royal guest is only temporary. They may punish Julian later while treating the beaten-up students better. Lloyd Fronterer looks at them and smiles, while Corgidus wonders about the unsettling look, as if he's contemplating harm. Lloyd Fronterer turns to his brother and asks what he's doing, urging him to come on. Julian agrees and follows him, inquiring about their destination. Lloyd responds that they are heading to the administrator's office. His brother questions why they are going there, and Lloyd asks what he means, questioning why he wouldn't. He explains that he's going to request a leave of absence for Julian. His brother, frustrated, exclaims how much more of his life he must screw up until Lloyd is satisfied, causing Lloyd to stop. Julian expresses concern that he's going to be bullied even more now because of Lloyd and accuses him of hindering his studies, asking why he is doing this to him. Lloyd Fronterer responds that soon, this place won't be very conducive for studying, and he suggests taking the opportunity to give his mind some rest and get his body in shape. His brother asks what he means by getting his body in shape, and Lloyd explains he has never heard the phrase all the muscles. Construction work muscles are the best. The scene shifts to Magentano Palace, royal guests' quarters, where Javier advises Julian to trust Master Lloyd's plan, assuring him that it will turn out for the better. Julian retorts, expressing doubt as it involves Lloyd Fronterer, whom he considers a brute, and he believes the plan will only get worse. Javier questions if Julian doesn't believe his words, reminding him of the plan to bring down the Gigaton in Cremo, claiming it was all Lloyd's plan, and he himself delivered the final blow. He explains that he has built roads, opened waterways, developed quarries and mines, and even formed bonds with wild orcs. He emphasizes that he has successfully paid off more than half of the Baron's extensive debts, all thanks to his skills and talents. He earnestly pleads for their trust, asserting that he is the savior of their estate. Lloyd Fronterer stands outside the room, eavesdropping on their conversation, and rubs his nose. Julian expresses difficulty in trusting Lloyd, recalling him as a drunken hooligan and human trash. Javier adds that he was unintelligent, uncivilized, and a dirtbag beyond redemption. Julian questions whether someone can truly change like that. Javier denies the possibility, stating that he has convinced himself that it is impossible. According to him, Master Lloyd Frontra might be someone else disguising themselves. Julian Frontra inquires if Javier is suggesting that someone stole Lloyd's body through black magic or something similar. Javier responds that it could be a possibility, considering it's a theory he read in a book. To determine if there was a flow of mana forcing a foreign soul into the body, he secretly investigated the matter. Lloyd Frontra reflects that Javier did that while Julian asked if there was another soul. Javier denies feeling the presence of any unusual mana force and explains that the soul seemed to be naturally connected to the body. He urges them to forget what he just said, dismissing it as wild speculation. Julian agrees, but he notes that Lloyd suddenly changing like this is even more unexpected. Lloyd Frontra contemplates Javier's statement, considering him a silly devil. He thinks there's no way Javier doesn't sense his presence outside the door, and he wonders if Javier is trying to convey suspicion toward him. Before that, it was the first time Julian heard about their family's debts. Initially, he thought it was just him having a hard time with his studies. However, he realizes that Lloyd has been working all this time to pay off their debts, and surprisingly, Lloyd had the most comfortable life among them. Julian acknowledges that he should give Lloyd some credit for saving their estate. The system notifies Julian that his approval rating for Lloyd has increased by 2 points, and he has received 28 bonus RP, but his overall approval rating is still at -59. Lloyd Frontra considers Julian a key character in his RP fountain, and he accepts it. The system notifies that Julian is opening his heart up to Lloyd, but Lloyd is not touched by that. Lloyd thinks to himself, nope, he doesn't know, whatever, go away. Lloyd Frontra opens the door and enters, finding everything ready, so he suggests they go. Julian Frontra asks where they have to go, and Lloyd replies that he told him to train his body. Lloyd considers step 1 in manufacturing modern suspension bridge cables, involving spreading oil-based clay to make a 3 feet wide pizza dough base. The next step is to top the dough with all kinds of dirt and rocks to complete the pizza, and then Bangle eats that pizza. Lloyd thinks the subsequent steps involve expelling, rolling 120 strands together once the metal wire has cooled, and gathering and rolling the strands, with Peapodong assisting in the rolling process. Lloyd believes that everything is ready to manufacture the cables and concludes the tutorial. He emphasizes that this task is the starting point of the entire construction project, stating that if this part is messed up, everything else will be messed up. Julian Frontra expresses concern, stating that not only their estate's debts, but also his future at the academy relies on this task. He questions why he should trust Lloyd with such an important matter. Lloyd responds by stating that he's talking about trust because it's crucial. He believes that someone intelligent and responsible like himself should be in charge, even addressing Julian as a little shit. Julian thinks that Lloyd used the term little shit again, considering it a tad late. Lloyd contemplates the modern suspension bridge, acknowledging it as a fanciful idea with the current era's technical knowledge. He acknowledges that even if he does everything in his power, it would still be impossible. Therefore, he concludes that he needs to borrow the power of a different technology. After a while, the royal dwarf master craftsman, Corgidus, sits in his room while drinking, refusing Lloyd Frontra before he even speaks. Lloyd responds that Corgidus hasn't heard anything yet. Corgidus asserts that he doesn't want to hear about it, and instructs Lloyd to scrawl away. Lloyd thinks to himself that Corgidus is indeed a bull-headed old man, just as described in the novel. He notes that Corgidus doesn't move unless he's interested, even if it's a request from the queen. To capture his interest, Lloyd reveals that he has prepared a powerful weapon, blueprints for a new bridge over the Majina River, specifically a truss design. Corgidus dismisses the human design, stating he has no interest in it. Lloyd apologizes and offers a blueprint, then leaves, expressing that he will entrust these plans to some other blacksmith. Corgidus places his bottle on the table and comments, wait, that design, if he doesn't get the structure rigidity exactly right, he knows what's going to happen. He explains that if the rigidity is off, the bridge will snap and collapse, and those on it will die. He fears being blamed for their deaths, with people shouting from the scaffold if only Corgidus had made the trusses. Corgidus becomes angry and questions if that's a threat. Lloyd laughs and reassures him that it's not a threat, but a plea to a master's conscience. Corgidus insists that Lloyd's face looks like a threat, demanding to see the blueprints. Lloyd hands over all the blueprints, and Corgidus examines them. Corgidus concludes that he's certain of one thing. He's the only person in the kingdom who could make this. He warns Lloyd not to give the blueprints to any other dunce, as it would result in a disaster. He responds that is why he feels threatened. He means to ask for his help. Corgidus inquires if he is still wearing that expression and instructs him to remove it. If he can design something like this, he must have planned it to pique his interest. He responds, expressing disbelief at his actions, and states that he can only rely on his warm-heartedness. Corgidus instructs him to stop that look and agrees to proceed. Lloyd Frontra bows and expresses gratitude, thinking that Julian is continuing work on the wires and that the royal workshop has initiated the bridge's truss work. He anticipates that Javier and he will commence work on the suspension towers. After a while, Lloyd Frontra and Javier work at their construction site. He instructs Javier to get ready to blast, and they proceed to blast the ground. A person in a blue dress arrives and commands them to stop the work immediately. They question how they dare defraud Her Highness, steal from the royal treasury, and assert that they will not allow him to get away with this. He asks for clarification, to which the person in the blue dress responds, pleading for him to pass judgment. They highlight that there is already a bridge on the Majina River that has stood for 30 years. Nevertheless, the man is creating unnecessary work to tap into the royal funds. They request him to punish the fraudster and suggest redirecting efforts towards repairing the palace instead. Alicia Termina Magentano declares that each side will state their case, beginning with the Guild and Builders Guild of Magenta City's leader, Victor. He asserts that the Majina Bridge, constructed by the previous guild leader, has stood in that spot for 30 years. The support columns are wedge-shaped to slow down the swift currents of the Majina River. He criticizes the notion that the bridge will fall, considering it a clear insult to the guild and a slight to Her Royal Highness, the Queen. Lloyd Frontra thinks, yet nope, if that bridge collapses, in the Night of Blood and Iron, there's a scene where the royal army and the rebels face off at the Majina River. He reflects on an event during a massive rainstorm where the bridge collapses, leading to a standstill. However, he refrains from mentioning future events. She instructs him to express his opinion. In response, he states that he would like to inquire something from the official seated beside the guild leader and asks how much they were paid. Another man exclaims how he dared make such false accusations in front of Her Royal Highness. Lloyd Frontra believes that his reaction speaks volumes. It's as if he is displaying signs of being paid off all over his face. He thinks that anyone familiar with Koreans knows what typically occurs when a politician and a businessman meet. Either the politician accepts money from the businessman, or the businessman bribes the politician while seeking favors. In this case, he believes it's the latter, stripping away all business rights and monopolizing the budget. She calls him again, bringing him out of his thoughts, and she asserts that she thought he was a clever man, but he has made a grave mistake by baselessly accusing a royal official. She shouts, "Listen, prepare his judgment at once." They capture him, tie him up, and the death warrior is almost killing him. She instructs him to listen well, as he has insulted her and a royal vassal with his lies, and now she will restore her honor. Javier arrives with Pipodon, Haming, and Bangul, grabbing his sword. Alicia Termina Magentano asks him if he has any last words. He replies, "Exterminate the guilty one's entire bloodline." She asks Victor and the other person if they also agree with this. They bow and affirm that it is the right thing to do. She then declares that she will prove her vassal's innocence, while Javier squeezes his sword to draw it. The other person questions what she is saying, and 4 magicians arrive to perform a magic spell on that person. Lloyd Frontra looks at him and smiles while she instructs them to summon the confession spell. The person pleads for them to wait, but the magicians have already completed their spell, and magical circles appear around him with a bright flash. After a while, that person and Victor find themselves tied up in the middle of the city under worse conditions, with crows flying around their heads. Lloyd Frontra arrives there with Javier and remarks that their families have done no wrong. He explains that he pleaded with the queen to only go this far, emphasizing his niceness. Lloyd thinks he was a bit annoyed that construction got delayed due to those worthless punks. Alicia Termina Magentano also arrives there and commands to put all of the kingdom's workers on the bridge's construction, making people hail their darling queen. Lloyd observes that the High Wizard used gravitational magic to lighten the weight of the stone blocks and work on the suspension tower, which finished in a flash. He instructs Bangul to get ready for the launch. Bangul holds the rope in his mouth and jumps from a building, and Lloyd tells him to fire. A blast occurs, catching everyone's attention. Hipodong and Bangul become excited by the blast, while 2 soldiers turn the tab again. Lloyd Frontra announces the socket connection complete, and here comes the second cable. Julian Frontra acknowledges Lloyd's incredible abilities, and Javier adds that he is also remarkable. Despite it being his first time engaging in hard labor, Lloyd showed up every day. Javier recalls a time when they were young, and he asked Lloyd to teach him how to use a sword. However, Lloyd nearly hurt himself because the sword was too heavy for him. Now, Javier observes that it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hemming supports a part of the bridge, and Lloyd Frontra mentions that wizards can also perform fire magic. Following his instructions, they execute the magic, and Lloyd places his shovel on the ground, announcing that the construction is complete. The system notifies that the construction of Magenta City's suspension bridge is finished, and a large amount of bonus RP will be awarded for this monumental achievement in construction. His bonus RP increases to 1,050, and his current RP reaches 3,019. He reflects that after saving bit by bit, he is now swimming in RP, feeling content. Alicia Termina Magentano reaches the bridge and declares that it will be named after Lloyd Frontra and his brave knight. She officially names the bridge Lajavi and, using her vested powers, bestows the title of Master Builder onto Lloyd Frontra. Corgetus, standing in the crowd, questions the decision, referring to Lloyd as a runt who made the whole platform, but is the only one capable of designing something like this. He acknowledges that once the money for construction starts pouring in, it will likely settle the estate's debts. However, there is still one giant hurdle left. She contemplates how to utilize this man, considering there are numerous ways to put him to use. He reflects that the queen is currently debating how to employ him, but he absolutely refuses to comply. His dream is to be a rich bum, spending his days eating and sleeping. He decides to stick to the plan. She states that she has a request for him, suggesting they return to the royal palace and talk. He thinks about escaping the queen's grip, while also addressing Julian's academy problem and responds, agreeing to her wishes. He names the plan Operation Double Kill. They all return to the royal palace, where Alicia Termina Magentano proclaims that she hereby bestows upon Lloyd Frontra a noble title and an estate befitting his abilities. She contemplates that he is the son of a country baron, and on top of that, he caused the sanction of high-ranking officials like themselves. They cannot be happy about him being given a title and land, and it will be a pain to try and quell their complaints. Lloyd Frontra bows and expresses thanks and praise for Her Majesty's boundless generosity. However, if he may be so bold, he beseeches her for something bigger. She asks what's bigger, and he replies that if Her Majesty deems his request reasonable, then please withdraw the offer of land and title. She tells him to state his request, and she will decide, contemplating what he might want, whether a royal post or a larger fee. Whatever it is, it wouldn't change her desire to have him by her side. He states that what he would like is a thorough cleaning of the Royal Academy. She asks him to explain this. He responds that the Magenta Royal Academy is currently full of corruption, inequality, and despicable behavior. Students focus more on their cliques than their studies and subject students of lower ranks to mental and physical suffering. He mentions that the Academy's educators are aware of this, yet turn a blind eye, more interested in lining their pockets with kickbacks to satisfy their own interests. He adds that the students indulge themselves in the sweetness of power when they should be learning, and they build up social barriers when they should be embracing their aspirations for this world. These behaviors are a far cry from the aims with which the Academy was established. He issues an order to Javier, who takes out a document from his pocket and presents it to the Queen. He states that these are the results of a 4-month investigation that his knight and he have put together, ranging from Academy graduates to handymen who did odd jobs, down to the teachers with a conscience who had left, fed up with the Academy's corruption. He mentions that they have carefully recorded their testimonies and investigated their claims. A royal servant shouts that this lowly man is spewing lies, and another person chimes in, saying that such a thing could not happen at the Royal Academy. She orders those who just opened their traps to be subjected to the confession spell. Magicians arrive and create their magic circles with a bright flash on Academy administrators, and they all confess. After some time, they are all tied up in worse conditions in the middle of the city for punishment. Alicia Termina Magentano reaches the Royal Academy, while an announcement tells that Her Majesty is approaching, and her guards capture the staff of the Academy. She orders the arrest of all the people mentioned on the list, with no exceptions, even those they associate with or have the slightest connection to. She instructs that they should be given lashes according to their crime, relieved of their posts, and have their lands confiscated. She states that they should be prepared to face even execution. One of them claims he has done no wrong, while another one begs for mercy. Another person insists he is being framed, declaring it to be a setup. Lloyd Frontra and Javier stand outside the academy, and he smiles while Javier remarks that he seems very pleased about cleaning out the academy. He wonders what he is talking about. His darling queen has completely forgotten he exists. Now he just needs to sneak back to the countryside and enjoy the fruits of his labor, laughing. Kyle comes from behind and says he understands that he is pleased, but must he make that face? He adds that he has a message from Her Royal Highness, stating that he may go when he wishes, but he should be sure to attend tomorrow night's banquet. He agrees to that. Kyle continues, mentioning that she also says his plan to create a diversion with the academy was outstanding, and she respects his wish to live the sweet, lazy life. He thinks that he was always in the palm of her hand. Kyle concludes that is all and walks away. After he goes away, he says that he scared the crap out of him and asks if he couldn't sense that guy approaching. Javier replies not at all and adds that Sir Kyle, the kingdom's top sword master, hiding his presence from a knight of his level would have been very easy. After a while, Julian Frontra is heard saying that Lloyd Frontra beat up Diego Lacona, knowing all this would happen. Lloyd replies well, basically, he planned to wrap up the construction ordered by the queen nicely. He then adds that if she were going to give him a bonus, he would ask her to investigate the academy. He claims to have her trust, a justification for it, and he knew it would work. Lloyd asks his brother what he wants, calling him a little shit. His brother responds that he doesn't have to force himself to call him that anymore because he's his brother. He expresses trust and pride and declares that he's proud of him more than anyone else. Julian is surprised to hear this, and the system notifies him that Julian Frontra now thinks of him as the hero who awoke to face the family's crisis. Resentment towards him has faded, and he now respects and accepts him. The system notifies him once again that his approval rating by Julian has increased by 65 points, and he has reached 910 bonus RP, with his current RP being 3,929. He comments that it was so cringe he's going to vomit. His brother agrees, saying he regrets it too. At night, they attend the royal banquet, where the queen instructs Lloyd Frontra to come and draw near. He complies and approaches her. She questions whether he thought she wouldn't notice he liked that, and remarks that he looks like a mole cricket, standing out even more. He denies it, addressing her as Her Majesty and stating that he did not think so. Javier interjects, expressing awe at Her Highness's insight. The queen then asks if Javier Esrahan agrees, while Lloyd Frontra looks at both of them. Javier confirms, describing him as a mole cricket indeed, to which the queen replies most definitely, a mole cricket. He wonders what has suddenly come over him, and why he looks so relieved. She inquires if he did not hear her command to draw near. He bows and apologizes, and she insists on him coming even closer. He stands in front of her face, and she continues to ask him to come even closer. He apologizes again, stating that if he gets any closer, it's not good. She leans in near his ear and mentions that if he ever changes his mind, he should come to see her, and she'll have everything ready for him. She walks away, informing him that the banquet is for him, and that he should enjoy himself. He smiles and reflects on what a jackpot this is. He contemplates lounging around, but then considers the possibility of a natural disaster putting the estate in trouble, prompting him to work to keep it going. He becomes more excited, thinking it's like he has acquired a nice little nest egg, and he wants to get back to the estate already with the enormous fee he received from the construction. Now it's time to live his life, and he dances and enjoys food. However, he pauses, realizing there's still the plot point 3 years later regarding the queen turning evil. When that happens, the nest egg and the estate will be in vain. He mentions that the banquet will continue until the moon sets, and he recalls that line, it's from when the queen is poisoned and loses one of her arms. It's the secret code used by those plotting to assassinate her. He wonders why this is happening now, and why is it coming from Sir Kyle when it's not supposed to happen for another 3 years. Alicia Termino Magentano sits in her room and wonders if he has too much to drink. She is certain she has had her usual amount, but acknowledges that she has been working too hard these past few days with the academy, preparing for the floor and the movements of Javier Esrahan, their enemy state. She reflects on Samar Khan assembling an army in his western lands, but according to her spies, it wasn't just a military exercise. She questions whether it's an invasion, deeming it unlikely as, if that were his goal, he would have assembled his men in the north where their borders meet. She thinks marching through that wild terrain is a suicide mission, pondering what exactly he is scheming, and she feels a severe headache. She finds it odd that her body's mana should easily neutralize the effects of this much alcohol. She realizes she can't control her heartbeat and notes that it's becoming hard to breathe. Meanwhile, she considers her mana, realizing she needs to circulate it to neutralize her heart while she bends over the table. She suspects it's poison, but all the food is thoroughly checked. Trying to get up, she calls out if someone is out there and requests anyone to fetch the royal doctor. Sir Kyle opens the door and she looks at him and says thank goodness need, asking for his hand. He responds affirmatively, acknowledging that Her Majesty is right, and he expresses gratitude for being there to help her rest in peace. He then takes out his sword, leaving her looking at him surprisingly. On the other side, Lloyd Frontra informs Javier that there's a problem and suggests they go. They both walk towards the queen's room, and he asks if Javier isn't going to inquire about what's happening. Javier responds that he also felt a strange mana force and asks what he needs to do. Lloyd instructs him to knock out the sword master. Javier acknowledges that he knows he is not kidding, but he pleads with him not to joke. The other person suggests buying them some time, and Javier asks for 1 minute. The person replies within 2 minutes, and they both run quickly. He agrees, saying he'll take it, and urges them to see the dead royal servants. Sir Kyle launches an attack on Alicia Termino Magentano, and she successfully blocks his strike. He commends her, stating it's magnificent. He informs her that she has had a lethal dose of poison, yet she managed to block 3 strikes by his blade. She questions why he is doing this, falls down, and he almost attacks her. However, Javier reaches there in time and stops him with a stick. Sir Kyle then turned his attack towards Javier, who also successfully blocked the strike. Sir Kyle considers that he blocked his sword with a candlestick and questions what in the world is happening. He thinks of a high-frequency mana circle collision. Javier throws him away, and Kyle reflects that he has never seen mana used like that before. They both continue to attack each other repeatedly and eventually defeat each other. Sir Kyle addresses Alicia Termina Magentano as her Royal Wallet Highness, and she asks Lloyd Frontra what he is doing there. He responds, urging her to save the chit-chat for later. He then employs Asrahan's core technique and mana absorption, casting a spell on the queen to save her life. In the midst of the fight between Javier and Sir Kyle, Javier contemplates the aura sword, recognizing that only a sword master can conjure it. He decides that once he finishes conjuring it, it'll be all over. He throws a candlestick in the air, spins it, and attacks Kyle. Javier also uses a mana blast for an attack. Kyle acknowledges the ingenuity of the young man and his technique in manipulating mana, but notes that he lacks real-life combat experience. Kyle attacks Javier, and Lloyd Frontra becomes upset, thinking that he's counting on him because if he loses, they're all dead. Javier assesses the wound as shallow, but he acknowledges that he has certainly dealt some damage. Now it's time for his attack, and he runs to engage him. Sir Kyle looks at him, thinking that he's charging at him, a senseless fool who fears nothing. Kyle kicks Javier, who screams Master Pipodong. Pipodong quickly arrives and throws his sword towards Kyle. Javier grabs his sword and candlestick in both hands. Kyle attempts to attack him again, but Javier quickly uses a mana blast, throwing a fire attack on Kyle and tossing him out of the room. Kyle thinks it's unbelievable that he can use that like a cannon. Javier continues to run and attack him, using a mana blast once again, a scattering blast. Kyle thinks to himself, damn it, he is a monster. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra employs his skills to heal the queen. After some time, she opens her eyes and wonders how it is possible. She observes that he is absorbing his mana, but not only that, he is specifically absorbing the mana that was consumed by the poison. She asks where he acquired such a skill. He replies, please don't talk, he can't concentrate. She apologizes and then wonders if he just scolded her, the queen. He denies it, suggesting that it appears the poison has affected her hearing. She questions what this is, expressing doubt. He apologizes again and urges her to stay still and rest. He coughs with blood, making her wonder what he is doing, and she asks if he is trying to sacrifice himself to save her. On the other side, Javier attacks Kyle with full force and throws him into the banquet. People become scared and ask what this is as Kyle slides away. Javier walks towards him, thinking he will not get past him here. Kyle believes he's going to defend that one spot to buy some time and orders the soldiers to listen up, stating that this man and his gang have conspired to assassinate the queen. The soldiers ready their weapons to protect their majesty. Guards run to attack Javier, and he counterattacks, throwing them away. Kyle reflects on each member of the elite guard, noting that he's flinging them away 3 at a time. He thinks he has never heard of such a man in all of history who could do such a thing. If he were to attain Swordmaster status, he would easily have the power to destroy a small nation, but he believes that will never happen. Kyle commands the soldiers to step aside, declaring that he is his now, thinking he will die here. He uses his aura sword and throws Javier away. Javier is severely injured, falls, and his clothes tear, leaving him badly hurt. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that the poison absorption is complete, but he also feels weak and vomits poison. Alicia Termina Magentano gets up and states that if they don't do something, he will die. She suggests gathering all the mana into one arm, and she will assist him. Javier thinks that she will sever his arm, similar to what she did to herself in the novel, but he refuses to accept losing an arm. He contemplates that it will make shoveling difficult, picks up a fork, shouts mana blast, and an explosion occurs, destroying the palace roof from his side. Javier remains on the ground in severe condition, and Kyle walks towards him, pondering what that was. It felt like a huge explosion of mana. He wonders if it could have been Lloyd Frontra. Javier attempts to get up, and Kyle looks at him, thinking that he rises even after being hit by the blow of the aura sword. He contemplates Javier's sword oath and grabs his broken sword, determined to keep that oath. In a flashback, Javier remembers when they both sat down in the woods at their construction site. Lloyd Frontra asks what this is all of a sudden. Javier explains that he is supposed to be his guard, yet he abandons his duties and runs to the Gigatitan, expressing disappointment when he would not join him. Javier mentions that he had wanted to rely on him because, up until that moment, he always had due to his soft attitude. Javier acknowledges that his lack of strength leads to the negligence of his duties, and he believes he is entirely unfit to be a knight. Lloyd Frontra responds that he was wondering what he was talking about. He advises Javier not to get too worked up about it and mentions that he will still dock his pay for 6 months. Javier questions if he honestly thinks he can negotiate this. Javier suggests 3 months, but Lloyd Frontra asks why he asks. Javier refuses and apologizes, swearing to him as his lord's sword and escort that he will never again abandon his duties. Lloyd Frontra remarks that Javier is playing with the embers while saying it, questioning how he can believe him. Javier asserts that he doesn't have to believe him because he will keep this oath. Lloyd Frontra agrees, saying fine as he wishes. Javier mentions that he is aware that he has risen to the level of the Triple Heart Circle and emphasizes the urgency to become a swordmaster within the year. Lloyd Frontra responds, saying those are some mighty words, remarking that it's as if he's going to lose 12 pounds this year, really. Javier retorts, stating that just because he says it doesn't mean it will happen. He takes a small stick from the ground and asks about the human limit to how far they can push their mana heart. In theory, they will never surpass that limit, even for hundreds of years. He scratches a circle on the ground and explains how a swordmaster is able to surpass that limit, suggesting it isn't through simple training, but what he is doing. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that this time Javier would like to do this without his help, and he thinks Javier will not rely on Master Lloyd anymore. He comes back in, and Kyle runs to attack him. He thinks he will become a swordmaster on his own, and Kyle stabs him. Kyle remarks that he never ceases to amaze him, noting that normally, one's whole body would be torn to shreds and disappear when hit by the aura sword. He questions if Javier gathered all his mana into one spot to strengthen it. He expresses that he would have loved to see more of Javier's little tricks, but now he must die. Javier gathers all his skills and creates a magical circle. He grabs Kyle's hand and attempts to take out his sword. He thinks the mana from the aura is burning his entire body, flowing in through his sword from his hands, from his heart, from his mana heart. He goes back and hits a wall, falling down. Kyle observes that he senses neither breathing nor mana from him, and thinks this has taken up too much of his time. Now he turns to take the queen's head and walks away. Javier gets up again and says he sees now, while Kyle looks at him and shockingly asks what he is. Javier replies that it's the sword master's mana and builds his strong sword. Kyle thinks that that is an aura sword. He has never even heard of such a power like this. Javier attacks him and cuts his arm, causing Kyle to shout in pain and fall down. He orders his soldiers to step forward. Javier asks if they think they can take on this sword master. Alicia Termina Magentano attempts to wake up the unconscious Lloyd Frontra, urging him to open his eyes. She holds his hand and encourages him, mentioning his ability to absorb mana. She insists he should take her mana, as she can't afford to lose such a talented individual. Lloyd Frontera regains consciousness. The system window notifies that he has survived a fatal poisoning, unlocking a new custom mana heart skill option. Lloyd Frontera is puzzled, and the system window further informs him about complete poison resistance, making him immune to all types of poison. Additionally, he gains the ability to supercharge by absorbing large amounts of mana from his surroundings when his mana is depleted. He finds these skills to be super useful and smiles towards Alicia, who, in response, gets annoyed and hits him on the head. He holds his head and asks why she suddenly hit him. She explains that it was not about his actions, but rather his facial expression, prompting him to inquire about what his face ever did. She disregards that aside and asks if he is alright and can stand. He responds, saying he thinks that may be too much for him, contemplating that he needs to hurry and help Javier right now, considering it his only option. The system window notifies that he can absorb large amounts of mana from his surroundings when his mana is depleted. He begins to absorb his mana, and a huge light spreads all around. She gets shocked and asks what this is. His body is covered with mana light, and his supercharged power starts to absorb mana from his surroundings. She contemplates the tremendous absorption powers if his mana is absorbed this quickly. She calls out to him, wondering if he cannot hear her. She acknowledges that he saved her life, took all the mana he needed, and with it, went to help his knight. He continues absorbing the mana from his surroundings, surprising her. He opens his eyes. The system window notifies him about a skill upgrade, revealing that his mana heart skill level has risen to the rank of a low-ranking sword expert. Additionally, he has unlocked a new custom mana heart skill option named Frenzy. It further explains that this Berserker mode can be used against a designated target for 60 seconds. In Berserker mode, strength, stamina, and reflexes are increased by 200%, and this can only be used once a day. He is surprised to see the status window, realizing that his body feels light, indicating that he must be fully charged. He contemplates that he's probably fighting the Swordmaster all on his right now. He urgently tells Alicia Termina Magentano that they must hurry. She feels drained because her mana was absorbed by him. He wonders what happened and acknowledges that this is an annoying skill for others. She mentions that she will ask him for the details later, but apprehending Kyle is their biggest priority right now. She inquires if he could carry her. He puts on her coat and attempts to pick her up, expressing that it would be an honor. He reflects on how their dear queen is so down to earth, deciding to think about how to explain all this later. He carries her on his back and says, "Here they go." He quickly runs from there, thinking, "Wait for him, Javier, he is coming." She contemplates that he demonstrated demonstrable excellence in mana handling, but on his own, he is no match for the sword master Kyle. She believes she must build up his mana again and hopes he can fight at even 1/3 of his usual level. Meanwhile, Javier is surrounded by soldiers. Lloyd Frontera and Alicia Termina Magentano reach out and see him. Javier holds a sword in his hand, lit with magic, and thinks, "What's with this guy?" And that is an aura sword. He reflects that he has materialized it into a real sword and realizes he has taken down Kyle. Alicia moves forward and instructs the guards to lower their weapons. She explains that this evening, Commander Kyle of the Royal Guard made an attempt on Javier's life, and these two men braved extreme danger to save him. Javier thinks it's because she is his gravy train. Alicia commands everyone to show respect to these two heroes. She adds that every single person who attended tonight's banquet will be investigated for the security of the royal family, demanding everyone's complete cooperation. Lloyd Frontera asks Javier if he has become a sword master. Javier casually responds with a yes. Lloyd Frontera is surprised and asks how he can be so casual about it. Javier questions why he would think this is out of the ordinary. He explains that he encounters dangerous situations frequently, and this is the only way to fulfill his duty to protect him. Lloyd Frontera sees him and thinks what a relief, saying he supposes Javier is not something ordinary. He reflects that he is glad Javier is safe. The system window notifies that Javier has accomplished yet another stunning achievement tonight, and all of his past accomplishments and achievements have satisfied hidden conditions. Javier sees the system window and wonders what this is now, as it seems to be giving out quite a lot today. The system window notifies that the compliment system is activated, and every achievement he earns leads to an honorary title of praise, each given title coming with its bonus skill. It further notifies that additionally, at midnight of every full moon, a certain amount of compliment points will be awarded. The system window notifies a list of titles, such as Snap, Crackle, Pop, Crusher of Bones, Resuscitator of Dead Estates, and he will make his face resemble an orc, among others. He wonders what these are, calling them titles and suggesting something cooler like Guardian of Cremo or Hero of Magentano. The system window responds that the titles of praise are named, so they are suited to his face. He considers, "Come out here and say it to his face," comes on. Upon observing the system window, he reflects that when acquiring a title, it is accompanied by a skill, a positive aspect. Let them delve into the details. The system window discloses his identity as Toast, Cremo Lobster, with the title encompassing the entire Cremona region, including Cremo. The active duration of the title spans 120 years, and it yields a CP value of 6. The notification specifies that the powers conferred by the title can be activated within the region for which the commendation was granted for a duration of 24 hours. Moreover, it elucidates that the temporal and spatial parameters can expand or contract contingent upon his actions. Further information in the notification outlines the activation of title powers during combat scenarios where the opponent's mass exceeds his by 10 times or more. In such instances, Iron Stance is invoked, resulting in a twofold increase in damage dealt and a halving of damage received. He contemplates that this constitutes a substantial enhancement, speculating on the prospect of every title invoking such powers. He ponders the utility of CP and its applications while considering the rather unpleasant message box. He acknowledges that the message box might not divulge information, even if he were to request it politely. The notification conveys the intention to disclose information, but suggests a hesitancy, asserting that it might be inadvisable. Given the current circumstances, it deems the likelihood of receiving information improbable, akin to a missed opportunity. Seated in anticipation, he implores for information, urging for details. The message prompts him to persist in his supplication. Javier observes him and perceives the recurring behavior as peculiar. The notification clarifies that he can employ the accumulated CP to defy the laws of physics, thereby attaining absolute power and the ability to summon, with the ending as a spoiler. He is taken aback by the unexpected appearance of system notifications. After a while, Lloyd Frontra sits to relax, and his brother Julian stands nearby. He expresses his exhaustion, citing a lack of sleep due to an ongoing investigation. Julian inquires about their knowledge regarding the perpetrator behind Sir Kyle's predicament. Lloyd tilts his neck back in a gesture of relaxation and conveys their lack of information. He mentions the apprehension of individuals engaged in coded messages with Sir Kyle, noting the ongoing use of a confession spell. However, he reveals a complication: these individuals are shielded by a protection spell, rendering the confession spell ineffective. Lloyd acknowledges that, due to this circumstance, he finds himself confined to the capital, compelled to wait patiently. Reflecting on the desire to conclude the matter swiftly and return home, he notes the lack of details in the book regarding the assassination attempt against the Queen. Anticipating that such information might be covered in the next season, he underscores the temporal discrepancy 3 years earlier than in the book, hinting at the potential for alterations in the future. Concerned about the changing course of events, he acknowledges the risk of rendering his knowledge of future events useless. Nevertheless, he finds solace in the recent acquisition of powers, expressing uncertainty about their utility but recognizing their timely arrival. Julian inquires about Javier's status and whether he is still subject to investigation. Lloyd responds, indicating that the Queen singled out Javier for a separate summons following his attainment of the rank of a sword master. This revelation astonishes Julian, prompting him to question the reason for his surprise. Lloyd clarifies that Javier was instrumental in apprehending Kyle, leveraging his newfound status as a sword master. Julian expresses his previous assumption that Javier received assistance from the Royal Guard. Lloyd challenges this perception, asserting that even 100 guardsmen would be no match for a sword master. Julian, now perplexed, seeks clarification on the implications of this revelation, prompting Lloyd to regard him with a peculiar look. Meanwhile, at the palace, Javier bows before Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. She remarks that recent events have allowed her to witness his unparalleled swordsmanship and the conjuring of a previously unseen aura sword. Noting his awareness of the current vacancy for the position of the captain of the Royal Guard, she issues a command for him to stand by her side and assume the role of captain of the Royal Guard from this moment onward. Meanwhile, Julian inquires about Javier's potential departure. On the other side, Javier requests forgiveness from Her Majesty. Lloyd Frontra comments that he truly does not know Javier at all. On the opposite side of the conversation, Javier identifies himself as Baron Arcos Frontra's knight and implores her understanding of his inability to leave his lord's side. She asserts that she is not asking but ordering him, emphasizing that disobeying her orders amounts to treason, a consequence of which he is well aware. Javier humbly requests one thing: permission to send a farewell message to his Lord Baron. She interprets this as an elegant expression of his preference for death over serving her. Javier appeals to her mercy, and she grants him permission to go, respecting his wishes. He expresses thanks to her and proceeds to leave. After a while, Julian summons Javier and inquires about the outcome of his meeting with the Queen. Javier assures him that he remains a knight dedicated to the Frontra family, bringing joy to Julian. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano contemplates the Frontra estate and observes that she appears to have encountered challenges with individuals from that region. Simultaneously, Lloyd Frontra reclines on the grass, gazes at the status window, and contemplates exploring the additional skills bestowed by his titles. He peruses the details on the system window and discovers a title-related skill named Snap, Crackle, Pop, and Crusher of Bones, which he acquired for eliminating Newman. This skill grants him unconditional obedience from the subjects of the Frontra estate. Lloyd contemplates altering his appearance to resemble an orc and questions the utility of the orc roar. He identifies Magentano as a suitable candidate to carry him and notes that having Queen Alicia's complete trust will shield him from accusations of treason, ensuring freedom from suspicion. Contemplating the aristocrats who faced repercussions due to his actions, he reassures himself that he remains immune to any consequences they may attempt to impose. Gazing at the bright full moon in the night sky, he recognizes that the designated time is drawing near. The system window informs him that the full moon is illuminating the night, bringing CP rewards for the 5 titles he holds, with the current CP tally standing at 22. Acknowledging this development, he anticipates the next step. The system window presents an option, notifying him that the ending spoiler enables the use of CP to preview the concluding scene of the storyline, with the requirement being 20 CP. It queries whether he wishes to utilize the ending spoiler. Reflecting on his current circumstances, he concludes that his only foreseeable future is one of comfort and contentment. Contemplating the potential downside of gaining excess weight from a cushy lifestyle, he decides to proceed and clicks yes to explore the ending spoiler. He finds himself transported into a dark place, expressing his unease at the eerie atmosphere. In an attempt to gain clarity, he initiates communication with the message box. Surrounded by flames flaring all around, he surveys his surroundings, recognizing the setting as the Frontra estate. However, he is perplexed by the distorted appearance of houses and trees. Encountering numerous lifeless bodies, he questions the nature of this grim scene, pondering the implications of such an ending. Seeking confirmation, he calls out to anyone present and receives a response. Consulting the message box, he seeks assurance regarding the authenticity of this unsettling scenario and whether it signifies a genuine conclusion. In his quest for answers, he runs throughout the scene, questioning if his voice is audible. Witnessing a vision of his future self, he sits down and succumbs to tears while contemplating the fate of the Baron and Baroness. The future Lloyd Frontra expresses regret, apologizing for not being able to protect anyone, and agonizingly questions the nature of this tragic conclusion. As he turned around, a multitude of locusts came into view, intensifying the ominous atmosphere. Javier maneuvers with his sword, launching successive attacks against the locusts. Observing this, Lloyd Frontra wonders if Javier has successfully eliminated the threat. However, a new group of locusts approaches him, prompting a sudden transfer back to the garden. Lloyd calls upon the message box, seeking an explanation for what he witnessed and questioning the inevitability of those events. The message box responds, advising him to consider the potential losses if he chooses to doubt the information provided. Urgently, he runs from the scene, reflecting on the cryptic statement within the spoiler. Recalling the future Lloyd Frontera's regretful words about coming a little earlier determines the urgency of the situation and the need for swift action. Contemplating the locust swarm, he believes he has identified the precise cause and resolves to reach the impending crisis as quickly as possible to address it. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina Magentano writes a letter and inquires about the fate of the entire Cremona region. Lloyd Frontera kneels down in front of her and asserts that it is indeed true. They must mobilize the troops and prepare for this unprecedented calamity. She expresses surprise at the suddenness of this revelation and implores him to provide more information about what will transpire. He elucidates that this is the machination of their adversary nation Isfahan, which is attempting to orchestrate a sequence of these monsters to undermine their strength. He reveals that they are eradicating the monsters in the eastern wilderness, thereby depriving them of their habitat. As a consequence, the monsters migrate westward, propelling another group of monsters in a domino effect. This in turn leads to these creatures spreading havoc in their eastern region. He speculates that, according to the book, this event will occur 3.5 years later. Furthermore, he opines that it should manifest much farther north than their Frontera estate. He contemplates that he is uncertain about why the timing and the details have changed, but there is no time to worry about that. She considers that there was certainly some movement from Isfahan in the eastern wilderness, and it is undoubtedly a possibility. She inquires how he is aware of Isfahan and their suspicious movements. He reflects on his brain's ability to think. She observes that, upon reflection, he has been withholding too much information from her. She asserts that, for her, he seems more suspicious than Isfahan. He licks his lip and discloses that he has some ties, a blood pact in fact, with the orcs of the wastelands, specifically the Sand and Steel tribe. They send a carrier pigeon to inform him. Regarding his knowledge of Kyle's assassination attempt, he explains that he and the head of staff were engaged in a peculiar exchange. Upon noticing the suspicious looks they exchanged, he decided to follow them, witnessing the event. He further explains that concerning him absorbing the mana and destroying the surroundings, as she is aware, his guard and knight Javier is a genius with no equal. He states that they have been together since childhood, and he taught him the secret magic of self-defense. Being a genius himself, he possesses a decent command of those skills. She contemplates that it all makes sense, so why does it feel like he is making it all up on the spot? He thinks that she senses he is making this up right now. The system window notifies that the effect of Magentano has been activated. He will be carried by him, possessing Queen Alicia's complete trust. No matter how much others accuse him of treason, he will be free from suspicion. He observes the status screen. She declares that she shall grant him 500 in his direct command, the White Cavalry, and also 50 wizards for support. Since he has knowledge of the enemy's movements, he may have their command. He thinks about how generous it is and expresses his gratitude to Her Majesty. She inquires, asking him to thank her for what, and mentions that he should know more than anyone. She questions whether he thinks that trusting his baseless speculations comes without a price. He acknowledges that of course he knows very well that nothing in life is free. If they can successfully halt these monster attacks, he pledges to proclaim to the whole world that the foresight and resolution in this matter were all hers. He aims to restore the honor of the crown that was tarnished by the assassination attempt. She remarks that she has never encountered anyone as suspicious as him, but she appreciates that they understand each other. After a while, he and Javier depart from the location on horseback. Javier mentions that he is certain there is a reason for all this and requests him to take his time and explain. He increases the horse's speed and inquires if he understands. He confirms that yes, he comprehends the gist of what he is saying, so he encourages him to proceed. Lloyd Frontera asserts that they must arrive at the Frontera estate in 5 days, and he expects Javier to understand. He reflects that Javier can now easily overpower the army of a small nation. If they witness dozens of soldiers taken out by a single swipe of the sword, the enemy's morale will plummet. He acknowledges that morale is a critical factor. In this situation, their enemy is not human, lacks morale, and is driven by the pursuit of food. He recognizes that they do not fear death. Hence, Javier alone is not sufficient. Moreover, facing an attack from all around, 360 degrees, the intense firepower from 2 people won't be enough. He orders Pipodong to part ways at this point. Pipodong emerges from his jacket, and he requests Pipodong to meet him at the exact time, counting on him. Pipodong jumps from there and runs. He thinks he has a plan, and he anticipates his money-spinning Frontera estate. They both continue their journey without stopping and reach the top of a mountain. From there, they observe the town with locusts flying toward it. Lloyd Frontera notices the locusts and reflects that the earlier time frame was exceptionally brief. The farmers working in the fields also noticed the locusts, and one farmer inquired about what was happening. Lloyd Frontera calls out to him and urges him to stop standing around. He instructs the farmer to escape into their houses quickly. The farmers see Lloyd Frontera, and he gestures, ordering them to bring him a lid for his pot, the largest one they can find. A locust breaks the palace window and enters the palace. Miss Emily sees the locust and asks what that thing is. It moves to attack her, but Marbella Frontera intervenes, attacking it with a chair and killing it. Just then, many locusts enter the palace, surrounding them. Marbella holds Emily's hand and instructs her to follow. They move to run from there, and looking out of the window, witness many locusts flying around. Marbella gets shocked and wonders what on earth is happening. Arcos Frontera arrives with his sword and inquires if she is all right. He suggests heading outside first, joining Sister Bayern and the other soldiers. He opens the door, and they all come out to see locusts devouring everything they find. Meanwhile, a group of locusts follows Bayern, and he runs to save his life. He instructs the soldiers to listen up, stating that they will assemble at the Count's residence and move out. Michael tries to free himself from them, urging them to get away from him. Bayern observes him struggling and looks towards the palace, thinking that all the villagers are in danger, but the Count is Count. He recalls a memory when Arcos Frontera expressed the hope that it would never come to this. However, if the estate were ever to be in peril, please save their people first before him. He believes that a lord and his knights exist purely for their people. Bayern moves to save Michael, attacking the locusts and killing them. He instructs Michael to get behind him. Meanwhile, Arash also attacks the locusts, killing them, and declares that the great orc warriors may face their last day, but they will uphold their oath to their brother's family. An orc warrior moves to attack the locusts. On the other side, Michael and Bayern also attempt to attack and kill them. However, suddenly, a locust comes to attack them, but Bayern saves Michael. They start biting his back. On the other side, many locusts target a poor lady who is trying to save her little child. The locusts overpower her and start biting everyone. An orc warrior attempts to save Miss Emily, but the locusts cover the sky and everything. They start biting the poor lady's hair and she begins crying. Some locusts attack Bayern. Suddenly, some fire flares spread all over and burn the locusts. Lloyd Frontra arrives and suggests that they should be in a natural history museum. Javier strikes his sword on the lid of the pot, creating a flare. Lloyd Frontra inquires about how they achieved that, expressing excitement at the sound of the pot lid. He continues to hit the lid, attracting the attention of the locusts, who all move toward the sound. Arcos Frontra remarks about the echoing voice just now. Marbella Frontra agrees, confirming that it is indeed their Lloyd Frontra. Lloyd Frontra and Javier run from there, and locusts follow them. He remarks that they are incredibly scary. Javier agrees, stating it's as he said, they are chasing them along a regular trajectory. Lloyd Frontra expresses satisfaction, saying that's good. They will keep gathering them like this. He suggests doing a lap around the estate perimeter. He instructs Javier to hit harder. Javier strikes with full force, and the lid hits him in the face. Lloyd Frontra sees him, noting that it was too hard, and asks why he looks so happy, questioning why he is smiling. Javier moves to hit again, saying here comes the next one. Lloyd Frontra thinks that it was mentioned in the book that the locusts respond to this kind of loud sound, and they are falling for it. He tells Javier that the next one is Lacona, urging him on. Javier wonders if he is planning to help that area too, and is impressed by assisting a neighbor even in such a critical state. The system window notifies him that his approval rating by Javier increased by +3, and he earned 54 RP. Lloyd Frontra thinks he can't lose that water bill. Meanwhile, at the Viscounty of Lacona, locusts attack, destroying everything. Viscount Lacona tries to save himself and asks what these things are. Lloyd Frontra and Javier arrive there. Viscount Lacona sees Lloyd Frontra, who cautions him not to even think about being late with his water bills. Javier hits the lid of the pot, and the locusts start following the sound. Javier remarks that Lloyd Frontra's plan was to take them through buildings and concentrate the swarm even further. Lloyd Frontra denies having a plan. He laughs and admits that he just wanted to be impish, and it felt good. Javier thinks about what's wrong with him. The locusts start following them. Lloyd Frontra states that he thinks he can keep up with the great Lloyd, and Captain Frontra is coming through. Javier advises him to save his strength, mentioning that shouting like that does not help them. Lloyd Frontra remarks that he really does not see the bigger picture, explaining that calling like this lets them know who saved them. He laughs and mentions that he is going to milk this for all it's worth. Javier thinks there's something wrong with him. Lloyd Frontra decides that it's enough, and now they move on to the Merritt's wetlands. Locusts come toward them, and Lloyd Frontra notes that there is another swarm here. Javier moves away and instructs to hold the pot lid above his head at an angle, then fall back. Javier uses his master's sword to attack and cut the locusts. Lloyd Frontra puts the lid on his head to save himself from the locusts' attack and employs magic to eliminate them. They still follow them. Lloyd Frontra remarks that it's good. They gathered them to a single spot and encouraged them to go just a little further. The horse also gets tired. Lloyd Frontra expresses frustration, asking if Javier is exhausted and emphasizing that if he pushes him anymore, they will all be dead meat. He instructs Javier to prepare him back. Javier questions what. Lloyd Frontra jumps on his horse, holds him from the back, and declares that he is his steed now, commanding him to run. Javier jumps from the horse with Lloyd Frontra, and they start running from there. The locusts still follow them. Lloyd Frontra calls Bengal and Hamang. They are full of water and start throwing water toward the locusts. Bengal uses the fire flare to attack and burn the locusts. Lloyd Frontra commands them to spray shot for round 2. Hamang throws the water's second shot at them. He orders them to start round 3. He and Javier use their magic power collectively, attacking and burning the locusts. After killing them, they both feel relaxed. Lloyd Frontra lies down on the ground and remarks that it was tough. Javier agrees, stating that they took care of most of them. However, there are still many left. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that at least a few thousand are left, but assures Javier not to worry. He mentions that the cleanup crew should be arriving right about now. Pipodong arrives with 300 elite warriors from the Sand and Steel tribe, along with 500 soldiers from the White Cavalry and 50 wizards. Lloyd Frontra instructs them to leave the rest to the newcomers as they have another thing to worry about. Javier asks what else is there. Lloyd Frontra explains the monster domino, emphasizing that it never ends with just one wave. A soldier declares that they are cavalry soldiers of the White Cavalry, emphasizing that, for the sake of their great majesty's domain, they must exterminate every last one of them. The soldier takes charge of the other soldiers, and together they attack the locusts, successfully killing them. The orc tribe also aids in the defeat, eliminating the locusts, and even fries them over a fire before consuming them. Akush eats the locusts and remarks that they are high in protein. Emily arrives and calls an orc warrior over. She hands him a flower and expresses her gratitude for saving her earlier. The orc warrior accepts the flower, and she walks away, leaving him blushing at the gesture. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra's parents run toward him and ask if he is alright. His father grabs him and asks if he's not hurt. He refuses, stating that he's fine as they can see. His father becomes emotional, hugs him, and expresses gratitude, mentioning that he saved all of them when his feeble father couldn't. He apologizes and is grateful. His mother also hugs him and asks why he enjoys saving people so much, and what if he was hurt. He thinks that's not it. It was all for his retirement, and he did it purely for his own benefit. The system notifies him, and he wonders what's so funny. The system again notifies him that he doesn't seem to remember what he said during the ending spoiler. He wonders what it means and what he said. The system notifies him again that, well, if he doesn't remember, let's just leave it. He thinks that's right because there's so much more work to do right now, and they need to get ready for the second wave. The system notifies him that he has received a new title, Round 1 pick by Terminix Pest Control, and the title region is Frontra Barony Lacona Viscounty. The active period of the title is 110 years, and the CP from the title is 2. The system informs him about title powers. Just by looking at them, he can send all bug-type monsters into a state of fear. Once in this state, they will shrivel up and lose their ability to fight. At night, he goes to his construction site and looks around, while the commander of the White Cavalry, Valardi Blanc, comes from behind and asks why he asked for him. He bows and replies, thanking him for coming. He also expresses gratitude for his crucial role in the plan to wipe out the locusts. Velarde Blanc says not to say the words if he doesn't mean them, pointing out they were merely in charge of the cleanup. He disagrees, stating that's not it at all. If they were to clean it up all by themselves, it would have taken weeks, but thanks to him and his men, it was done in half a day. Velarde Blanc admits that to be honest, he was angry at first for a mere engineer to be given command over the esteemed white cavalry. However, when they arrived, he realized something, the precise time and location of their arrival. All of it was according to his calculations. He further asserts that he is a brilliant strategist, and there is no doubt about that. It cannot have been sheer luck that he saved Her Majesty, but his pride is still wounded. He inquires whether he had sent the wizards back while requesting them to stay and fight and die on the Queen's side, which he deems their honor. He states that he does not like him, and having spoken his truth, now it is his turn. He asks what they want from them. Lloyd Frentra thinks he knew this guy was special. In the novel, he is the commander of the White Cavalry, ordered to carry out a ruthless purge by the Queen who turns evil. He reflects that he fought tooth and nail against Javier, who was trying to protect the people. At that point in time, Javier wasn't a sword master, so he barely managed to beat him. Velarde Blanc inquires if he had said his name was Javier, and if he believes he can trust him with this request to please stop the Queen. He thinks of it as uncompromising loyalty, noting Javier as a born warrior and a straight shooter, and he believes he won't get through to him if he beats around the bush. His best plan would be that. Lloyd Frentra asks how he would like to fight, proposing that if he wins, the White Cavalry becomes their estate's engineer of crops, and if he loses, he must return immediately to Her Majesty. Velarde Blanc laughs and states that he has him all figured out. Since he has no intention of giving in to such a ludicrous request, he suggests a fight right from the start. However, there is one thing he has missed. Velarde has been given command over the White Cavalry by the Queen, and this is an order. He responds that even if ordered to do so, shoveling dirt would gravely wound the honor of a knight. However, if it were the result of a duel, it would be a rather knightly thing to do. Velarde Blanc asks if he has a weapon and mentions hearing that he punished his estate's traitor with a shovel. Javier replies that he'll be keeping his sword sheathed, so it doesn't matter. Velarde Blanc thinks it's perfect, believing he took the bait, and the chances of winning are zero. He considers Javier to have a triple heart circle, but it's just crude power. He believes he's skilled enough to almost kill Javier, the sword whiz, and that he'll never let him get a hit on him. However, as always, Javier has a different, powerful weapon, his personality. Velarde Blanc states that this is a match between a knight and a civilian, so the rules must be somewhat different. If Javier so much as flinches from one of his attacks, he will be the winner. Lloyd Frentra declares it's a deal and utilizes a triple core mana blast, launching an attack on Velarde Blanc. He quickly evades, and the blast travels a great distance, hitting a mountain and causing a volcanic explosion. Observing this, Velarde Blanc becomes frightened and looks back to where Lloyd Frentra fell to the ground. Velarde Blanc laughs at him, contemplating how 500 of the kingdom's strongest in the White Cavalry have been transformed into the Frentra baronies' crop engineers. He mentions that they are engaged in construction work with his team the next morning. One warrior, expressing anger, throws his shovel, stating that even though full authority has been given to them, this is not acceptable. He emphasizes that they have devoted their lives to the battlefield, questioning why they must now engage in hard labor. Velarde Blanc insists that this is not merely a result of a simple order, recalling Lloyd Frentra's statement that he would show him something else amazing, that wielding a shovel can be much more honorable than wielding a sword. Velarde Blanc once again thrusts his shovel into the ground and mentions that there is something he wishes to check, urging cooperation. Lloyd Frentra and Javier stand atop a high mountain, observing them. Javier asks if this will truly have an effect on them. Lloyd Frentra responds that the orcs of the wilderness taught him so he can trust their method, emphasizing it has been tried and true. He assures Javier to wait, stating that this is going to protect his sweet meal ticket. As his soldiers descend from the mountain with ropes, they proceed to build a rock monster. An earthquake shakes everything, causing people to become scared. They believe the entire estate is enveloped in terror, and simultaneously, everyone shares a common feeling, thinking that Master Lloyd Frentra will protect them all. Meanwhile, a huge herd of mastodons moves toward the city. Lloyd Frentra stands on a rock, holding two flags, one white and one blue. Velarde Blanc arrives with his warriors, finding it hard to believe what Lloyd Frentra said, but they see a real threat in the form of a massive herd of mastodons. He recalls his meeting with Lloyd Frentra, questioning what evidence he has that makes him so sure. Lloyd Frentra responds by asking if this isn't evidence, and when questioned further, he says it's obvious. Velarde Blanc insists on knowing how it's obvious, to which Lloyd Frentra clarifies that he means in a general sense. Velarde Blanc specifies that he wants to know if what Lloyd Frentra is saying serves as evidence. Returning to the present, he thinks he clearly has a knack for dodging questions, but regardless, he has judged correctly. Now is the time for battle, not doubts. They will match the speed of their charge and take out their front line. He believes that once the herd stops, they will quickly surround them and attack from the outside, one layer at a time, anticipating 10 or perhaps 20 casualties on their side. Oleg expresses that after this battle, he will propose to his sweetheart back home. Another warrior comments that he doesn't say things like that. Oleg repeats his question, asking what's wrong with what he said. Velarde Blanc contemplates that instead of an engagement ring for his lover, the soldier Oleg may leave behind only his glorious lance. He believes there is nothing to fear. This is the fate of their cavalry unit. He then commands white cavalry soldiers to prepare to charge. Meanwhile, Bayerk instructs them to wait, and Velarde Blanc looks at him, addressing him as Sir Bayern, the chief knight of this estate. He asks why Bayern is here without his armor. Bayern replies that Master Lloyd Frentra said he would not need any armor. Velarde Blanc questions this decision, expressing concern as they are going into battle, and wonders if Lord Lloyd has lost his senses. Bayern responds that his lordship has always seemed a little strange, and he's used to it by now. He explains that he came here to decipher Lloyd Frentra's messages. Velarde Blanc inquires about the meaning of deciphering. Bayern asks if he sees Master Lloyd on that white rock. Velarde Blanc confirms that he sees him. Bayern explains that his lordship will soon send a signal. As he observes, Lloyd Frentra waves the flag and gives the signals. Bayern directs the soldiers of the White Cavalry to move to the village's southeastern edge, urging them to move swiftly. Velarde Blanc dismisses the idea as nonsense, stating that Lloyd Frentra is practically asking them to clear the path for the mastodons. He emphasizes that it is only a matter of time before the mastodons overcome the earthen ramparts. He checks his current location and attempts to measure the distance to the new location. He observes that Lloyd Fronterer seems to want them to attack from the side, but he believes they can't stop this charge with a side attack. Lloyd Fronterer responds by saying that if Velarde Blanc keeps arguing, he will report them to Her Majesty. He waves flags repeatedly. He questions if Lloyd Fronterer is serious about tattling on them to Her Majesty. Bayern denies this and claims that all of this was predetermined. Lloyd Fronterer, perplexed by the situation, thinks it goes against all common sense as he looks at the mastodons. He believes they are here and waves his flags again, smiling. He reflects on Phase 1 of the plan, blocking the mastodons' path with a relief image of their natural enemy, the Magalania. Observing the mastodons charging toward the rock monster, he witnesses them falling down, contemplating Phase 2. Velarde Blanc commands the white cavalry troops to quickly march forward with much noise and movement. He instructs them to kick up a dirt cloud and bang their lancers together loudly, and they all follow the instructions. Velarde Blanc ponders if they are executing his plan, but confusion sets in as he sees them turning back and roaring. Lloyd Fronterer thins the herd of mastodons, frightened by the Megalanina, and now believes they can hear the steps of another Megalania approaching. The mastodons become scared and run in another direction. Lloyd Fronterer thinks that if the herd moves north, they will have succeeded. Velarde Blanc realizes they are on the move, but then realizes that in that direction lies the ditch where they dug up the dirt for the relief image. He reflects on why he had asked them to dig such a long ditch there. Mastodons swiftly run towards the ditch. Lloyd thinks it's Phase 3 of his plan as they all tumble into the ditch. Piporong reaches the edge of the ditch and shouts for the Battle of Salsu, but Piporong doesn't listen. Instead, he throws a lot of water into the ditch, and they all are carried away with the water. Lloyd Fronterer throws his flags and strikes a pose of victory while everyone looks at him. The mastodons attempt to swim, but they struggle, eventually reaching the river and then making their way into the forest. Slowly emerging from the water, they become exhausted. Velarde Blanc observes them and realizes they have truly won without even engaging in a fight. Lloyd Fronterer remarks that there is plenty to eat downstream, giving the mastodons no reason to return to a place with a Megalania. He expresses gratitude for the new canal they have, thanks to the mastodons. Velarde Blanc questions if Lloyd Fronterer had truly planned to use it as a canal like this. Lloyd Fronterer denies the exact plan, but explains that as they were digging, he thought it could be useful, considering that every time they fought a battle, they would lose at least 5 men. Velarde Blanc goes to the house of warrior Durando, presenting his sword. He mentions that Durando's husband died honorably in battle for his country and people. Velarde Blanc assures that this cavalry regiment and the kingdom of Magentano will forever remember the bravery of Sir Durando. Durando's wife sits on the ground, crying heavily as they bury the dead warriors, evoking strong emotions among the other warriors. Velarde Blanc questions how much time he plans to waste on training now. Despite heavy rain at night, he remains in the graveyard, contemplating valor and honor. Each time they lose a man, these words are repeated, but he finds it nonsense as deep down, they know death doesn't leave behind honor. It only bequeaths hellish days for those left behind. The next morning, at the training ground, a warrior tells Oleg to ensure he invites them to the wedding while grabbing him in his arms. Oleg responds affirmatively, and Velarde Blanc observes them. Javier arrives, expressing concern that these waves of monsters may never end. Lloyd Fronterer responds, acknowledging that they will end at some point, but they'll have to deal with dozens more. He mentions that coming up with a large-scale plan like this each time would be too costly for their estate. Meanwhile, he remarks to Javier that he sees his IQ has increased significantly and asks if he would like to guess what he's thinking. Javier responds, stating it's obvious a plan that requires the least amount of work to contain the monster invasion at its source. He acknowledges that it's the right idea and asks about that plan. Javier assumes he already has one in mind. Velarde Blanc declares that the White Cavalry Knights will assist him with his plan. Javier questions what he is saying, as he's not planning to go back to the capital. Velarde Blanc shares his intention to send a letter to ask for Her Majesty's permission. He explains that today he witnessed what real victory is, realizing what an incompetent leader he had been all this time. He kneels in front of him and asks for permission to stay and learn from his wisdom. All his other warriors also kneel alongside him. Lloyd Fronterer mentions that he was actually about to throw himself at Velarde Blanc's feet and beg. He asserts that without Velarde Blanc's help, there is no way the plan would work. They all enter the palace, and in the meeting, Lloyd Fronterer, Javier, Velarde Blanc, Arcos Fronterer, and Marbella take their seats. Lloyd Fronterer asks his lord if he remembers when he said he would make a waterway from Lake Capua, and his lord was firmly against it. His father confirms that he remembers. Lloyd Fronterer explains that there is a legendary beast at Lake Capua, and King Storma lies asleep in its depths. However, he insisted that the disturbance from the waterway wouldn't be enough to wake him and pressed on with its construction. Lloyd Fronterer agrees, stating that this time, they really will wake him. His father vehemently objects, and his mother firmly says absolutely not. Velarde Blanc votes yes, raising his hand. Javier affirms that he agrees, and Arcos Fronterer questions whether Javier, as his knight and guard, should not object to this. Javier replies, asking for forgiveness from his lord, but asserting that they will not win this argument anyway. His mother remarks on how smart he has become. Lloyd Fronterer raises his hand and declares that, as per this democratic process, construction begins now. His father questions what's democratic, who told him, and advises him to hold on. Lloyd Fronterer, Javier, Velarde Blanc, and their knights and warriors move forward under the supervision of Lloyd Fronterer. Javier asks if Lloyd Fronterer intends to awaken King Storma and somehow control him. Lloyd Fronterer responds, stating he's not a wizard, and questions if that even sounds possible. He adds that he looked into legends, stories, or any mentions of King Storma or his habits. He mentions that one reference describes King Storma as a giant beast as big as a mountain, but surprisingly, there is no mention of him ever attacking humans. More importantly, he built the lake by creating the dam himself, and it is said that if his habitat is damaged, he will let out a shriek before starting repairs. He explains that this is why he is going to destroy a part of the lake continuously throughout the day and night, fixing it each time only to destroy it again, laughing at the idea. He states that this will scare the monsters coming over the eastern mountains, and he calls his Operation Guard Dog. Javier thinks that Lloyd Fronterer is saying he will torment a beast that's sleeping happily, and even Satan wouldn't do this. Javier questions the possibility of Lloyd Frontera's research being wrong and what would happen if King Storma attacked them. Lloyd Frontera responds, stating that Javier is asking the obvious, and as a knight, he needs to defeat King Storma, pointing towards him. Javier notes that King Storma will shriek day and night, considering this as an Operation Guard dog. He thinks he's being treated like a dog. As they all approach the lake, Lloyd Frontera utilizes his survey simulation mode skill to observe everything. He thinks about where to breach without causing a flood and waking King Storma, making various gestures to understand the location and other details. Javier reassures others that although Lloyd Frontera may look a tad strange, he is of sound mind, or at least a bit eccentric, so there's no need to worry. Velarde Blanc remarks on the maniacal appearance accompanying Lloyd Frontera's extraordinary intelligence, finding it truly remarkable. The legendary beast, King Storma, sees them and thinks that humans have come again. Bubbles appear at the outer layer of the water, and he contemplates forgiving them last time. However, if they dare disturb his slumber again, he will kill them all. Lloyd Frontera hears someone's voice and looks towards the source, where Bayern is laughing. Bayern exclaims to the little rascals, "Get down, stop it," and repeats stop, while laughing and expressing that they are killing him with their cuteness. Upon noticing Lloyd Frontera, Bayern gets up and addresses him as his lord, mentioning he has been meaning to ask him about something. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges that Bayern could tell, and Bayern explains that these little ones are the mastodons who were separated from their mothers during the water attack. They seem healthy, so Bayern wants to ask for Lloyd Frontera's permission to raise them. Lloyd Frontera responds, expressing concern that as far as he knows, the bigger they get, the more ferocious they'll become, which could be dangerous. Bayern questions how Lloyd Frontera knows that, but he refuses and insists that it won't be dangerous because they are adorable. Lloyd Frontera explains that raising animals isn't easy, and it will be extremely challenging. Bayern continues to deny the difficulty, saying it won't be challenging because they're adorable, pointing towards the mastodons. Meanwhile, he responds with a casual well, do as he pleases. Bayern lies down again and plays with the mastodons, becoming quite happy. Lloyd Frontera walks away, thinking that Lord Bayern will do a good job with them, and if things go well, perhaps the mastodons could become a great asset for them. He reflects that since there is no guarantee that Operation Guard Dog will work, having even just one more ally, even one more animal on their side, is beneficial. Akush arrives and mentions that the monster Domino might strike their village too. They express regret but explain that they must return to their tribe. Lloyd Frontera thinks it's a shame to lose such a strong ally, but their region is also in danger, and it couldn't be helped. He instructs Officer Greg to gather 5 men and ride with the Sand and Steel tribe. If trouble strikes, they should inform him right away. Officer Greg agrees, and Lloyd thinks that they will be willing to help them for a long, long time. He needs to do everything in his power to keep their army strong. He also reflects that today is the day when the long-awaited operation goes into action. Velarde Blanc informs him that all preparations are complete. He shouts that today they will awaken an ancient beast, and no one but his men can accomplish such a feat. He mentions the superhuman strength required to carve up and dig out mountains, and his warriors become excited. He addresses the white cavalry, asking who can knock a beast out with a shovel when they bare their vicious teeth. He questions them, asking if they believe in the power of the almighty shovel while waving his hand above his head. They all become emotional, wave their hands in a pose of unity, and affirm that they believe the shovel conquers all, waving their shovels high. Meanwhile, they march forward, and Javier comes in front of them as they repeat the chant, the shovel conquers all, again and again. The system notifies that Javier truly pitied the white cavalry. Through the use of meticulous simulations, they modified the terrain so that the lake banks would crack without causing a flood, and they started working there. Javier stands at the high mountain and declares that he's ready. Lloyd says okay and asks if Javier sees the spot that he marked. Javier confirms and says he sees it. Then he shouts for Lloyd to fire away, and with just the right amount of force, there will be an explosion. Javier stabs his sword into the mountain and uses Mana's blast, breaking the mountain into pieces. The pieces of the mountain go down with full force, breaking trees in their path. Lloyd Frontera thinks that while it won't be an immediate problem if left unattended, it will be just enough to cause the natural dam to collapse. He lies down and orders everyone else to do the same, instructing them to take cover. He believes that now King Storma has awakened as they all witness his residence mountain breaking into many pieces. Bai Bayong also appears there, and they all look at him. Velarde Blanc finds it adorable, while Lloyd Frontera thinks he could understand everything that Bai Bayong is shouting. He believes that Bai Bayong is angry, just like with Pipadong, Bengal, and Hamang. Whenever they speak, he can understand them. Lloyd Frontera thinks that whether Bai Bayong is a summon or whatever he is, it doesn't matter. If he is a beaver, then Lloyd Frontera is even more sure about this, as the most important thing to a beaver is repairing its dams. Bai Bayong moves towards them and says something. Lloyd Frontera thinks he can smell metal and believes that Bai Bayong thought he wouldn't see him hiding there. He tries to look at Bai Bayong, thinking it's like he's attempting to damage his dam to do something. Lloyd Frontera wonders if Bai Bayong really thought he would just fix his dam and go back to sleep. He decides to wipe him out and put an end to his tricks for good, realizing that Bai Bayong misread him and botched this. Velarde Blanc crawls towards him and asks what they should do now. He assures Lloyd Frontera that if he gives them the word, they will attack. Velarde Blanc adds not to make that face, as it makes him uncomfortable while making an annoyed expression. In anger, Bai Bayong splashes water on them, and they all get up and run back. They float in the water while Javier also jumps in and uses a flare mana blast towards Bai Bayong, who splashes water on his fire attack. Javier gets ready to attack him again and thinks he has no choice but to slay him. He jumps to attack him while Lloyd Frontera tells him to wait because he has a plan. Lloyd Frontera thinks that if Bai Bayong is a summon, then this will definitely work. Javier attacks Bai Bayong and engages him, while Lloyd Frontera secretly approaches him, thinking good job Javier, keep attracting its attention. Bai Bayong feels someone's presence, looks behind, and quickly goes underwater, considering that it's extremely sensitive to its surroundings, making it challenging to approach. Javier executes an explosion or a sword behind Bai Bayong and escapes from that attack. Javier moves to the back of the lake, thinking that a half-assed attack won't be enough to attract its attention. However, he believes that he'll be able to inflict great damage if he attacks with his full force, contemplating what he should do. Javier shouts Bai Bayong's name, and Bai Bayong responds, asking if he's not his mother, clarifying that he's a male. Javier thinks what a relief that worked. Meanwhile, Bai Beong wonders aloud which part of him resembles a baby octopus and questions why he is suddenly behaving in this manner, emphasizing that he is not that ugly. Lloyd Frontier perches on his head. Bai Beong, addressing Lloyd, questions when he starts sitting on him. Believing he can't be reached due to his short arms, Bai Beong throws Lloyd away, remarking for him to have a tea, thinking it went in, please, and Bai Benog swallows something towards him, thinking it went in. Bai Beong swallows it, expressing satisfaction, saying that's nice. Bai Beong emerges from the water, questioning what is happening and why the world seems to have become so big. He transforms into his real state, but Lloyd Frontier seizes him, proudly claiming that he has caught him. Bai Beong pleads for a moment to be heard, questioning why he is going on a rampage, and then makes a run for it. Urging his soldiers to apprehend Bai Beong, Lloyd Frontier commands get that fellow, as all his soldiers attempt to capture him. Bai Beong exclaims guys, he's counting on him. Pipondong arrives and attempts to intervene, but he is punched, and the assailant remarks on using its fist, questioning if it is a bully in the summoning world. The aggressor notes the fierce temperament and engages in repeated attacks. Humming also shows up, exclaiming frustration at the lack of a fatal hit in their fight. However, Bai Beong quickly steps back, causing Hamming to fall onto Pipondong, who then runs away. Lloyd Frontier arrives, asserting it's not so fast. Bengal leaps in front of Bai Beong, who reflects on King Stroma, a beast born in this land for reasons unknown even to himself. Having spent 500 years simply breathing and sleeping for the first time in his life, King Stroma witnessed the light. Bai Beong gazes at Bengal and blushes. Lloyd Frontier inquires about Mr. Stroma's thoughts and asks if he feels like talking now. Bai Beong responds that if he wants to talk so badly, he guesses he could do that much for him, as he considers himself a gentleman. He thinks the legendary beast, King Stroma, capture is complete and smiles. Meanwhile, at the palace, Bai Beong asks what Lloyd Frontier wants from him. Lloyd Frontier states that his request is simple. Once in the morning and once at night, Bai Beong should yell out his name from across the lake. Bai Beong criticizes him for not knowing the basics of negotiation, stating that when making a request, one should also propose what the requester would gain from it. Lloyd Frontier asks what he can do and asserts that, honestly, he doesn't have anything to give him. However, if Bai Beong did that, everyone there would be much happier. He asks if that needs to be corrected. Bai Beong agrees, saying deal. Lloyd Frontier responds affirmatively, thinking how generous Bai Beong is. He contemplates that Bengal has zero feelings for him despite being of the opposite sex, and decides to give him a nickname, Eternal Bachelor King Storma. He thinks that King Storma may be taken advantage of for life, alone and forever single. He then thinks about Bai Beong and Hug and concludes that they are both single. Bai Beong wonders what Lloyd Frontier is doing, labeling him as a human rascal, and questions what's wrong with him. He thinks about why it feels so warm, and he realizes that Lloyd was able to share his heart with King Storma. Lloyd Frontier asks if he can call him Bai Beong from now on, and Bai Beong responds by saying he can do as he pleases. Just then, Officer Greg enters the room, calling for Master Lloyd Frontier. He questions why he is back if he didn't send him to accompany the tribe of Sand and Steel. Officer Greg explains that they met some of the orc tribes on their way to the estate, and those tribes requested Arash's help. They mentioned that their tribe was under attack by a group of Megalania. Meanwhile, in the tribe of Sand and Steel, Megalania is destroying and attacking everything. An orc warrior reports that they have broken past the third barricade. Akush instructs everyone not to panic and to maintain the formation. He moves to attack the Megalania, but in return, one of them shoots him back and throws him away. Two orc warriors approach him, asking if he is okay. Akush urges them to keep fighting, emphasizing that orcs never retreat. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontier instructs the person to tell Sir Blanc to assemble all the white cavalry knights at the village entrance. The person expresses concern that it might be too late for them to go now. Lloyd Frontier reassures him, stating that he will take care of that, and urges him to go now. He runs from there, holding Bai Beong's hand with Javier, and emphasizes the need to hurry up, calling it a golden opportunity. The person asks about the opportunity, and Lloyd Frontier reveals it's time for a counterattack to flip over the monster domino. He feeds Bai Beong an almond. The farmer is shocked to see Bai Beong increase in size after eating the almond. Lloyd Frontier and Javier sit on Bai Beong's back, holding him tight as he takes long jumps. Lloyd Frontier encourages him, saying let's go, show his cool side, and steal her heart. They take long jumps, and some workers with shovels come on his back as he jumps repeatedly. On the other side, the orc warriors try to fight against the Megalania. Bai Beong also reaches there. Akush is shocked and asks what this is. Lloyd Frontier instructs him to burn this into his eyes and spread the word that there's no food even if they travel west. They will become the food. Bai Beong attacks them and throws them away, transforming them back to normal size. Bengal arrives there and expresses happiness for him. Bai Beong blushes upon seeing her. Belardi Blanc places his shovel on his shoulder and expresses gratitude for being called there. However, he notes that it seems like they are not needed this time. Lloyd Frontier laughs and reassures him that he would not have reached such precious human resources like him for nothing, as there's another important task for them starting today. Chief Akush comes near Lloyd Frontier, who asks if he is alright. Akush states that they are no longer in a blood pact anymore. Lloyd Frontier asks what he means. All orc warriors gather, showcase their bodies, and declare that he has saved them twice. They, the tribe of Sand and Steel, swear their fealty to the Frontier barony. Lloyd Frontier expresses gratitude and asks if, in that case, they shall start their third project, to resuscitate the tribe of Sand and Steel. Lloyd Frontier explains that a while ago Asfahan, a kingdom bordering the east side of the wilderness, burned down the reed field region for a certain strategic purpose. Subsequently, a huge domino-like movement of monsters followed. Among those monsters, there were some from barbaric tribe societies that possessed intelligence, and they were the ones to witness it happen. He describes how 3 apex predators of the Megalania species were rolled up like wasted paper and sent flying away. Lloyd Frontier continues, mentioning that those sentient monsters began to spread what they saw to the other monsters, and word spread that there's a legendary beast the size of a mountain at the end of the west side. He details that it was so big it could touch the clouds, and its tail was the epitome of a god's wrath, as though a swish could cause a typhoon. Its round black eyes looked like they witnessed nothing but an abyss, and its 2 fangs were capable of eating every living thing in the world. The eyes of the demon that was controlling the beast looked like hell itself. Meanwhile, at Asfahan Palace, a soldier kneels down in front of King Samar Khan and requests him to hear him out. He explains that as per their initial plans, the tribe of Sand and Steel, whose forces have been expanding at a frightening pace, abandoned their settlement and migrated over to Magentano's forest. Samar Khan acknowledges the success of their plans and inquires about Magentano's response. The soldier reports that, strangely enough, the tribe of Sand and Steel was able to arrive in Magentano safely and without any issues. Samar Khan expresses disappointment, stating that he wanted to see the flustered faces of those sly Magentano. He tells the soldier that it's alright, he hears him, and he may stand down now. The soldier seeks forgiveness and adds that one more problem has occurred. He explains that the groups of monsters that they have driven out have returned and are currently attacking their border ramparts. Samar Khan reacts in shock, asking what he just said. He reports that they are using all the firepower they have to repel them. However, they seem to have been driven mad due to fear and are showing no signs of slowing down. Samar Khan orders all the soldiers in the vicinity to gather, attack them with fire, and install an even greater fear in them. He acknowledges and says he will get it done. Samar Khan contemplates that having a monster domino strategy backfires on them and wonders if this is Magentano's scheme. He dismisses the possibility, thinking it should be impossible to repel such a large-scale monster movement unless there's a true devil living in the West. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra moves some papers and says, "Alright, please sign here." Meatloaf asks what kind of document this is. Lloyd Frontra explains that it's written there, and if it needs to be clarified, it's a full debt repayment receipt. He adds that the check he's giving covers all the interest accumulated too. They both start closely checking the check and the contract paper. Meatloaf asks what they are doing and tells them to sign it quickly and get lost. After a while, they leave the room, and Erox Frontra enters. He sees Lloyd Frontra holding a paper and asks if they really paid off that huge debt. Lloyd Frontra shows the full payment receipt and asks if they shall frame this up. He hugs him, gets emotional, and expresses that he has worked so hard to pay off the mistake that his foolish father made. He apologizes for making him go through all this trouble and admits he doesn't know if he deserves to be his father. Lloyd Frontra asks if he loves him. Erox Frontra wonders if he even needs to ask that and affirms that of course he does love him. Lloyd Frontra then questions if that wouldn't be enough to make him his father. The system window notifies him that he has obtained a new title, number 1 at escaping a mountain of debt. It further mentions that the title region is the entire Cremona region, the active period of the title is forever, and CP from Title 2. The notification also states that the title powers he has gained include the highest level of financial credibility, allowing him to receive investment capital at the lowest interest rates with the most favorable terms. After a while, Lloyd Frontra is walking on the town street, and Javier comes to him, informing him that the tribe of Sand and Steel has now relocated and settled in the eastern mountain ranges. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges this and says, "Alright, great job." Javier adds that the White Cavalry is assisting in wrapping up the relocation, and Akush is happy that there is tons of food that will help in building muscles. Lloyd Frontra walks away and says, "Alright, he'll take a break too." He reflects that he has managed to move and settle the tribe of Sand and Steel into the eastern mountain ranges. Even if the domino effect comes back for them, they will be able to buy time, and their estate will be safe once he calls for Bai Bayong to go on the counter-offensive. He further reflects that since the debt has been fully repaid, he no longer has anything to worry about. He finds it strange that he thought he'd be all excited and jumping all over the place when the debt is repaid, wondering why he is so calm. After a while, he lies down on his bed and recalls a memory of when his father hugged him and cried. He reminisces about his real father, who expressed that Suho is smart and kind, but due to being uneducated and ignorant, he causes him to suffer. His father apologizes, and he becomes emotional, realizing he managed to take care of all the problems here. Overcome with emotion, he apologizes for not being able to help his father in any way. He presses his head against the pillow and continues crying. Javier stands outside his room and hears the sound. He moves from there and thinks he hopes he can cry to his heart's content today because he more than deserves that. The scene shifts to a few days later with people cheering for Master Lloyd Frontra and exclaiming that he is passing through. A person requests him to look over here, and Lloyd Frontra, walking with his shovel held by Javier, expresses annoyance, telling them to stop and go work instead. Despite his protest, people waved their hands and cheered, saying he looked over here, hooray. Lloyd Frontra, frustrated, shouts that he said to stop it, and the people remark that Master Lloyd is getting angry. Javier suggests it's okay to act a little arrogant, but Lloyd Frontra questions why he would do that. Javier points out that all these townspeople wouldn't have been able to smile like that if it were not for him. Lloyd Frontra dismisses it, stating he is only doing all this to earn a living, and no one would give him money if he acted arrogant. People persist, asking him to scold them, glare at them one more time, and get angry once more. Bayern arrives in a hurry and informs them of a huge trouble. Lloyd Frontra, showing interest, asks what's wrong. Bayern explains that a large number of people are coming from the south. When Lloyd Frontra asks who they are, Bayern clarifies that he does not know for sure, but according to their security troopers, they seem to be refugees. Nicholas arrives with a group of people and inquires if Lloyd Frontra is perhaps the lord of this estate. Lloyd Frontra clarifies that he is his son and asks who Nicholas is. Nicholas explains that they are townspeople of the Sortino barony, located south of this place, and he is Nicholas, the village chief of the Sorti village within that barony. He further shares that his father was the village chief until recently, and while his father tried to protect the barony with the lord till the end, he passed away. Nicholas describes that it all happened quickly. Lloyd Frontra pauses and asks for clarification on what happened, questioning if it was related to monsters. Nicholas confirms, mentioning 2-meter-tall beetles or monsters that looked similar, and several hundred of them swarmed like bees. Javier interjects, noting that it's the monster domino, realizing the affected area is much larger than they originally thought. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the news he heard about the estates near the wilderness being affected, realizing that the Frontra barony and the Lacona Viscounty were likely the only places not significantly impacted. He considers that normal estates lacking a substantial summon, a white chivalry, or a sword master would struggle to accommodate refugees. Contemplating their options, he reasons that the sea lies to the north, a different country to the south, and Cremo in the west is too distant. The central area becomes their last resort. He wonders about the number of refugees, whether 1,000 or 10,000. All the townspeople kneel down, and Nicholas requests Lloyd Frontra to show kindness to them, even if it's just providing a piece of bread for their children. Javier remarks that he believes the refugees will likely gravitate towards their estate, but he emphasizes the impracticality of accommodating them all due to space constraints. Lloyd Fronterer responds positively, expressing enthusiasm about the situation. He inquires about Javier's thoughts. Lloyd Fronterer questions the rationality behind Javier's considerations in such circumstances and urges him to contemplate the matter more deeply. He prompts Javier to consider the potential increase in tax revenue if these refugees become part of their estate, which leads Javier to question if Lloyd sees these distressed individuals merely as a source of income. Lloyd Fronterer instructs Sir Bayern to assign a portion of their engineers to cooking duties and prepare food for the refugees, to which Sir Bayern agrees. The townspeople express gratitude. Lloyd Fronterer indicates his intention to depart and mentions he needs to report the situation to the Baron. Bayern advises Javier not to become too angry. He asserts that what Javier has just said is excessive. In Bayern's opinion, while Master Lloyd might possess the ability to read others like a book, he genuinely does not comprehend what he wants. Bayern believes it would be prudent to observe what Master Lloyd will do for a while longer before getting upset, if necessary. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer sits with the Aerox Fronterer and predicts the arrival of more refugees. He inquires about the appropriate course of action and expresses doubt regarding their financial capacity to care for all of them. Lloyd Fronterer questions whether he wants to take them in. He acknowledges the imperative to assist those in need, but points out that, with their current food stock, they won't last for more than a few days. Lloyd Fronterer questions what he is talking about and asserts that they should have enough resources to feed them all for the time being. After a while, there were tons of wingless locusts. Lloyd Fronterer stands in front of them with his parents and states that they have preserved all these to use as compost in the future. They also have tons of them in nearby storage. Aerox Fronterer is shocked to see this and comments that feeding locusts to people is a bit unusual. Merbella Fronterer sits down, picks up a locust, and starts eating. He is surprised to witness this. She mentions that they taste somewhat like prawns, asserting that they shouldn't pose a problem since orc warriors consume them without issues. She acknowledges the slightly gamey smell and suggests addressing it. She asks Lloyd Fronterer if he can leave it to her to instruct the cooks. He replies, of course, that's precisely why he brought her here. Meanwhile, the orc warriors establish camps for refugees. Lloyd Fronterer and Vale Blanc arrive at the site, with Vale Blanc reporting the completion of the initial round of temporary tents. Lloyd Fronterer urges a prompt supply of ingredients, emphasizing the need for a substantial quantity. Michael signals with a white flag, informing that approximately 100 refugees are approaching from the north. Expressing surprise at the speed of their arrival, Lloyd Fronterer urges quick action to avoid potential freezing. Podong responds by striking the floor. Bayern issues instructions for the heating system production team to proceed and calls on the cementing team to assist Dame Bangle in 3 shifts. Bangle employs her powers, and Bayern organizes 2 teams in the south and 3 teams in the north, alerting them to the imminent arrival of refugees. Simultaneously, in the kitchen, Merbella Fronterer stands holding a book before a group of servants, announcing their intention to transform the locusts into highly nutritious dishes. A lady raises a concern about the strong, gamey smell and seeks guidance on managing it. Merbella reveals that the ancient and legendary recipe book in her possession was written by a dragon chef, detailing the secret she discovered when becoming the Dragon King chef. She discloses that Lloyd acquired the book after defeating the Dark Sorcerer, leaving the servants in awe of the legendary nature of the recipe book. A lady expresses excitement, mentioning the book's reputation for helping its readers create delicious meals with simple ingredients. Another lady adds that it also contains entertaining jokes, enhancing the reader's immersion during perusal. Meanwhile, Lloyd Fronterer sits atop the mountain, observing the camp and the collaborative efforts of people assisting each other. Contemplating the limited space, he ponders the possibility of expanding the living quarters towards the northern mountain. However, he doubts that such an expansion would be sufficient. While acknowledging their current ability to survive, he grapples with the uncertainty of long-term solutions. Amidst his thoughts, the cry of a child reaches him. In the camp, Rudy embraces his mother, shedding tears as he expresses a longing to return home. His mother, however, informs him that they no longer have a home and emphasizes gratitude for the kind people who have taken them in. Rudy persists in his desire to return to the house his father built, but his mother apologizes and assures him that they will rebuild someday. Lloyd Fronterer reminisces about his real-world house, reflecting on the joyous moment when they initially unpacked their belongings after moving in. Both his father and mother wore smiles of happiness during that time. Lloyd acknowledges the constant mention of their house in their conversations and laments that he can no longer witness those smiles. Despite it being a modest and shabby house on the outskirts, it held a special place for him, brimming with the happiest moments of his life. Determined, he reassures those around him not to worry, assuring them that he will have a house again soon because he is present. Just then, Javier comes up behind him. Lloyd looks at him and mentions that they are on the brink of undertaking their most extensive construction project to date. Javier inquires if there is a way to accommodate everyone, to which Lloyd responds affirmatively, stating that there will be more than enough space for that. Placing his shovel on his shoulder, he declares their intention to construct apartments. He reflects that apartments are a common type of building seen in South Korea, and considering their estate's current circumstances, this type of building would be the most effective solution. He recognizes the potential to gain significantly more living spaces with a small amount of land, and managing administration would be simplified as everything would be in one area. He acknowledges that the cost and effort required for construction are reduced through standardization, and having units in all directions optimizes insulation. Utilizing his simulation skills, he contemplates that the final and greatest advantage lies in providing refugees with an environment where they can support themselves. This, in turn, would result in a concentration of population, increased purchasing power, the formation of a business district, and an upsurge in tax revenue. Considering this endeavor as his last job, he envisions stopping work and relishing life to the fullest thereafter. He perceives this as fulfilling humanity's long-cherished desire, transforming into a rich, unemployed individual. Contemplating the management of the estate, he dismisses the idea, deciding to provide Sir Baron with a substantial amount of money to handle it. He is confident that if Sir Baron retires, he will successfully groom a proper successor. Feeling dizzy, Sir Baron is supported by 2 workers as he experiences sudden chills and cold sweats. Michael advises him to rest, acknowledging that he has worked too hard. After a while, Lloyd Fronterer gathers a meeting and declares that he will now brief everyone on Fronterer Estate's honey apartment construction plan. He emphasizes the importance of paying attention to the documents he has distributed. Javier raises his hand and objects, expressing concern about the name of the building, perceiving it to be filled with ulterior motives. Lloyd advises Javier not to speak unnecessarily in the middle of the meeting and insists on maintaining order. Javier argues that his opinion on the project is justified and requests permission to speak. Lloyd instructs him to wait for permission and questions why he keeps interrupting the meeting. Observing Sir Bayern's appearance, he inquires about his well-being. Sir Bayern explains that he has been having the same dream for a few consecutive days, involving a slave-driving devil making him work until he dies of old age. Lloyd reassures him, stating that such a thing won't happen, and directs everyone to focus on the first document. He introduces Chilu, an old building design found in Fujian, a place in the east, highlighting its simple bedroom and living room configuration passed down through each generation. He explains that in the middle, there would be a plaza with shared facilities such as wells, canteens, and toilet facilities, and he is going to build them in a square shape. He asserts that building a square is much faster than creating a circle. While there are a few things he wanted to highlight in the documents, he admits to leaving out a significant advantage of this plan. He suggests that if they were to erect a steel gate to block the way of the plaza, this place would become an impregnable fortress instantly. Velarde Blanc applauds for his idea, and he invites questions. Javier raises his hand and poses a question regarding the financial aspect. He points out that it is already tough for them to provide enough materials for the tents and asks if he is suggesting to ignore the people due to financial constraints. Javier clarifies that's not what he meant. He insists on a straightforward yes or no, asking if Lloyd is telling him to ignore the people if he is not providing enough funds. Arcos Frontera expresses concern about the money problem. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges the sharpness of the question and is impressed. He reassures them that the production costs of the tent on Dal and the continuous provision of food are not a cause for concern. They may assume that they already have enough funds for these aspects. He emphasizes that starting a new business always involves pulling in money if one is to get started. After a while, Lloyd Frontera and Javier are riding on horses. Lloyd Frontera asks if Javier is upset and teases him by claiming that he is upset. Even though he is a knight, the estate's knight is upset and won't even look him in the eyes. Javier does not utter a word. Lloyd Frontera looks at him and honestly admits that he is scared. He questions whether he can really pull off such a huge project if it will collapse and if he can accommodate everyone. He acknowledges that he will be held responsible since he started it, and the one responsible can't waver or show any signs of weakness. He needs to fulfill those conditions if he wants to have everyone's complete trust. The only person in front of whom he does not have to act tough is Javier. Javier asks if that does not mean that he is nothing more than an emotional trash bin for him. Despite giving a cheap smile that bothers Javier, he contemplates the idea of punching him. After a while, at Lacona Viscounty, Lacona Mansion, Diego walks sadly in the corridor and notices Lloyd Frontera and Javier coming from the opposite side. Lloyd Frontera waves his hand and expresses that it's nice to see him. Diego screams upon noticing them, getting scared. He questions how they could go when they haven't met in so long and fears getting kicked out of school. Diego becomes even more scared and covers his face. Lloyd Frontera places his hand on Diego's shoulder and reassures him that there's no need to fear. He adds that he is here to help him return to the academy, though the success of that would depend on how his father acts, said with a hint of anger. After a while, Lloyd Frontera sits with Viscount Locona. He inquires about the potential increase in the price of water. Viscount Locona is asked if he is using difficult to understand words, clarifying that he is essentially asking for more money for water. Lloyd Frontera, internally expressing disdain for the Viscount, perceives him as the scum of the earth. Not only did he profit handsomely from selling water, resulting in his son getting expelled from school, but now he also wants to raise the prices. He starts laughing, stands up from his sofa, moves toward the window, and asserts that the Viscount may not understand how things work due to his youthfulness. He points out that the contract clearly states a fixed price for water. Lloyd Frontera takes out a magnifying glass from his jacket and shows the contract paper. He points to the fine print, indicating that the water price mentioned above is subject to change depending on how the supplier feels. Viscount Locona screams and accuses him of being a conman. He claims that someone is attacking him, and he's on the verge of dying. In response, Viscount Locona grabs his collar. Lloyd Frontera calmly urges him to settle down, emphasizing their neighborly ties and the assurance that he wouldn't irrationally raise prices. He asserts that this exchange would be mutually beneficial. However, Lloyd Frontera becomes visibly angered. Lloyd Frontera proceeds to outline 2 key points. Firstly, he mentions the destruction of 70 estates due to the monster domino effect, resulting in a surge of refugees to his side. Despite the influx, he rejected them all, highlighting that if he hadn't, it would have disappointed their queen. Viscount Locona contemplates this and realizes that sparing him is the intended profit. Secondly, Lloyd Frontera expresses genuine concern for Viscount Locona and states that he must convey something important, and if he writes a letter to Her Majesty, there might be a chance for Diego to return to the academy. He is filled with anger and demands to know how much more he needs to give. Lloyd Frontera, holding his head, questions why he is behaving in such a manner, emphasizing that he is not attempting to extort money like a gangster. He expresses the hope that Viscount Locona will provide a little more money without causing any misunderstandings, ensuring their friendship remains intact. Viscount Locona contemplates the request, thinking that he needs to specify the amount. Meanwhile, Javier stands nearby, listening to the conversation and forming the opinion that Lloyd Frontera possesses a rather unpleasant personality. Lloyd Frontera politely requests Viscount Locona not to feel pressured and inquires about the percentage by which he can increase the price. He assures Viscount Locona that he will be grateful regardless of the decided amount. After contemplating for a while, Viscount Locona hesitates with his words and suggests a 20% increase. Lloyd Frontera's expression changes, and Viscount Locona, feeling uncertain, quickly revises it to 30%. Lloyd Frontera, now showing signs of frustration, bites his lower lip. Viscount Locona, feeling pressured, looks at Javier, who signals him with his fingers. Finally, Viscount Locona shouts that he will increase it by 50%. Lloyd Frontera, displaying another strange expression, makes Viscount wonder why. He queries Javier, confirming whether he instructed him to propose a 50% increase. Javier affirms by showing his fingers and indicating 5 times. In response, he exclaims that a 5-fold increase is outrageous and labels it as daylight robbery. Lloyd questions why he perceives it as 5 times, asserting that a 4-fold increase is sufficient. Upon receiving confirmation, he proceeds to stamp the contract paper. After a while, Lloyd Frontura and Javier emerge from the mansion, walking on the road happily. Viscount Locona sits in his room, closely examining the contract paper. On the other side, Lloyd Frontura asks Javier why he appears so gloomy. Javier responds, stating he feels like a blackmailer. Lloyd Frontura corrects him, asserting that's not how he should express it. He chuckles, emphasizing that he shouldn't feel as though he is on the verge of becoming a blackmailer. He has already become one. He inquires whether Javier assisted him or not, asserting that Javier is now an accomplice and undeniably a blackmailer. Javier gives him a strange expression, declaring that protecting him is the extent of his duties and he will never again assist him in fraud or serve as his construction tool. In response, Lloyd Frontura mentions that in that case, he won't sing him that lullaby anymore. Javier points out that it has been months since he became a swordmaster, and he can now control all his senses perfectly, rendering lullabies unnecessary. After a while, Javier lies down on his bed and attempts to sleep. He then takes his pillow and approaches Lloyd Frontura, asking him to sing that lullaby. Lloyd Frontura declines, stating it's too troublesome. Javier persists, requesting assistance. He queries whether Lloyd Frontura has heard of sleep hygiene, explaining that it involves establishing a specific routine for sleeping. Once a habit is formed, his body won't be able to sleep without following certain steps. Javier emphasizes his understanding and urges Lloyd Frontura to sing the lullaby. Relenting, Lloyd Frontura sings for him, after which Javier sits on a chair and falls asleep. He relaxes his hands, stating, "All right, if he shall begin today's tasks." He arranges some papers on the table, utilizes his power, and creates sketches for apartments. Reflecting on his luck in knowing how to build on dolls, he acknowledges a lack of knowledge on constructing apartments and contemplates his next steps. The message box inquires if he plans to try out all the simulations while building it. He affirms, stating that he intends to use another skill to assist, and his level for attempting until it works is at the maximum level, expressing confidence in his abilities. The scene transitions to the next morning. Lloyd Frontura walks alongside Valardi Blanc and instructs him to send a message to Cremo, doctors, stonemasons, and carpenters, asking them to mobilize as many as possible. He directs the continuation of the supply of cement materials and the purchase of as much grain and meat as the estate in the west can afford. Presenting a simulation of the apartment, he mentions having 300 refugees this time, stating that taking in any more would be acceptable and they'll figure it out somehow. After some time in his room, he attempts to sketch something with magical power, contemplating the issue at hand. He wonders if the problem lies in the weight and ponders whether he needs to reduce the number of levels. Experiencing nosebleeds, he dismisses the idea, determined not to decrease the level of his honey apartment. His thoughts shift to resident stability, an active economy, and an increase in tax revenue. After a while, he stands with Sir Bayern, placing his shovel on his shoulder. Bayern states, based on calculations, that the only thing they will be able to afford in 4 months' time is the soldiers' overtime pay. He emphasizes the need to scale down the plan to something more realistic or to send part of the refugees to other estates. He reassures Bayern not to worry, asserting that he will ensure ample funding. Bayern is shocked to hear this. Just then, Lloyd Frontura falls down and loses consciousness. All of them are shocked and rush to pick him up, pleading for him to wake up. The scene shifts to the royal capital, Magenta. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano is on the fighting ground, surrounded by soldiers holding crossbows. She grasps her sword and prepares for battle. The chief soldier gives the order to attack, and they all release arrows. She utilizes her sword with a magical aura, breaking all the arrows before they can harm her. Everyone is shocked to witness this. She reflects on her only noticeable improvement being the ability to create aura faster, deeming it pathetic. Recalling Kyle's past attack on her, she resolves not to allow herself to be humiliated like that again. Suddenly, a servant arrives and summons her. She inquires about the matter. The servant informs her that an envoy from the Frontura barony is seeking an audience with her. She wonders if Lloyd Frontura sent that envoy and proceeds to the palace. Javier kneels there, holding a letter, and begins to read. The letter requests Her Majesty to hack this lowly and incapable vassal of hers to pieces. She contemplates the unexpected nature of the message and wonders what trick the sly fellow, Lloyd Frontura, is up to again. Javier is reaching out to the Queen's court, expressing gratitude for Her Majesty's wise judgment. Together, they manage to barely protect their estate. Unfortunately, in line with the message sent by the White Cavalry, the refugees from the 17 estates have lost their living spaces and are all heading towards the Frontura barony. Javier asserts that, in alignment with the mindset of their esteemed empress, who sympathizes with the commoners, he, as a loyal vassal, deems it right to take in and care for the pitiful commoners of their great kingdom. Taking it upon himself to act in accordance with his strong conviction, Javier reads a letter from Lloyd Frontura. Acknowledging an abundance of greats in his statement, he expresses his intention to support the commoners of their great empress. Meanwhile, she wonders if he is being sarcastic. Javier explains that Lloyd Frontura becomes emotional and reveals that, unfortunately, he does not have enough money. She thinks this revelation surprised him, finding it shameless, but she had already suspected he might do this. In fact, she had contemplated sending funds and supplies beforehand. Javier mentions that they'll need approximately 3 times more than what Her Majesty has in mind. She questions why 3 times, thinking he must be out of his mind. Javier reassures her that he is not crazy. She finds this infuriating and decides she will definitely use the aura flick on him the next time she sees him. He informs her of his plan to build unprecedented multi-story residential buildings in the Magenta Kingdom and shows her the blueprint. He explains that he does not intend to construct temporary buildings to accommodate and feed the people, as his plan involves them settling down and earning a living independently. He is confident that this aligns with what their great empress would desire. Lloyd Frontura, however, maintains that he does not have enough money. She commands him to stop reading any further, expressing an understanding of what he's trying to convey. She instructs him to relay to Lloyd Frontura that, despite being the empress, she cannot haphazardly allocate large sums of money. She emphasizes the need for input from financial experts and the approval of the obstinate Elder Council. She asserts that bothering Lloyd Frontura any further will not be beneficial. Javier places that letter on the ground, retrieves another from his pocket, and begins reading. He assures that there wouldn't be any issues with the planned buildings, emphasizing their dual function as a fortress in case the monster domino returns or their eastern enemies attack. He contends that these structures will play a significant role as an invincible shield safeguarding the peace of their kingdom. He envisions constructing a fortress city to defend their eastern borders against potential adversaries. He asserts that everyone who has endorsed this plan will undoubtedly find themselves in a much better position within the kingdom. She reflects on the idea, concluding that there don't seem to be any drawbacks to having a fortress city. Rough calculations suggest the possibility of forming a business district the size of Cremo. She acknowledges the need to strengthen the loyalty of all supporters, recognizing that it will undoubtedly enhance his power. The benefits, she believes, far outweigh the required monetary investment. Javier exclaims bingo just as she asks what he's doing. He responds that he doesn't know either, explaining that the letter instructed him to shout bingo in 5 seconds. She addresses Javier as Rahan, assuring him that the funds will be provided and asks for his patience. She pledges to persuade the remaining individuals. Javier, speaking to himself, expresses the hope that Corgidus will come to their estate, considering it would be truly great. She responds with an exasperated all right, telling him she understands and to stop it. After some time at the construction site, Officer Greg asserts that he won't tolerate anyone slacking off just because Master Lloyd is currently resting. The soldier concurs and reflects on Officer Greg's transformation. Initially perceived as a lazy soldier, Officer Greg consistently participated in extremely dangerous missions and handled difficult and meticulous tasks. The soldier believes Officer Greg took on additional responsibilities, exerted his best effort, and ultimately evolved into a true man. This, he concludes, is the essence of Officer Greg's character. Officer Greg declines a request, stating they have sufficient blankets, and suggests passing them on to the elderly or children. He exits the tent, notices Emily, calls her over, and questions why she isn't adhering to the designated break times, noting that he has been working since morning. She retorts, telling him to mind his own business, and asserts that she will take a break if she needs to. He responds by instructing her to hand it over. She firmly refuses, prompting him to run after her. Meanwhile, an orc warrior arrives with some flowers and experiences heartbreak upon seeing her happily engaged with another person. His friends mock him, stating that he loves a female human, considering orcs as morons, but labeling him an even bigger moron. They assert that there's no way a female human would be interested in an orc's ugly face and disgusting muscles, deeming him uglier than average. In frustration, he throws the flowers on the ground and comments on Emily's slow pace before walking away. Emily observes him and recalls her last encounter with the orc warrior. On the other side, Lloyd Frontera opens his eyes and mentions that he had a dream, while the system notifies him, startling him. The system asks about the dream he experienced. Lloyd Frontera dismisses it as just a dream, one that feels ridiculous. Bayern sits nearby and inquires if Master Lloyd is awake and if he is alright. Lloyd Frontera responds, stating that he thinks it's almost time. Bayern questions why he is saying that, to which Lloyd Frontera clarifies that he means the day is approaching when they have to pay salaries. He expresses concern that his money will be gone, and his balance will soon become zero. He coughs, prompting Bayern to quickly get up and approach him. Bayern suggests they could delay the payment a little, and he is confident that everyone will understand. Lloyd Frontera vehemently rejects the idea, stating that it mustn't happen. He emphasizes that they worked hard, looking forward to payday, and asserts that delaying it is not an option. He declares that he would rather die than do that, and closes his eyes again. Bayern is alarmed and calls out to Lloyd while running to fetch the doctor, urging them to get the doctor quickly. Javier arrives at the scene and observes Lloyd, informing others that Master Lloyd Frontera has fainted. Javier adds that he has returned with the money, urging Lloyd to wake up quickly as he takes out money from his bag. The system notifies Javier about a special skill, financial heal, and he promptly stands up from the bed, expressing excitement and suggesting they go dig some land. The system further notifies that funds have been obtained to develop Frontera Barony into a city from the kingdom. Bayern reports that Honey Apartment Building 101 is 70% complete, encouraging everyone to hang in there, and they all agree. Lloyd Frontera employs his skill to assess the building's resilience against natural disasters like landslides and typhoons, finding it still intact. He decides it's time for the final test and uses his full force to check against a meteor from outer space. The system interrupts, asking about the nature of this test. Lloyd Frontera responds, expressing excitement, and proceeds to throw a meteor onto the building, laughing. Javier looks at him, questioning why he is being observed like that. Javier comments that he definitely did not think he was a crazy individual. He retorts, confirming that Javier indeed thought of him as such. Javier then informs that Corgidus and the 30 dwarf artisans under him have arrived. He responds with appreciation, thinking about the significance of cement in determining an apartment's durability. He reflects on the complexity and detail required for constructing an apartment, unlike simpler structures such as roads or suspension bridges, emphasizing that a random approach won't suffice. Meanwhile, he proceeds to meet Corgidus and his 30 dwarves, offering greetings. He contemplates that what they currently require is a concrete mixer truck and proceeds to show them the blueprint structure of the mixer. He considers this equipment crucial in the apartment construction project as it prevents the cement from hardening or breaking apart. Corgidus, however, criticizes him as an ill-mannered fellow, questioning if he seriously expects someone who has traveled a long way to work immediately without even offering a bowl of soup. He responds by stating that he did consider how to welcome Corgidus and thought extensively about it, concluding that the best welcome would be a blueprint that he has never seen before. Corgidus acknowledges the idea but questions whether he really needs to smile like a con man. Corgidus adds that he has prepared a proper workplace and proceeds forward, while Lloyd Frontera bows and agrees, stating of course. He thinks that, finally, the long-awaited construction is beginning. He starts digging and instructs him to blast it up, contemplating the foundation work and the operation of the Peepodong-driven concrete mixer truck. Peepodong runs in the wheel of the mixer truck to mix the cement, while orc warriors fold iron rods. He contemplates the preparation of rebar, or the casting filling of cement, stating that he can't pour it all in at once. He advises starting at the edges, pouring where the rebars are connected, and ensuring there isn't any air in it. As the difficulty increases, they plan to use the life-sized crane, Bai Bayang, to transport a tray of cement boxes and tiles to the top of the building. He thinks of encouragement and calls Bangal over. When Bai Bayan looks at him, she blushes and becomes happy. Lloyd Frontera stands there with Bayern and expresses confidence in him to complete the task. Bayern replies not a problem. He thinks that since they have become familiar with other tasks, he should start working on the problem of insulation for heating facilities. He contemplates that Honey Apartment's heating system relies on a coal-driven steam kiln, and the central heating room will boil water and discharge steam through pipes. He considers that, after traveling through the pipes, the steam will be released in various places, connected to radiators to heat up the rooms. The problem, he notes, is that the higher the levels, the more heat they lose, with the 8th floor experiencing almost zero heating. He reflects on having tried all available insulating materials in simulations, all of which failed. Spending nights researching the issue, he wonders if it's possible to create better insulation materials, and if the novel contains any useful information that could assist in solving the problem. After a while, he sits in his room and writes something, thinking this is the chapter where Javier fought a dragon. He observes the dragon roaring, questioning how a mere and weak human could dare to fight with him. He wonders why every fantasy story contains lines implying human inadequacy. Despite being a sword master, he considers that Javier is still too weak to fight a dragon. Javier takes the full blast of the dragon's breath and remains unfazed as the dragon throws fire on him. This resilience is attributed to Javier wearing armor made from the hardened sap of the Alencia tree, considered the strongest insulating material in this world. They both notice the Alencia tree and move forward. Javier remarks that it's been 2 days since they set out and inquires about how far they are going to get the insulating material. Lloyd Fronterer responds that they are heading to the Everglow forest, where the elves live, to extract the Alencia tree's sap. He then asks Javier about his destination. Javier asks if he doesn't know that elves hate humans and are a race that's impossible to negotiate with. Despite being the one who flirted with an elf and received a piece of armor in the novel, he responds, saying alright, go back by herself, then escort Knight. Javier notes that elves are a race that no one has approached in 500 years and questions how he intends to persuade them. He further inquires about what persuading them means, leading to repeated back and forth questioning. He declares that there might be a mistake, stating that he doesn't engage in persuading others. Instead, he plans to steal from them. This revelation prompts Javier to express a desire to beat him to death. Lloyd Fronterer and Javier walk into the Everglow forest, and Lloyd mentions that in a few more steps, they'll be in the Everglow forest, connected to the elves' forest by a nerve network, so they need to be quiet. Javier sneezes due to little fairy plants touching his nose. Lloyd asks what he just did, and Javier responds, asking if he is a fool and if Lloyd knows what a sneeze is. Lloyd replies that of course he knows, but he's asking why Javier is acting all cool when he's just sneezing, claiming it's a misunderstanding. Javier retorts, stating that everything he does looks cool because he has a handsome face, something Lloyd may never understand. Lloyd thinks to himself, realizing that Javier truly meant what he said. The system notifies Lloyd of a sense of shame with damage plus 99 and laughs. Lloyd thinks to himself to shut up and that he'll really kill Javier. Meanwhile, he asks if he isn't a sword master, and if a sword master can't hold in a sneeze. Javier replies that it's impossible to control certain physiological phenomena. He responds that he can't hold in his bodily functions forever, to which Javier replies, questioning why he would do something that could cause constipation. He taunts that a sword master is so lame that he can't even hold in his bodily functions and laughs. He becomes angry and repeatedly punches Javier, who manages to block all the punches. The system notified that Javier was genuinely happy. He instructs Javier to hold in his sneeze and be quiet. Javier responds, requesting him to be quiet. He explains that they need to reach the center of the forest, where the Alencia tree is nearby, just as a group of elves arrive and point arrows at them. He becomes scared and questions how they realized they were there so quickly. Muera exclaims why the hell wouldn't they realize after he made such a big fuss at the entrance. What an idiot. Javier acknowledges that the situation isn't good. He refuses to comply, stating that things have just progressed faster. An elf announces that they'll fire in 3, counting down and shooting fire arrows at them. In response, they attempt to escape the attacks, and Javier skillfully cuts the arrows with his sword. Muera observes that Javier is a sword master, while Lloyd Fronterer runs to evade the arrows. He suggests splitting up as planned and rendezvousing at the Alencia tree in 30 minutes, noting that he'll be easily visible from a high spot. Javier expresses concern, asking if he'll be all right alone. Lloyd Fronterer reassures him, stating that he'll be fine as long as he attracts their attention. An elf comments that the ugly man is just a distraction, instructing others to chase after the handsome man. The elves run to attack Javier, who counterattacks in response. Elves jump easily from plants, moving here and there, while Javier contemplates that there isn't much information about elves, but it seems Master Lloyd is right this time as well. He recalls Lloyd Fronterer's explanation that elves love plants and use a special type of footwork because they don't want to harm plants. He realizes that it wouldn't be right to attack these innocent elves, so the best course of action is to run as fast as they can while avoiding the attacks. They should be able to do that by leveraging the elves' love for plants. The elves attack him from all sides, and Javier attempts to escape, finding it challenging to dodge the attacks, even though they only come from 2 directions. He tries to hide behind a rock, realizing that they are intentionally driving him somewhere. Lloyd Fronterer reaches the Alencia tree, activating his upgraded energizer. He thinks that with this upgrade, he won't get tired for 20 minutes. He starts digging quickly, going underground. Javier looks at him and finds it strange, while Miria thinks she doesn't see the captain who was at the forefront just now. Javier runs towards him and thinks not to tell him that she went to Master Lloyd. He runs quickly into the water, realizing there aren't any plants here that he can use to stop their attacks. He swiftly stabs his sword in the water, effectively blocking all their arrows. Miria asks about the extraordinary power, and another elf remarks that the human could kill them if he really wanted to, instructing everyone to calm down. She points out that while the humans might have a sword master, they have Melika. Javier looks around, trying to understand why they have stopped attacking. A giant elf, Melika, arrives, placing her bow on the ground and aiming her arrow towards Javier. The system notifies him about the dragon hunter bow dragon sniper, and she throws her arrow toward Javier, who attempts to block it with his sword. Javier attempts to block the arrow, finding it challenging, and maneuvers behind while continuing to block. He marvels at the incredible strength, realizing that she is overpowering his aura sword with just arrows and raw strength. Reflecting on Master Lloyd's warning that harming even one elf could lead to all the elves seeking revenge, he acknowledges their killing abilities surpass the orcs. Javier concludes that it's time for him to join forces with Master Lloyd. Contemplating that some elves might have gone after Master Lloyd, he wonders about actions he can take to help Master Lloyd without harming any elves. As arrows rain down towards him, he shouts and utilizes all his powers to block every arrow. Melika throws another arrow at him, and he blocks it, sending it back with his powers. Melika throws yet another arrow, and this time, both arrows block each other. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontura gathers Alencia tree roots from underground, contemplating that he'll take one more that's around this size. An elf warrior appears from behind, pointing an arrow towards him, and accusing him of being a devil for cutting the roots of precious plants. Lloyd Frontura calmly replies, requesting their understanding, as he also has many lives depending on him. Miria shouts at him not to move, warning that he'll be pierced full of holes if he does. Lloyd Frontura responds that they can shoot him if they want to, but he'll burn them up slowly. He holds a pot containing a baby plant that sobs, identified by the system as a mandragora he picked along the way. Observing this, they become worried, while he smiles and suggests that if they don't want it to be in pain, they should move backward. They express disbelief, questioning if he's even human, calling him despicable trash and a filthy villain. Lloyd Frontura casually replies, acknowledging their words as compliments, and instructs them to start moving backward now. Miria shouts that he is an ugly freak who isn't popular with women, finding him annoying. She points her fire stick toward Mandragora and orders everyone to move backward, and they comply. One of them suggests calming down, stating that this is the end, and proposing to talk now. Lloyd Frontura becomes irritated, eats Mandragora's leaf, and screams for them to just kill him instead. He feels bad because of his saliva and instructs them to go up and climb up. They agree, saying alright, they are going up. Mandragora tells him to stop doing that and abuses him. They exit the hole, and he also emerges while still holding the leaf in his mouth. He thinks that now that he's outside, Javier should be able to spot him easily, and he should be here now if the other elves see him doing this crazy thing first. An arrow comes from behind, hitting the pot of Mandragora, causing it to fall. Lloyd Frontura believes it's game over for him, but he still holds its leaf in his mouth, preventing it from falling. His saliva covers half of Mandragora's body, irritating it. Miera asks what's wrong, while another elf mentions feeling queasy and lightheaded due to getting nervous just now, witnessing such a horrifying sight. Miria shouts for everyone to hang in there, emphasizing that they mustn't show weakness to a plant murderer like him. She then hears growling sounds from her belly, falls down and mentions feeling unwell inside. Her two partner elves hold her, and one of them encourages her to pull herself together. Lloyd Frontura wonders what's happening and recalls that the elves' eyes looked hollow. He notes the absence of any sounds of birds chirping or animals in such a thick forest, not spotting even a rabbit or an elk. He considers the possibility of the monster Domino being present. He observes that all the monsters have moved to the end of the mountain range, leaving the middle Everglow forest empty, and concludes that elves will never harm plants in any way. He contemplates that this indicates elves are strictly carnivorous, and wonders how long they have been starving. On the other side, elves continue to attack Javier, and he finds it strange that, with their physical abilities, they shouldn't be this tired already. However, he believes that right now, it should be possible for him to force his way through them. Using his mana powers to attack, he thinks here he goes, while Melika throws another arrow towards him. He worries about Master Lloyd's whereabouts and hopes he is safe, even as he gets injured. Javier runs quickly to save himself, while the squad leader shouts that he has broken past their encirclement, instructing her subordinates to go after him. However, her subordinates are tired, and some fall onto the branches of a tree. One of them informs the squad leader that they can't go on anymore, and another elf mentions being too hungry to move. Frustrated, the squad leader calls Melika, stating that she is the kind-hearted Melika who shares her own portion of meat. Not only that, Melika has decided to fight to the end while continuing to engage with Javier. She pushes him back and attempts to stab him with a giant arrow, but he manages to escape in time, causing her arrow to hit the rock. Javier thinks about the person he needs to protect, his lord's son, while Melika attacks him again, throwing him away. The squad leader instructs everyone to squeeze out every last bit of strength they have, and orders them to support Melika with their arrows. Meanwhile, Javier searches for the savior of their barony, determined to protect him. The squad leader describes him as a monster, and Nuera mentions the footwork that took them 100 years to learn, all while many arrows come toward him. Javier says he needs a little more to move forward. Melika points two arrows together toward him as he notices the Alencia tree and shouts for Master Lloyd, who he sees cooking something. He asks what happened to him and questions if he just fought a war, observing his worst condition. Master Lloyd addresses the elves, stating that some are overcooked, urging them to eat quickly, and others are not cooked yet, emphasizing that pork has to be cooked until crispy. One elf comments that it is tasty, and Master Lloyd looks at Javier, inviting him to come and take a seat. Javier comes and sits with the elves, introducing himself as their escort knight. When Javier replies that he is not a servant, he refuses. Javier informs them that Nuera is the tribe chief, to which Nuera says it's nice to meet him. Javier encourages her to be more friendly in her greetings, asking if she's seriously so unfriendly. Nuera asks if there's space for one more person, and Javier replies affirmatively. Miria calls for Melika to come over while she hides behind a tree. Miria mentions that she's very starved and asks if she can eat all she wants. Javier responds that they can eat whatever is available, but there's not a lot since they are only packed for traveling. He adds that those with their bows drawn will probably be satisfied with just smelling the food. She eats meat and comments that the male elves who do house chores while waiting for female elves to succeed in their hunts must be really hungry. Nuera and another elf become emotional, hugging each other and saying, "Darling, don't cry, hold it in." He inquires about the young elves and wonders how long the elderly elves can hold out. He predicts that they'll probably be the first to starve to death, likely the first to return to Mother Nature without anyone knowing, and they'll simply hold back their tears, becoming emotional. All elves hug each other and become emotional while he proposes making a deal. Nuera says they don't make deals with mere humans. He laughs, asking what she is talking about, and says they have already made deals, pointing towards the pot of Mandragora. He says that when the elves went backward because of hunger, and now she's talking to him because she's hungry and has eaten meat, if these aren't deals, what are they? He says alright, he'll first tell her what he has to offer. It's survival. She asks what's meant by survival. He says unlimited pork meat and coal for her to cook their meat with, and thinks coal is technically made from trees, so they probably won't like the idea of it, but he'll refrain from telling them this, thinking about information asymmetry. He says all she has been eating are jerkies that have dried up, but she'll now be able to eat sizzling juicy pork. He says he'll provide her with a siak bingo that will help her preserve meat and keep it from spoiling. Muera asks what he wants, and he replies he wants to survive as well. If she doesn't agree to this, all the children on their side will also freeze to death helplessly. He states that they only need the sap of Valencia once a month, just a small portion of it. If she gives them that, no one on their side will die. He also mentions that he will tell her how to extract the sap without hurting the tree. Additionally, he suggests that it would be faster for the elves to transport the meat if they split around 100 elves into 2 groups. One group would assist in transporting the meat, and the other would help in building their house. He inquires about her thoughts on this idea that could benefit both sides. Melika responds, advising Chief Muera not to agree. She asserts that humans are always full of lies. Recalling her mother's advice, Melika recounts that her mother once lived in a human place known as Gapel on an exchange with them. Due to their short lifespan, humans try to enjoy life as much as they can, which is why they may become greedy, lie, and commit atrocities. Melika believes that Muera should only trust humans if she believes they can become true friends. Returning to the present, she firmly states her refusal, explaining that she will only make deals with a human who is a genuine friend. Chief Muera realizes that it's a tough obstacle to overcome. Lloyd Frontera contemplates the meaning of friendship, reflecting on his past in the other world where he was consistently alone, filthy, unattractive, and impoverished. He recalls joining the traditional building research club driven by a desire to learn, aware that others were mocking him behind his back. He wonders why he always appears so pathetic, lacking even 3001, and laments that his perpetual financial struggles disrupt the atmosphere. Despite these challenges, he grits his teeth and endures the insults, aiming to acquire more knowledge that will eventually lift him out of poverty. He envisions a future where he can utilize this knowledge to improve his circumstances. The story shifts back to his real-world life, and he sits with a friend at the dining table. The friend advises him not to take what others say to heart, as he has better results and is more active in activities. Kim Suho responds with gratitude, and the friend dismisses the need for thanks, asserting it's just facts. He assures that the food will be a pleasant surprise, praising the restaurant's excellent beef. Lloyd Frontera moves a bite toward his mouth and expresses his thanks. The friend encourages him to eat as much as he wants, highlighting that the only meat he can afford is canned tuna. Lloyd Frontera looks at his friend, recalling the condescending eyes and the disgusting smile, feeling a momentary happiness. He reflects on being perceived as a charitable person for feeding what he metaphorically describes as a filthy dog. He tears up, savoring the deliciousness of the charity received. Acknowledging his friend's kindness, Lloyd Frontera asks if he can eat 2 more portions, to which his friend generously suggests 3 more portions. This marks the beginning of their friendship, as Lloyd Frontera realizes that this guy is a good person. The story returns to the world of Lloyd Frontera, where he contemplates that there's nothing extraordinary about friendship, and he decides to express his appreciation by buying beef for his friend. He retrieves a piece of meat from his bag with a clamp, displaying a sticky expression. Muera observes the meat, noting its different color and strange brilliance. Lloyd Frontera moves the beef piece toward them, and as they eat it, they become emotional. Muera expresses her acceptance of his deal. Another elf inquires about approval from the Elder Council, to which Muera humorously suggests feeding them beef. The system window reveals that the elves of the Everglow Forest, who had not engaged in contracts with other tribes for 500 years, have now signed a business agreement with the humans of the Frontera Barony. Javier reflects on the simplicity of solving problems with beef and questions his own necessity in the situation. They proceed to the town. An individual spots Lloyd Frontera and inquires about his identity. Another person explains that he previously convinced the orcs, and now the elves are on board. There's speculation that at this rate, he might even bring dragons here. The skeptical person questions how he could achieve such a feat. Muera contemplates the prevalence of items made from harming plants, finding it cruel now that she sees it up front. Lloyd Frontera points out the diverse values held by different tribes, races, regions, and small organizations. He emphasizes that cooperation entails compromising on some of those values, and he believes that's where a world benefiting everyone begins. Muera acknowledges understanding this concept intellectually, but expresses hesitation in her heart. Lloyd Frontera agrees, stating that she'll need time, and encourages her to contemplate it slowly while enjoying some beef. She agrees, noting that she thinks she understands it now. After a while, Lloyd Frontera is at the construction site, contemplating the ongoing construction of honey apartment buildings 101 and 102. One of the concerns he had before leaving for the Everglow Forest was whether these 2 buildings would be completed before the temperature dropped to sub-zero and the freeze-thawing phenomenon occurred. He reflects on the potential issue of water in the concrete freezing during sub-zero temperatures, leading to melting later, likely when winter is over, and if this occurs, the numerous water droplets inside the concrete could become impurities, resulting in a disaster. He notes that he no longer needs to worry about that now. The elves are efficiently working on the construction site, and Muir suggests finishing the work quickly and enjoying some beef. The others agree in unison. Lloyd Frontera explains that the construction progressed at a much faster pace than expected, thanks to the elves' crazy speed and mobility. Consequently, the first snow of winter marks the completion of honey apartment buildings 100 and 102. He reflects on beta testing these 2 buildings throughout winter, aiming to have them ready to accommodate everyone by the next autumn. The crux of the beta test lies in the adiabatic material made from Valencia essence and soybean oil in a 1:100 ratio. A worker paints the pipe, while another reports the completion of installing insulation pipes from floors 1 to 8. Lloyd Frontera approves, instructing them to go down and start up the boiler. The boiler is started, and they all sit inside, experiencing a sense of relaxation. Lloyd Frontera acknowledges it as a great success and instructs everyone to prepare for moving people in. Javier begins to discuss the priority for moving in, but Lloyd Frontera interrupts, mentioning the ongoing snowfall and his current busy state. He decides to talk later and calls Sir Bairn. Lloyd Frontera conveys to Bairn that the priority for moving in should be families with children, followed by the elderly and the sickly. Within these categories, further priority should be given based on their health conditions. Bairn confirms his understanding. Lloyd Frontera adds that those unable to move will be accommodated in the single ondals that were built, emphasizing the importance of ensuring no one goes hungry or cold. He believes that only then will they owe them a significant favor, making it easier to engage them in work. Lloyd Frontera moves with Javier, holding his shovel, and suggests visiting the Baron, as there is still more work to be done in winter. Javier finds him annoying and contemplates hitting him. As he reflects, he realizes that Lloyd Frontra has been acting this way since the day his personality changed, and he can no longer dislike him. He recalls that Lloyd Frontra has even managed to get everyone around him to rely on him. Lloyd Frontra, hearing a trumpet sound, asks if it is not the Empress's royal messenger. His response confirms that it is indeed the Empress's royal messenger. Meanwhile, the royal messenger arrives and Erox Frontra and Merbella Frontra kneel down in front of him. He opens a scroll and expresses amazement at the Frontra barony's initiative and exemplary actions in recent events. Acknowledging their contributions, he issues a royal order, promoting the Frontra barony to a county from the moment the order arrives in the Frontra region. Lloyd Frontra echoes the same sentiments. The royal messenger, in turn, kneels down in front of them and extends congratulations. Erox Frontra and Merbella Frontra become emotional. The royal messenger enumerates the Frontra barony's contributions, highlighting their success in halting the large-scale monster invasion from the east as the first accomplishment. The second contribution is acknowledged for protecting refugees from the eastern region who lost their homes, and the third contribution involves rebuilding the eastern region and transforming it into a fortress. Following these achievements, Frontra County will now gain independence from Cremo County, and Lloyd Frontra will be entrusted with the task of rebuilding the east. Additionally, the imperial family committed to providing the budget and materials required for the east's reconstruction over the next 10 years. Furthermore, Frontra County will be exempted from paying taxes to the imperial family for a period of 20 years. Lloyd Frontra raises his hand to cheer for their empress, declaring the empress's long life and acknowledging her exceptional generosity. He reflects on the almost impossible task of manually constructing a huge city in this era, recognizing that the empress is placing a significant bet on their capability to achieve it. He instructs Javier to accompany him to the village, stating that he has something prepared for this moment. He announces that all territories bordering the east, including the Lacuna Viscounty, will now fall under the administration of Frontra County. As Arcos Frontra watches him leave, he becomes emotional, attributing all the positive changes to him. Not only did he rescue them from their debt, but he also elevated their barony to a county, considering him a miraculous figure. Later, they all gather around the queen's statue, dancing, raising cheers for her, and expressing wishes for her long life to unite the world. Lloyd Frontra encourages them to shout louder so that it reaches Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. They collectively repeat their wishes for her long life. The royal messenger observes the scene. After some time, Lloyd Frontra returns to the palace, kneeling in front of Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. He reports that they have been engaging in the same celebration repeatedly. In response, she becomes angry and instructs them not to continue such activities. Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona races the horse swiftly and reaches the barony. He bows down in front of Erox Frontra and asks if he has called for him. Erox Frontra laughs and mentions there is no need to be so formal, emphasizing that he is still not accustomed to being called a count. Viscount Lacona disagrees, asserting that with his everlasting class and outstanding personality, there is no one better suited to be the count than him. Internally, he reflects on the irony of becoming the count, realizing that he had previously made fun of Erox Frontra for being poor at banquets and even mocked and looked down on him multiple times. Despite this, he accepts the situation. He reflects that he just needs to treat Erox Frontra well from now on, despite considering him an incompetent human who is only good at being kind. He believes that by making use of Erox Frontra's kindness, he can somehow survive this situation. Erox Frontra acknowledges that, as Viscount Lacona already knows, with the royal order received, there is a lot to be done for the reconstruction of the East. He expresses gratitude and reverence for the tasks at hand. Erox Frontra acknowledges the shortage of manpower and proceeds to make a request to Viscount Lacona. He responds by saying that he should tell him whatever he needs. Erox Frontra specifies that he is wondering if Viscount Lacona could provide a few engineers. Viscount Lacona assures him that he can and asks about the required quantity. Erox Frontra, expressing concern that too many engineers might be challenging for him to handle, requests him to send as many engineers as he is willing to. He emphasizes that this should be done to the extent that their friendship won't be negatively affected. Viscount Lacona is shocked to hear this. After some time, Viscount Lacona mounts his horse to depart, but suddenly he falls down. Erox Frontra observes the incident from his window and reflects that he has never bullied or threatened anyone in his life, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bayern approaches Lloyd Frontra and informs him that the admission of residents for Honey Apartment Buildings 101 and 102 has been completed. The system window notifies that he has achieved a monumental construction milestone, having overseen the first construction of apartments and successfully occupied them with residents in the Laurasia continent. The bonus RP is 700, and the total RP is 4,783. Lloyd Frontra contemplates that now that he has sown the seeds, it's time to harvest. After a while, on the apartment side, a lady shares a meal with her child, mentioning that the supplies include meat and soft bread. The child expresses gratitude for the food. Her husband sits nearby, and she encourages him to come quickly. Despite her urging to eat more, he is not consuming the food and reflects on his gratitude. Recalling his past as a hardworking farmer supporting his family, he acknowledges his current state of helplessness and dependence on others. He wonders how long he must continue living as an incompetent person. At that moment, Lloyd Frontra arrives. People cheer for him, expressing gratitude and questioning how they can ever repay him for his actions. Lloyd Frontra reassures them not to worry about that, stating that everything has been good. People express profound gratitude, acknowledging that he saved their lives. An old lady steps forward, holds his hand, and requests him to hold her hand before she dies. He pleads with her not to say that, expressing his hope that she lives longer than him. Hugging a boy, he encourages everyone, stating that they can overcome the challenges. He attributes their current situation to the collective efforts of everyone present and declares his love for them all. Lloyd Frontra inquires if they are enjoying their meal. Observing Lloyd Frontra's actions, Javier senses an ulterior motive in his interactions with the refugees. Two workers set the table and placed contract papers on it. Lloyd Frontra announces that it's time for everyone to repay their debts, revealing that he has the labor contracts ready. He emphasizes that nothing is free forever, eliciting shock from the gathered individuals. Javier grapples with a sense of uncertainty regarding what is right or wrong. A refugee steps forward and asks if signing the contract will secure them a job. Lloyd Frontra assures them that indeed, they will receive a salary and overtime pay. However, he clarifies that from the moment they sign the contract and receive their first monthly salary, they will be responsible for purchasing their own food and firewood. He asserts that he doesn't want to live off others and merely rely on goodwill. Therefore, he requests Lloyd Frontra to read the contract to him. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges that the terms will be stringent, explaining that their county follows a rather capitalistic approach. The individual inquires about the meaning of capitalistic. A lady steps forward, asking if women can also sign up. Lloyd Frontra assures her that there is no gender discrimination. More people step forward, forming a queue to sign the contract. Someone inquires about the nature of the work, expressing the desire to work for their own living. Another person pleads for a chance to work. Lloyd Frontra discloses that they are embarking on a project aimed at ensuring stable food production and granting individual ownership of land. After a while, he arrives at the farmland, contemplating the terraced farmland development project. The plan involves cutting off a portion of the eastern mountain and utilizing gabions to construct terraced farmland. He considers that using rebars will make the construction process easier. In another scene, Bangul lies unconscious on the bed, and Bai Bayang, along with others, stands nearby. Reflecting on the situation, he realizes that Bangul has overworked herself with the apartment construction. Bai Bayang becomes angry and delivers a kick to his face. He acknowledges that he can't continue to push Bangul so hard and contemplates potential adjustments. The scene transitions to night, and the system window notifies that the summoning of creature gacha and 1 gacha is equivalent to 150 RP. He has contemplated this for a few days, but it appears that this is the only viable way to obtain the required material. The message box declares, "Alright, here it comes. The gacha is turning, and what will appear?" He acknowledges that one only lives once, proceeds to the start button, and points to it. Despite considering the message as somewhat foolish, resembling the speech of a swindler, he recognizes its consistent support from Pipodong, Hameng, and Bangul. He reflects on always receiving creatures he genuinely needs, given his substantial RP count. Hence, there is no need for hesitation. The system notes that the RP currently stands at 4,783. Deciding to move forward, he instructs the summoned creature, crucial for constructing the wire mesh for the retaining wall, to emerge. Clicking on the start button, a portal gate materializes in front of him. Despite finding it noisy, he proceeds with the summoning process. The portal gate undergoes an increase in size, prompting him to inquire about its nature. Suddenly, a substantial amount of fire emanates from it, leading to his frustration. The message box categorizes it as a dud, eliciting an inquiry about whether it is not supportive. The response clarifies that it is merely a messenger conveying fixed rules, emphasizing that the system remains impartial. Expressing dissatisfaction with the abrupt business-like tone, he questions the rationale behind the summoned creatures provided, perfectly tailored to his needs. The message box responds with laughter, deeming him a pitiful fool. It suggests that he remains unaware that gambling involves granting novices some wins and subsequently fostering an expectation for more. In response to the accusation of being a total fraud, he faces the threat of being killed. In a retort, the message box challenges his perception, questioning if he believes the world will make life easy for him. It firmly asserts that life is not to be perceived as easy. He is characterized as someone quick to align with the villain's logic. The message box suggests the possibility of something favorable appearing next. Clicking on the start button, an explosion occurs nearby. The message box intervenes, requesting a moment to be heard, asserting the necessity of attempting things thrice. Undeterred, he clicks on the start button once more, choosing to flee the scene alongside Hameng and Pipodong. He questions the wisdom of falling for deception 3 times. Despite his skepticism, the message box contends that he is already being deceived. He lies down, shielding his head, as a colossal creature emerges and advances towards him with hostile intent. Swiftly, he escapes and seeks refuge in Javier's room, where Javier is asleep. Attempting to wake Javier, he responds by going out, attacking, and ultimately dispatching the creature. Lloyd Frontra takes a seat to unwind, and a message box materializes, proclaiming that it was a dud. He acknowledges the message, affirming his awareness of being labeled a lunatic and expressing his decision to abstain from further attempts. The system window informs that the hidden requirement achieved is bankruptcy, and his body and RP have suffered damage due to 3 consecutive duds. To compensate for his losses, he is now afforded the option to select a summoned creature skill. Contemplating the available skills, he ruminates on a list of skill choices. The message box clarifies that the list comprises the skills that can be chosen. However, he is taken aback to observe the skill set, expressing disbelief at the seemingly useless skills presented. As he scrutinizes the screen, he requests a moment to wait for further consideration. He observes a skill associated with spider webs and contemplates the potential advantages of such webs. Considering the thickness comparable to a mesh, he surmises that it would possess more than 3 times the tensile strength and elasticity of steel. Additionally, it would exhibit resilience against humidity and maintain its sturdiness even when exposed to sunlight for prolonged periods. Satisfied with this realization, he smiles, confident that this skill aligns with his objectives. The message box inquires whether he would like to select this skill and proceed with summoning the creature. The required RP stands at 800, and he currently possesses 4,070 RP. Confirming his choice to obtain spiderwebs, he proceeds by pressing the create button. Subsequently, a portal materializes again in front of him, emitting a substantial light that spreads throughout the vicinity. Javier takes a seat, holding his pillow, and remarks that he believes he had a peculiar dream. A worker, noticing his gaze in that direction, inquires about the nature of his observation. Together, they witness something in the sky, causing astonishment as they discern the presence of an angel. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontra rides atop Jigoming and proposes a round around the county. The onlookers enthusiastically cheer for him, referring to him as Sir Lloyd. They acknowledge the summoned creature's ability to fly this time, expressing admiration for Sir Lloyd's greatness. Lloyd Frontra, positioned on the angel and clutching his shovel, reflects on his expectation of a spider, but is pleasantly surprised by the appearance of a parrotbill. Despite this, he recognizes the benefits of the creature being a bird. Observers comment on Master Lloyd flying in the skies, asserting their trust in him. Contemplating various strategies, he envisions an extensive self-promotion campaign as a means to enhance the loyalty of his followers significantly. He believes this would subsequently lead to increased work efficiency and substantial tax payments, considering it a jackpot. Providing details about Jigoming's skills, he explains that its primary skill lies in acquiring spider webs. Additionally, it possesses supplementary skills such as spreading spider webs, creating a nest, and executing ship bombardment. Describing the intricacies of the spider web deployment, he notes that Jigoming can release spider webs through its backpack. In an attempt to assess its durability, he applied a mana circle, revealing its remarkable toughness that resulted in only minimal stretching, with the quality deemed perfect. Indicating a direction, he instructs Jigoming to head towards the flat land, intending to create a mesh net using the spider webs. Acknowledging the bird's overall capabilities, he notes its considerable laziness. As Jigoming becomes entangled and teeters on the verge of falling, he questions its destination. Jigoming descends to the ground, causing Lloyd Frontra to lose control and tumble a significant distance away. Expressing frustration, he demands an explanation for Jigoming's actions, to which Jigoming attributes its behavior to excessive laziness. He ponders on how to motivate it to be more productive. The scene shifts to the last night, where Lloyd Frontra sits in proximity to Jigoming. He inquires whether Jigoming knows how to discharge spiderwebs and requests a demonstration of the type of spider web it produces. Lying down, he expresses a lack of concern and questions the purpose of being born for labor and leading a life of toil. Observing this behavior, Lloyd Frontra contemplates the brat's distinct demeanor. Pipodong intervenes, advising to construct infrastructure for society, enhance humanity's quality of life, and reap corresponding rewards and satisfaction. He encourages the creation of a personal mindset, becoming an entity that brings happiness to the world. Jigoming, influenced by Pipodong's words, expresses a willingness to try. Lloyd Frontra reflects that Pipodong's words had a motivating effect, leading to some movement, yet he finds himself in a similar state once again. Pipodong suggests attempting to do a little more together, prompting Jigoming to reflect on his reluctance to exert excessive effort. He questions the necessity of intense labor, contending that the world will progress on its own without their active involvement. Asserting that he summoned Jigoming, he expresses assurance in providing sustenance and care. Lloyd Frontra, feeling increasingly agitated, contemplates the idea of cooking Jigoming. Disapproving of such thoughts, Pipodong intervenes, leading to Jigoming striking him on the head with a tree stick. Despite the incident, Lloyd Frontra acquiesces, acknowledging with a resigned "sure, alright," and offers an almond to Pipodong. After a while, Pipodong undergoes a transformation, growing in size. Attempting to flee, Jigoming's leg is caught by the enlarged Pipodong, who seizes him and endeavors to put him into his mouth. Lloyd Frontra, witnessing this action, is shocked. Pipodong places Jigoming in his mouth, later expelling him and inquiring about the experience, expressing a desire to continue playing. Surprising them, Jigoming states his desire to work. Both Pipodong and Lloyd Frontra respond with a strange expression. Reflecting on the situation, Lloyd Frontra concludes that punishment is effective regardless of time or place. He outlines the plan, with step 1 involving digging and forming a slope, step 2 employing Bai Bayang to use a giant sieve to filter out fine sand, and step 3 requiring Jigoming to lay out spider webs in a mesh formation after the sand has been filtered. Pipodong comments on Jigoming's perceived weakness, leading Lloyd Frontra to emphasize step 4, encouragement from the one in charge. He instructs the white cavalry to move in, and they all proceed, each holding shovels. Lloyd Frontra proceeds with step 5, directing the utilization of sand to cover the spider web mesh, iterating the process until the backfilling is completed. Moving on to step 6, he emphasizes the need to make the backfilled structure sturdy, fill it on all sides, and pour boulders and gravel into the gabion meticulously. Riding on Jigoming's back to inspect the progress, he notes the completion of the first section, and anticipates finishing the entire project before spring arrives. Contemplating the distribution of the construction materials to refugees and expediting apartment construction, he envisions completing everything by the following year, bringing an end to his life of labor. He envisions the prospect of a super-rich, unemployed life awaiting him. Simultaneously, the all-white cavalry utilizes their shovels to dig, while Arox, Frontra, and Bayron draft the contract paper. The system window announces the completion of Frontra County's terraced farmland construction, proclaiming Lloyd Frontra to be one of the best civil engineers on the continent. This accomplishment earns him a bonus RP of plus 800, bringing his total RP to 4070. Lying on the grass and holding flowers, Lloyd Frontra receives notification of his new title as the leader of those who are tired. The workers also express their happiness, and the system window reveals that the title's region is Frontery Country. Its active period spans 30 years, and it grants 3 CPS. The title's effect will be applied to the designated region for 24 hours, with the potential for an extension, reduction, or change in the time limit based on his actions or those of the region. The title further notes that the effects include a 300% increase in the northern mountain terraced farmland's chance of getting a great harvest and a 200% increase in the harvest amount. Engaging in a solitary game of chase, he observes that it has become slightly more challenging. Contemplating his next move, he ponders over a dice, expressing uncertainty about what to do. In frustration, he exclaims that the situation is driving him crazy. Javier inquires if he finds it enjoyable, to which he enthusiastically responds affirmatively, stating that it's the best and he loves the thrill of it. He adds that anything other than working is preferable. Javier notes that it's the first time she has seen him play since that day. He questions what else he has on his agenda. He reassures her that Sir Baron will effectively manage the construction process independently. Reflecting on recent developments, he mentions increasing the soldiers' wages, leading to heightened enthusiasm and smooth progress in their work. The narrative transitions to a real-world life flashback, where his father imparts a valuable lesson. His father emphasizes the importance of remembering that when everything appears to be going well, one should take a moment to scrutinize and question the situation. Lloyd Frontra is reminded to consider whether everything is genuinely okay, at least once, and to make a conscious effort to do so. Returning to the present, Lloyd Frontra advises Javier to stay up late tonight, as he has some tasks to attend to before singing a lullaby. Javier inquires about his late-night intentions. Lloyd Frontra explains that he needs to verify if everything is truly okay. The system window then notifies that the ending spoiler entails using his CP to preview the concluding scene for this storyline. The required CP for the second use is 40, and it queries whether he would like to use the ending spoiler. Contemplating the cost of becoming a wealthy unemployed individual, Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the necessity of securing a safe future without stumbling blocks. Confirming his decision, he presses the yes button. Lloyd Frontra finds himself transported into the future within a black space. Upon entering a room, he surveys the surroundings, contemplating whether it is his room. In the same space, he observes a future version of himself lying on the bed while Javier performs magic on him. Pondering the nature of Javier's actions, he questions whether it involves massaging his meridian. Witnessing his mana power light up, he becomes alarmed at the intense circulation and expresses concern that his heart might burst. He attempts to communicate with Javier, questioning the purpose of these actions and whether Javier can hear him. Javier continues his magical gestures, placing hands on Lloyd Frontera's chest, but the latter lies on the bed, unconscious and motionless. Lloyd Frontera reflects on his appearance and contemplates an alternate ending where he meets his demise. The future Lloyd Frontera eventually opens his eyes, calling out to Javier, urging him to stop, asserting that he already knows the futility of his efforts, and instructing him to let him live on and endure. In response, Javier starts to tears. Contemplating the instruction to burn what, Lloyd Frontera expresses confusion. Javier takes his hand and reveals that he is not the Count. Javier asserts that he is a hero who safeguarded his second hometown and rescued numerous refugees, intending to present himself to the world in such a manner. The future Lloyd Frontera breathes heavily and succumbs to death. Parang, Bangol, Haming and Jigoming cry and subsequently vanish. Shocked by the revelation of his demise, Lloyd Frontera strives to remain composed, urging himself not to panic and to analyze the situation. He reflects on the minimal change in Javier's appearance, deducing that this event is in the near future. Observing that he appears significantly thinner, potentially due to dehydration, he questions the reason behind it. Javier supports him, leading him out of the palace. Lloyd Frontera reflects on the timing of the event, surmising that it occurs in the spring. Witnessing numerous lifeless bodies on the floor, he is shocked and contemplates a massacre, excluding Javier. Observing Javier spreading oil on the bodies and subsequently using a fire stick to burn them, he realizes that he was referring to burning the corpses. In light of this, he speculates that it might be an epidemic. Pondering the possibility of an illness causing this, he acknowledges his lack of knowledge about diseases, acknowledging that he is not a doctor from the other world. Doubting his ability to halt the situation, he wonders if there is anything he can do. Javier addresses him as Master Lloyd, then corrects himself, stating that whoever he is, these were his last words. He expresses the desire that, once his corpse has been completely burned, he wants him to remember the word empty. Lloyd Frontera returns to the present, contemplating the cryptic message, remembered as empty, and questioning the nature of those last words. Pondering why such a cryptic message was delivered, he has a realization. Considering that Lloyd, who just perished, had already experienced the ending spoiler before, he wonders if the message was intended for him as the observer. This leads him to speculate that it might be a hint from Lloyd, who knew about the illness and its resolution. Walking around, he continues to mull over the concepts of empty, epidemic, and the significant number of casualties. Connecting the puzzle pieces in his mind, he concludes that the future version of himself was indeed a genius for leaving such a hint. After a while, Sir Baron inquires if Lloyd Frontera is referring to the people from Cremo. Confirming this, Lloyd Frontera affirms that he indeed needs as many professional corpsmen as possible. Sir Baron raises concerns about potentially high labor costs. In response, Lloyd Frontera acknowledges the challenge, but asserts that Count Cremo will need to provide them. He explains that the people of Cremo are occupied with cultivating their own lands, and both the soldiers and orcs are engaged in apartment construction. The system notifies that title effects are crucial for debt reduction, and Lloyd Frontera has attained the highest level of financial credibility. This achievement allows him to secure investment funds with the least amount of interest and the most favorable conditions. Contemplating the advantages conferred by the title, he acknowledges that, thanks to it, there should not be any major problems, but the thought of being in debt again stings. Bayern inquires about the scale of the construction project he is envisioning. Lloyd Frontera responds, suggesting it might be as extensive as the Honey Apartments, covering the entire Viscounty. He reflects on the formidable foe he faces, an epidemic, specifically cholera. Elaborating on the project, he mentions the need for underground tunnels in various directions. Acknowledging his limited medical knowledge, he emphasizes that medical expertise isn't the sole means to combat illnesses. Asserting the necessity for paths for waste disposal, he declares their intention to construct sewers. Reflecting on the cryptic message, remember empty, he realizes it was referring to Vienna in Austria. Explaining the historical context of Vienna, Lloyd Frontera details how the city's population experienced an exponential increase during the Industrial Revolution. However, during that period, Vienna lacked proper sewers, leading to the disposal of urine and feces from numerous individuals directly into the Danube River. Typically, such waste would flow with the river, decomposing naturally due to microorganisms. Unfortunately, a sudden cold spell struck the river, resulting in a significant disaster. Lloyd Frontera describes the adverse impact caused by the freezing of the river. The waste, unable to flow freely, alternated between melting and freezing, ultimately leading to rot and polluting the underground water. This environmental degradation was a significant factor in the outbreak of cholera in Vienna. Lloyd Frontera stands on a high mountain, holding his shovel. He surveys the town below and contemplates an exponentially increasing population and the waste that is supposed to be disposed of in the prone river. He contemplates the potential consequences if there is a sudden cold snap that freezes the river sometime this year or the next. He believes their Viscounty will undoubtedly become another Vienna. Grabbing his hair, he solemnly remarks that he always gets more work when things start to relax a little, but he must wait. He reflects on the fact that even if it were a demon and not a sickness that came for them, he would not let anyone or anything thwart his dream of enjoying life. He thinks this even as he sleeps in his bed, confident that not even a demon can hinder his dream. However, he acknowledges that another substantial debt is in the way of that dream. He wishes it were only the salaries of the external laborers that he needed to pay, but when he includes the cost of their accommodations and the expenses related to sending them out to work, it becomes apparent that it is more complex. Holding his collar, he reflects on the corrosive nature of other people's money, the toxin known as other people's money that is consuming him entirely. After a while, an orc warrior observes Emily with Officer Greg, who mentions that he plucked a flower because it looked pretty, but it pales in comparison when put beside her. She laughs and playfully comments on his naughtiness. He recalls the night she arrived in their Viscounty, expressing how he discovered that his heart could become even warmer than the bright and radiant sun in the skies. She laughs again, teasing him for being funny and cringe. He asserts that it would take more than a slap or two to deter him. The orc warrior, still observing them happily together, becomes angry. Another soldier approaches from behind, informing Officer Greg that Sir Baron is looking for him. Greg acknowledges this, telling the soldier to inform Baron that he's on his way. Before leaving, he grabs Emily's hand and affectionately calls her his flower-like girl, mentioning that he's heading off to work. She responds, urging him to come back quickly, referring to him as her handsome boy. Officer Greg walks towards Sir Bayron's camp, and an orc warrior calls him from behind, questioning how he could do that. Confused, Officer Greg asks for pardon and inquires about what the orc warrior means. The orc warrior shouts, expressing disbelief at how Officer Greg could do such a thing when he already has Emily. Officer Greg, still puzzled, asks what he is talking about and questions the involvement of someone like Emily. The orc warrior, angered, abuses him and attempts to punch him. However, Officer Greg quickly counterattacks, landing a punch and throwing him away. Officer Greg asserts that a half-assed punch isn't enough to injure him. The orc warrior acknowledges this, recognizing that Frontier Viscounty soldiers are now capable of controlling the power of mana after numerous hours spent in labor work and training. He reflects on how each one of them is strong enough to take on 10 enemies by themselves, but their strength has mainly been used in laborious tasks like shoveling. They both prepare for a fight, running to attack each other. Bayron arrives and addresses Officer Greg, noting that he's too slow and questioning why he is still there despite being summoned a while back. He wonders if Officer Greg is fooling around while trying to earn his salary. Officer Greg apologizes and follows behind Bayron, with the orc warrior also trailing them. Bayron mentions that he's going on a work trip and instructs Officer Greg to start packing his luggage. He mobilizes him, expressing trust in him, and questions how he could mess up before even departing. Angered, Officer Greg looks at the orc warrior. Bayron emphasizes that additional work hours are named so because one is supposed to work during those hours. He adds that he doesn't care about what happens outside those hours. The orc warrior walks away, and Officer Greg continues to follow Bayron as they reach the stables to prepare his horse. Officer Greg inquires if they are going all the way to Cremo just to call for reinforcements. Bayron agrees and mentions that Master Lloyd said he is planning a large-scale project that will have life and death implications. In response, he states that he doesn't believe there is a need to undertake such a project. The system notifies him that the achievements and compliments he has accumulated are producing a combined effect. Lloyd Frontier sits in his room, observing this notification, and inquires about the nature of this effect. The system informs him that he has punished the traitor of the Viscounty, paid off his debts, and provided a home for the refugees without turning them away. Soldiers walk outside his house, and the system once again notifies him that he faced a significant disaster head-on, emerged victorious, and ensured the safety of citizens and refugees within the Viscounty. The system expresses a desire to repay him for the help he has given them. Lloyd Frontier questions the kind of help and how they plan to repay it. The system explains the combined title effects, activated by people who wish to repay his help. Meanwhile, he hears some voices, looks behind, and stands up to gaze out of the window. He observes people outside saying, "Master Lloyd, please give them work. They'll do anything for him." He responds, assuring them that it's okay even if he doesn't provide salaries, and requests them to help him. They express willingness to work for free, solely for Master Lloyd. They declare their dedication to working for him. In response, he shouts for them to be quiet and shares his perspective, stating that the hardest thing to trust is when people do something for the sake of others. He adds that it's easier to trust when someone is acting for their own benefit. He questions those who claim they don't want salaries, emphasizing that he never gave them anything for free. He asks if they even dream of working without payment. He declares his intention to write up a contract and becomes emotional. The scene shifts to Samarkand, where a pigeon delivers a message to Sultan Samar Khan. He takes the message, reads it, and remarks that the scouts they sent west have reported the following about the village overturned by the monster Domino. The message describes a bizarre bird that splits the heavens, a beast that destroys the earth, a creature capable of swallowing the sea, a snake that devours mountains, and finally, a monster whose roars resonate in the skies. These creatures are all being raised there. The message further details that the workers of the village defeated orcs with their bare hands, and their elderly clerks moved faster than the winds. Additionally, it mentions that even the powerful white cavalry has started wielding shovels instead of spears. Both the elves and orcs are using their strength to construct buildings. He reads that if their non-combatants are this strong, then he can't even begin to imagine how powerful their combatants might be. As he reads the message, he contemplates what is going on in that place. Diego sits on a stone while two soldiers are practicing nearby. He becomes angry, addressing them as lowly individuals, questioning if their lowly minds prevent them from understanding his words. He shouts that they need to put all their strength into their punches and demonstrates with his own. He asks why they are stopping, questioning if they are out of their minds, and if they want to see their wives and children starve to death. One of the soldiers punches the other with full force, causing him to bleed, and Diego laughs, saying that's more like it. Lloyd Frontier expresses his approval, and Diego is startled because of him. Diego replies that he always acts scared when he sees Lloyd and finds it embarrassing. Lloyd looks at the two soldiers practicing and inquires about their identities. Diego responds that they are the lowly servants of his house. Lloyd Frontier remarks that having a hierarchy is great, allowing him to have this kind of fun too. Diego, feeling uneasy, says pardon. Lloyd smiles and expresses his desire to join in and give it a try. Diego rejects the idea, stating that he cannot let him fight like them. Lloyd Frontier questions this, expressing frustration and stating that he is asking Diego to fight, but Diego is not willing. Diego becomes scared but reluctantly agrees, mentioning the red corner and the blue corner. Lloyd Frontier points towards Javier and designates him as the opponent. Javier, acknowledging it as a count's order, accepts the challenge. Diego tries to intervene, asking them to wait and to sheathe their swords. Lloyd Frontier questions why Diego is asking him to stop, suggesting that Diego can grab a sword too, if he feels it's unfair. Diego responds, stating that the sword isn't the problem, and pleads for Lloyd Frontier to let him go. He bows and cries, but Lloyd dismisses his plea, commenting that a sword master is overdoing things. Lloyd suggests fighting and laughs, then proceeds to punch and throw Diego away. He presents a document, mentioning that it's a request for his return to school, instructing Diego to write down the events that occurred today. Diego pleads with him not to write that and questions why Lloyd keeps asking people not to do things. In frustration, Diego asserts his status as the son of a count and resorts to abusive language. A pigeon arrives with Peapodong sitting on it, and Lloyd Frontier notices a document with them. As Lloyd walks away, he instructs the two soldiers to relax and go to Frontier to find Sir Bayern. He informs them that they are residents of that place from today onwards, urging them to work hard. After a while, Viscount Lacona rises from his bed, reflecting on the annoyance of that recurring guy appearing in his dream, making for an irritating start to the day. There's a knock on his door, and someone outside states they have something urgent to tell him. The Viscount, irritated, questions who the impertinent person is daring to knock on his room's door and orders them to leave immediately. The person insists it's urgent and needs immediate attention. Viscount Lacona, angered, grabs his hunter and threatens the individual, asking how a lowlife like them dares to talk back, and if they have forgotten the feel of a whip. He opens the door to find Lloyd Frontera standing there, who greets him with a cheerful, long time no see. The shock causes Viscount to fall down and faint. He, seemingly unfazed, asks Javier if his face is that appalling. Javier responds that it's not the kind that people would feel at ease around. He takes Viscount Lacona outside and points in a direction, informing him that his land starts from over there. He adds that he's going to flatten it all out to build a quarry and instructs the Viscount to take note of that. The Viscount responds, questioning why Lloyd Frontera is suddenly doing this. Annoyed, he asks why Lloyd is acting in such a manner and wonders if they need to spell everything out between them. The Viscount considers that using granite instead of cement for the construction of the sewage routes would be better, as it won't break or destabilize in the far future. Lloyd Frontera agrees and declares it's time to begin constructing a highway that leads from the quarry to their county. He emphasizes that it will be one straight path, pointing towards Lacona Mansion. One of the soldiers notes an obstruction right from the start, mentioning that it's one straight path as they destroy the palace to create a direct route. The Viscount is shocked to see this, but Lloyd Frontera reassures him, saying they'll build him another house to live in. Lloyd Frontera adds that they will relocate the workers to his mansion and provide one person to assist with his errands. After a while, he guides them to his camps, where he imprisons them in a tent and assigns an orc warrior to look after them while they both shiver. The orc warrior inquires if they need anything, but they refuse. He reflects that the Apia highway used to transport granite and the supervision of the quarry construction will be handled by Sir Bayern. He acknowledges that he has surpassed the level of a veteran and reached the level of a maestro. The system notifies him of his levels: design understanding at level 85, design execution at level 90, administration tasks at level 99, and manpower management also at level 99. Bai Bayong consumes numerous trees while contemplating that there was no need to worry about flattening out the mountains for the construction of the quarry. He reasons that there are plenty of monsters in their county who excel at labor work. He observes that the elves are overseeing the apartment construction, relying on their exceptional perception and incredible physical strength, while the people encourage each other. Bai Bayong identifies a potential issue in dealing with the sludge and considers having engineers dig it up with shovels. However, he dismisses the idea, deeming it implausible as they would suffocate from the poisonous gases. He concludes that the best solution would be to incinerate it all with intense heat, akin to how modern technology accomplishes it. He speculates that Javier, himself, or Bangol could handle that task. He contemplates the craziness of the situation, pondering what might be inside and how they could continue doing that every day. He wonders where he can find a slave familiar with using heat and able to work in the sewers daily, holding his head in thought. After a moment, he gets an idea and exclaims, wait, he does know a slave like that. On the other side, Corgetus and his team work on making iron rods. Lloyd Frontera and Javier arrive, and Corgetus inquires if he wants him to make armor out of the Alencia tree sap. He questions the need for such armor, asking if they are planning to capture a dragon or something. Lloyd confirms this, pointing towards Javier and stating that he is the one doing it, while Javier looks at him annoyingly. Somewhere deep in the eastern mountain ranges, a dragon sits in a cave and exclaims, damn it, he quits. He reflects on the numerous gemstones around him and wonders why he can't refine any. Expressing frustration, he thinks about wanting to get married but laments his perceived lack of skill with his hands, looking at them in disappointment. He considers these cursed hands and believes that he needs to craft something beautiful and delicious to feed his hatchlings, as only then will he be acknowledged as a competent male dragon. He acknowledges his proficiency in crushing things, but acknowledges that this is what female dragons hate the most. Reflecting on the past, he thinks making jewels wasn't this difficult. It used to be as simple as plundering human castles and kidnapping dwarves to do the work for him. He holds a gemstone, using his powers to break and shatter it. Despite this, he thinks that one day, the being known as the Dragon King will marry a human girl and declare the dragon's commandments. He contemplates that all dragons are prohibited from plundering and threatening other races, and they are required to go to a vein of ore and craft their own jewels. Expressing frustration, he criticizes these tyrants for imposing such a rule after accumulating tons of jewels through plundering and threatening. He questions how they dare to act kindly and requests the younger generation to engage in such activities, urging them to grow old quickly and die. Lloyd Frontera and Javier arrive, and he mentions that he can totally empathize with those feelings. The dragon looks at him surprisingly. Lloyd Frontera states that he has seen a lot of the older generation speculating in stocks and earning tons of money, only to then tell the younger generation that speculation is bad. This infuriates the dragon, who questions how a human could come here and asks if he managed to get past the traps he set up. He responds affirmatively, expressing a desire to speak with a great dragon like himself. He informs the dragon Solidas that they temporarily deactivated the traps and proceeds to share a proposal with him. However, the dragon becomes angry, exclaiming die, and throws fire on both of them. He declares that he can't get married because of humans, and they should die. Quickly, they close their armor, covering their eyes as well, and he remarks that he knows he won't be able to control his temper. Javier asks about the plan, and he replies, questioning when he has already told him. Javier denies hearing anything of the sort. The dragon continues to throw fire on them as they hide behind a rock. He declares his intention to defeat the dragon. Javier clarifies that defeating the dragon is the end result, not the plan. He urges him to stop joking around and tell him what he needs to do. Javier states that he followed him all the way here because he trusted his plans. He responds, outlining step 1. He fights, and in step 2, he defeats the dragon, tapping on the rock for emphasis. Javier wonders if, despite taking his dragon breath, there is some special power in that seemingly stupid-looking armor of his. The dragon expresses frustration and decides to crush them with brute strength. Lloyd Frontera assures that he can do it, while Javier seriously prepares to fight the dragon. The dragon attacks him, pushing him back. Javier also readies himself to attack the dragon, who becomes increasingly angry and roars. Javier looks at him, realizing that he can actually do it, and runs to attack while Lloyd Frontera hides behind the rock. He reflects that it's to be expected since he had a hard time in the novel, with Javier ultimately winning. Javier's strength in the novel is just at the level of a newly awakened sword master. Javier continues to fight with the dragon and tries to defeat him. He reflects that he was just a little stronger than the Empress and Kyle, but now he's even stronger than the average sword master. He believes he's a high sword master and that there's no way he'd get hit by the young and weak Salidas. Javier utilizes all his skills to combat the dragon. The dragon ponders, questioning what just happened, as a human seems to have jumped in the air. The dragon jumps high to attack him. Javier thinks it's nice as with this, he can use the blast to move faster in the air. He attacks the dragon quickly from all sides. Lloyd Frontera observes all this and thinks about whether Javier used what he learned from the elves' footwork to create a mana foothold in the air. He reflects on how a protagonist can really do everything. Javier reaches toward the dragon's head, contemplating that even if it's a young dragon, it remains the strongest species on Earth, and he won't be able to damage it so easily. He utilizes his mana blast power to attack it. Then, employing his aura blast, he throws something with a bright flash toward the dragon. It stabs at the dragon's chest, and waves emanate from the point of impact. The dragon shouts in pain. Javier confidently challenges it, showing his sword. The dragon, in response, asks him to wait a minute. Observing this, Lloyd Frontera wonders how a dragon can be so scared of a human. He speculates that this is what Salidas looks like when she's scared. Lloyd Frontera enters a flashback where he wakes up in his room and a beetle approaches, asking him if he wants to die. Reflecting on the moment, he recalls someone sleeping in the room when a beetle suddenly appeared, attempting to provoke a fight. He responds by using insecticide against it. However, the beetle smiles and begins flying around. The final blow occurs when he grabs a bee catcher to eliminate the beetle. The beetle, now holding a pen, swiftly approaches and stabs his chest with the pen tip, prompting him to shout. Reflecting on the painful experience, he notes that anyone would go crazy facing such a menacing organism charging at them. Returning to the present, he thinks about the kind of menacing existence that Javier represents in Salidas' eyes as Javier prepares to fight the dragon. Observing Javier as he falls, the dragon addresses him, requesting a moment to convey something important. Javier stops, but the dragon abruptly attacks him with force. To their surprise, Javier is not where the attack lands. Seizing the opportunity, Javier reappears from behind, launching an assault with aura mana. He pokes the dragon's back and different parts of its body, causing the dragon to scream in pain while pleading for the attacks to cease. Seeing the events, Lloyd Frontera thinks things are progressing as planned, anticipating Lord Salidas' next move. The dragon retaliates by using smoke breath on them. Lloyd Frontera then recalls a flashback where beetles attacked him from all sides, prompting him to contemplate the inefficacy of insecticide. As the beetles' relentless attacks continue, he runs out of his room and out of his house. Returning to the present in the cave, Lord Salidas arrives, prompting Lloyd Frontera to think he can't find him. Placing 2 fingers at his head, Lloyd Frontera contemplates teleporting during an impending fire attack, and he subsequently falls. Lord Salidas reflects that he set up a teleport detection trap, acknowledging his past foolishness while realizing he is an even bigger fool today. Meanwhile, as Lloyd Frontera approaches him with a smile, he expresses a desire to reintroduce himself as Mighty Dragon Salidas while bowing. Lloyd Frontera states that he is Count Frontera's eldest son. Lord Salidas gets up, questions the situation, denies being a dragon, and asks where he is and why he is there, expressing a strong desire to leave quickly. Javier launches an attack from behind, causing Lord Salidas to shout and fall. He questions the identity of the assailants and the reasons behind their actions. Lloyd Frontera remarks on the expected reaction of a mighty dragon, noting that people typically don't shout Kaya when struck. He expresses a desire to hear the reason behind Lord Salidas' reaction, reiterating that they are present to propose a favorable idea. Despite this, Lord Salidas insists that they should refrain from talking and question why he was attacked. Lloyd Frontera's servant, surprised by Lord Salidas' attempt to kill them, instinctively counterattacks and laughs. In response, Lord Salidas asks what Lloyd Frontera has in mind. Lloyd Frontera, pleased with the current state of affairs, reflects on the foundations they have established. Drawing inspiration from a novel where Salidas displays anger issues while ambushing elves, Lloyd Frontera considers the need for a potent approach when dealing with such a dragon. In a flashback, Lord Salidas recalls an incident involving a furious man overturning a food table and expressing dissatisfaction with the darkness of Jajangmyeon. This memory serves as an example of how most races express anger. The boss arrives on the scene, confirming his status, and addresses the man's complaint about the dish's color. The man demands a new one, but the boss asserts that he doesn't like it and instructs him to make a new dish. Despite the initial resistance, the man eventually relents, declaring the dish delicious and refusing to let others eat it. Lord Salidas reflects that anger can be subdued when individuals face someone stronger than themselves. Although he has successfully calmed down, he acknowledges the challenge of negotiating with a dragon whose pride has been wounded by defeat at the hands of a mere human. In response, Lloyd Frontera, displaying audacity, berates Lord Salidas, questioning how he dared swing his sword at the mighty dragon. Lloyd Frontera continues to insult him, labeling him a lowly bastard. Expressing his frustration, Lloyd Frontera exclaims that Lord Salidas should be grateful for being a very magnanimous dragon. Otherwise, they would have been roasted alive by now. He instructs Lord Salidas, whom he refers to as a lowly bastard, to go all the way over, kneel down, and raise his hands to repent. Reiterating his command, he shouts again, questioning if Lord Salidas is deaf and demanding that he move to the specified location immediately. Subsequently, Lloyd Frontera takes a seat and politely invites Lord Salidas to join him, saying, "Lord Salidas, please have a seat over here." Lord Salidas takes a seat, and Lloyd Frontera positions himself on his knees in front of him, expressing a desire to ask a question. Lord Salidas replies, asking about the nature of the inquiry. Lloyd Frontera straightforwardly inquires if Lord Salidas wishes to get married. Surprised by this revelation, Lord Salidas questions how Lloyd Frontera is privy to such details, including the difficulty in refining jewels properly, eliciting shock from Javier. Puzzled, Lord Salidas wonders how Lloyd Frontera discovered his den in the first place. Lloyd Frontera reassures him that he will arrange his marriage within 10 years. Lord Salidas becomes excited, asking if it will truly happen, and insists on receiving an answer to his initial question. Lloyd Frontra, rather diverted, reiterates his excitement about a sweet love with a female dragon. Lord Salidas, now eager, emphasizes his anticipation but persists in seeking an answer to his original question. Lloyd Frontra responds by describing romantic gestures, urging them to hold front legs tightly, traverse around the Arctic, utilize telepathy for sweet love letters, and form a heart shape with their tails under a star-filled night sky. He wonders if Lord Salidas can feel the love, and blushes in response. Lord Salidas informs him that all he needs to do is sign the document, and he'll arrange the marriage. Handing him a pen and a contract letter, he instructs him to sign and prepare for the wedding. The person responds affirmatively, stating that he only needs to sign at the very end. Lord Salidas points to the designated spot on the letter and inquires where he needs to sign. As he begins to sign, Lloyd Frontra swiftly takes the letter away, expressing concern that there might be something in the Dragon Commandments stipulating consequences for a dragon breaking a contract with humans, possibly facing the wrath of the Dragon King's breath. He suspects that Salidas might have realized the implications and unwittingly made a deal with the devil. On the other side, in the village, a villager remarks to another to look over there as Master Lloyd is returning from his work trip. Lloyd Frontra, Javier, and Lord Salidas walk towards his home. The villager comments that Master Lloyd always brings something crazy with him when he returns, and this time he thinks it might be a dragon, but it seems to be a shabby-looking young man. Another villager adds, "Come on, how could he catch a dragon?" They both laugh, agreeing with each other. Lloyd Frontra overhears the conversation and reflects on the fact that it's not just his dung incinerator, but also the dragon he acquired. Corgidus inquires of the young man whether he is a dragon, to which Lloyd Frontra affirms, stating that the evidence lies in the smoke emanating from his Braydon breath. Lord Salidas expresses his displeasure, referring to Corgidus as a darn con artist. Corgidus questions Salidas about his purported lack of skill in handicrafts, and upon confirmation, Lloyd Frontra explains that, as per the contract, Corgidus is tasked with teaching Salidas how to craft jewels. Additionally, he instructs Salidas to incinerate all the sludge within the excretion facilities daily. Salidas, considering himself a dragon, questions the rationale behind cleaning human feces. Lloyd Frontra acknowledges the difficulty Salidas may have in accepting this responsibility and wonders if he can read minds. Lloyd Frontra explains that he applied some pressure to induce him to sign the contract. Otherwise, he would not have agreed, missing the opportunity to learn jewel crafting, which could complicate his prospects for marriage. He chuckles and emphasizes the importance of prioritizing practicality over pride in such matters. Salidas acknowledges Corgidus as his teacher, referring to him as a dwarf, and respectfully bows. Corgidus expresses surprise that a humble dwarf like himself would instruct a powerful dragon. In response, Salidas acknowledges the dragon's strength, but emphasizes his own prowess and craftsmanship, pleading for assistance in improving his cursed hands. Lloyd Frontra reflects on Salidas' adaptability despite any perceived foolishness, recognizing that he is indeed a dragon. Corgidus remarks that if Salidas is expressing agreement, then he cannot possibly refuse, even though he might be a bit tough on him. He wonders if Salidas will manage to handle it. Salidas assures Corgidus that he is prepared, prompting Corgidus to instruct him to stop standing around and bring the necessary materials. Taken aback emotionally, Salidas asks if Corgidus is addressing him. Corgidus questions whether Salidas expects his teacher to do everything for him and urges him to get moving immediately. Salidas runs off, stating that he will do it now. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the positive outcome of the contract, noting that everyone benefits, and Salidas exchanges his pride for the highest level of education in the world. Corgidus, warning against putting too much strength into his actions, rebukes Salidas by hitting his hand with a stick. Lloyd Frontra reflects on the unusual experience of witnessing a dragon being subjected to abuse by Corgidus, who has encountered numerous disadvantageous contracts throughout his life. He contemplates that others probably perceive him as having no choice in the matter. Corgidus once again strikes Salidas and questions whether he is attempting to destroy everything, advising him to consider his actions beforehand. He asserts that acts of violence are not a means of making contracts. True contracts result in mutual benefit for all parties involved, especially as he observes them. Corgidus instructs Salidas to discard the jewels, deeming them as damaged, and questions whether he plans to turn everything into trash. As Salidas tosses all the jewels onto the floor, Corgidus thinks it would be more advantageous to gather the jewels discreetly and profit from them. The system notifies him that he has transformed another tragic fate into a positive outcome. It mentions that the fire dragon Salidas lost his horns in a battle against Javier, suffering fatal injuries before returning to his den, where he met his demise. The system further notifies him that Salidas dies alone in his undiscovered den, turning a tragic fate into a positive one. Meanwhile, he inquires if that's the case, but the novel only depicts him fleeing from his den. Simultaneously, the system alerts him that, were it not for his intervention, the Frontra couple would have vanished from this world, and the Count possesses diverse talents. The system informs him that he is now free from debt, directing all his efforts toward the work he had been unable to do in the past. He experiences happiness as he crafts a wooden statue of himself. The system informs him that he orchestrated these positive outcomes as Julian, originally destined to perish in a foreign land, is now recognized as the top student in his school. Julian receives his school certificate, and his fellow students applaud him. The system notes that he played a pivotal role in saving numerous lives, emphasizing that he must earn his own money, to which he responds by requesting money. He humorously adds "give him RP then," and a message window retorts that humans are truly hopeless in romance. He counters, stating that romance doesn't put food on the table. He contemplates that what he currently requires is a skill, as the construction of the extensive sewage system is about to commence. He points out that the issue lies with the radius of the estimation skill, and the construction needs to cover the entire county. However, obtaining information from each area and connecting them poses a considerable inconvenience. Despite his level increasing significantly after participating in various projects, he feels that his progress has reached a plateau. The system notifies him of an intermediate design level 6, with a maximum design radius of 729,000 square meters. It also includes skill-exclusive options, floor plan featuring 3D indicators and simulation mode. He reflects that progress stagnated at a certain point, emphasizing the business principle of economizing on what can be saved while sparing no expense for essential needs. He clicks on the level up option for intermediate design level 6, requiring 4070 RP points. He contemplates that increasing the level will significantly expand the estimation radius. The system notifies him of the progression to intermediate design levels 7, 8, 9 and finally 10, resulting in an upgraded skill grade to advanced design. The system further informs him that at advanced design level 1, the maximum design radius is 3,375,000 square meters. He appreciates the value of investing 1200 RP points into this advancement. The system then alerts him to a new skill exclusive option called Construction Guidelines. He queries the meaning of Construction Guidelines. The message window responds, urging him, who has sought ways to reduce his workload, to test this revolutionary system immediately. He expresses skepticism, likening it to home shopping channels selling useless items. The message window suggests trying to access the 3D floor plans he currently has saved. He acknowledges that he will play along and activate the construction guideline while creating a holographic structure of a home. As the hologram of the house expands, he inquires about its purpose. The message window explains that the hologram is visible to him and everyone involved in the project, enabling construction workers to work with precision using the hologram. He realizes that this skill could potentially reduce his workload by at least 50% and decides to test it immediately as he notices a hole in the ground. Javier arrives and asks about the situation. He informs Javier that it is the location he will be digging and promises to provide details later, urging him to begin the task. Javier notices green lights inside the hole and starts digging with his shovel. He agrees with Javier's observation and sits near the hole, attempting to peer inside. He attempts to touch it and asks if he can try digging outside the green light. Javier takes some mud from the edge of the hole, causing the hologram to shift in that direction. The hologram admonishes them, urging them to do a proper job. Javier comments on the hologram being obnoxious, while Lloyd Frontier suggests that he may be too careless with his words, given that's his face. Javier jokes that no one will mess up while working, as they wouldn't want to see that face. Lloyd Frontier asks him to stop making such comments, as it hurts him. Javier inquires about the situation and wonders if Lloyd Frontier is going to claim he's a genius of illusion magic or that the hologram is a stolen magic tool. Lloyd Frontier considers the difficulty of further deception and asks Javier which story sounds more believable. Javier suggests the latter, saying it could be a necklace that looks the part when he goes around. Lloyd Frontier agrees, deciding to go with that story. Javier walks away, stating that he'll stick with that story as well. Lloyd Frontier, acknowledging there aren't many answers he can provide, asks if Javier has any questions. Javier replies that his curiosity isn't the priority at the moment, emphasizing the importance of saving everyone in the county. Lloyd Frontier expresses gratitude for Javier's belief in him and assures him that he will indeed accomplish the task. Bayern announces the commencement of the construction of a substantial sewer system aimed at preventing illnesses for everyone's benefit. Encouraging everyone to join in, he inquires about their motto. In unison, they respond with safety first. Bayern emphasizes the importance of avoiding injuries, even stating a stern consequence for those who fail to adhere to safety protocols during the project. Lloyd Frontier stands with Javier and observes that it seems like they are becoming more enthusiastic by the minute. He wonders what might have caused this transformation. Javier contemplates the situation. He explains that if the sewage and waste within the country are disposed of in the sewer, it will flow through the sewer pipes into the main sewer. While the small sewer pipes can be dug by Piporong alone, the main tunnel requires more effort. He asserts that what is needed is encouragement, heart flutter, and full power. Bayang employs his power, and a worker digs a hole with a shovel. At that moment, Lloyd Frontier arrives with a hologram, urging them to continue. The workers are delighted to see him, and the mere sight of an angry Master Lloyd motivates them to work harder. One worker remarks that the face he has is scarier, while another mentions that Lloyd is shouting all sorts of curses, making him jealous. Another worker humorously comments that theirs is ugly. Lloyd Frontier becomes angry, screams, and demands they stop enjoying something that is meant to be a guide. He turns to Javier, expressing his bewilderment at their erratic behavior, and wonders what could have prompted them to act in such a manner. The scene transitions to a rainy day, and Lloyd Frontier narrates that after a few heavy downpours of spring rain, the construction of the small sewer proceeded steadily over 3 months. He notes that due to the construction guidelines, the main sewer's construction advanced rapidly and began extending towards the north. After a while, Lloyd Frontier stands on the mountain with Sir Bayern and explains that the main sewer needs to extend past the field over there, where they will be constructing a sludge treatment facility. He expresses concern